The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports. Maya, it's everything. And a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. You can now watch the replays of MPL Philippines Season 12 matches on free TV. Together with the whole family, revisit the intense matches from Monday to Thursday, 2:15 p.m. to 5:15 p.m. on Pi Channel. Experience the Mpl-Ph Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Tuloy ang aksyon sa regular season ng MPL Philippines Season 12. Nakakita tayo ng mga newcomers at familiar faces sa studio na nagbigay suporta para sa opening week. In light of Grandparents' Day, nakasama natin ang very cheerful na MLBB streamer na si Lola Carmen na mas kilala bilang Lola Game. Nakarinig din tayo ng groovy rap lines mula sa RSG Raiders community. For the second day of week 1, nakasama naman natin si Boss D na aktibong sumusuporta sa panibagong season ng MPL Philippines. Binisita rin tayo ng dalawang Mpl-Ph teams na Game Lab at Blacklist Academy Lunatics kung saan mas lalo pa natin nakilala ang mga future ng MLBB Pro scene sa bansa. Sa last day naman ng week 1, pinakilig tayong lahat ng MLBB streamer na si IC sa heartwarming message niya para sa kanyang fiancé na si Kapitan Few. Bago tayo sumabak sa isa na namang jam-packed na schedule, sabay-sabay muna natin balikan ang mga naganap last week. Starting off strong. Sinimulan ng pagbabalik ni JP sa Echo ang bagong season with a clean sweep against their Grand Finals rival, Blacklist International. Return of Raider Nation. With Irad as its main man in the jungle, unti-unti nang nilalatag ng Raider Nation ang pagbabalik nito sa kanyang former glory as they take home their first victory after reverse sweeping ONIC Philippines. Sleep is for the weak dahil hindi natutulog ang mga kampyon. With Ogwen's mastery of the Iron Hook and Super Marco's stellar performance, newly crowned IESF champs APBR caps off their first match this season with a dominant win against TNC Pro Team. Never say die, mga kabarangay. Minana Evils falls down to Smart Omega with a clean sweep as Etomax return at its helm as the team's barangay captain. A new shade of black. Nakakita tayo ng isang recalibrated Blacklist International noong Day 2 nang masweep nila ang RSG Philippines to claim their first series win of the season. Classes are suspended. Umuwi namang basa at talunan ng Hedgehog sa pinsalang dulot ni Sanji at nampag yung Benny nang matapos ng reigning MPL Philippine Champs Echo ang kanilang reverse sweep campaign kontra ONIC Philippines. Comeback is real. With Light's newfound vision as the team captain, natunghayan natin ang new form ng RSG Philippines as they upset the Beehive noong Day 3 with a 2-1 win. Phoenix Army, mag-ingay! Nakuha ng TNC Pro Team ang kanilang first series win this MPL Philippines Season 12 after a thrilling match against Minana Evils. Leading by example. With Captain Haji's inspiring leadership, tinapos ng Blacklist International ang opening week ng MPL Philippines Season 12 with a clapback win against Smart Omega. And here are the MPL Philippines Season 12 Week 1 standings. Mas naging exciting din ang mga labanan sa loob ng Land of Dawn dahil sa face-to-face na palitan ng mga playful banters and taunts sa pagitan ni Doggy and Chaknu, lalo na after matalo ng Smart Omega ang Minana Evils.
Patingin nga ng mukha ng talo.
Samantala, matapos masabihan na meron lamang siyang maliit na hero pool.
Tsaka may nagsabi kasi sa akin na na maliit daw hero pool ko.
Oh?
Kaya abangan nyo na lang yung mga iba ko pa ilalabas na hero.
Pinatunayan ni The Hitman Renegade ang kanyang mastery using unorthodox roamers tulad na lang ng Novaria para makuha ng Blacklist ang kanilang first series win of the season. Naging mainit din ang first week ng Mpl-Ph matapos magkaroon ng TP party ang Echo sa laban nila versus ONIC. At nang tanungin si Carl TZ kung bakit ginawa nila ito,
Ano po, nakakairita po kasi passive nila maglaro eh.
At sa huling laban ng Week 1, pinatunayan ng The Filipino Sniper na si Oheb na dapat siyang paghandaan ng kanyang mga kalaban, lalo pa nang makuha nila ang 2-0 sweep win laban sa kanyang all-time rival na si Kelra.
Kita naman hindi nga naganda.
At yan ang mga importanteng naganap sa Week 1 ng ating regular season. Abangan natin kung ano pang mga exciting naganap for this weekend. Also, don't forget to give us a visit here at Shooting Gallery Studios Makati to get a chance to meet your favorite MDL Philippine teams and talents. Ngayong araw, patuloy nating saksihan ang mga bakbakan sa MPL Philippines Season 12 as we open the second week of our regular season.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Good day, MPL Arena! And to everyone who's tuned in to witness the strongest MLBB players in the world in action. I'm Mara Aquino, and this is MPL Philippines Season 12. Matapos natin gulatan ang mundo sa mga bakbaka noong nakaraang linggo, sama-sama natin ngayon tunghayan ang mas Pinas lakas. Pero patikim lang yan, because our first match for the week will give a whole new meaning sa mga katagang lakas ng Pinas. But before we hit the gym, enter the land of dawn, let's catch up muna sa mga chika sa ating All Access. Manjin, Leo, Rockhart, pasok!
Maraming salamat. Napakagandang Mara Aquino. Beautiful dress. Of course, kami rin ay mga beautiful people. Diba? Wala namang buhat bangko. Manjin Faldas, Leo and Rockhart to give you the pre-show para sa MPL Season 12 Week number 2. Mas Pinas lakas. Matindi ang mga pinakita ng mga teams last week. At actually ako nagbibilang na ako ng linggo agad ngayong week number 2. Kasi yung week 1 pa lang, ang dami na nating nakitang adjustments. At ang dami na rin nating nakitang matitinding plays, trash talks, and everything. Ano ba mga naging favorite nyo doon, man?
Actually, ako rin kasi nga, we are on a shorter schedule. It's 6 weeks in total. Kahit na natapos pa lang yung week 1, feeling ko, dapat meron ng konting kaba yung mga teams.
Today's schedule, para mas kabahan kayo, eto na! ONIC versus APBR, Minana Evos versus Blacklist International, Omega versus Echo. Alam ko, Rockard, may inaabangan ka ditong game eh.
For sure, I think Minana versus Blacklist. Right now, Blacklist on the top of the leaderboards after week 1. And Minana, medyo kailangan maghanap ng footing. So, this is gonna be interesting for me.
Ang inaabangan ko dito, yung Omega tsaka Echo. Ikaw ba, Leo? May ano din yan eh. May spice eh.
Oh, actually, ito napansin ko dahil sa shorter schedule natin, mas make sense yung bawat laban. Kasi ngayon pa lang, alam mo yung mga must-watch match? Feeling ko ngayon lahat must-watch. So, babanggitin ko na, yung pinakauna natin, the opener, APBR versus ONIC. Yan.
Yan yung sa'yo.
Yes.
Yan yung sa'yo. Ako kasi gusto ko ng drama eh. Gusto ko mga trash talkan ang gusto ko eh. Oo eh. So,
Kaya tayo eh.
So, feeling ko mainit yung mamaya. Yung ONIC versus, yung Omega versus Echo. But then again, if we're gonna talk about the first match, ang ONIC din ay gusto rin mismong makakuha ng magandang footing. Nakita natin sila kanina nagpre-prepare together with Bren. And of course, don't forget to push in the hashtag MPL-S12 back to school! Shoutout sa mga students natin dyan.
Or students at heart. Students of life.
Students of life.
That's sa mga prop, syempre. Tsaka
Oo,
mga teacher natin.
Na mga nanonood. Kung mga prop, kung nanonood kayo dyan ng tournament, sama nyo na din ang mga estudyante nyo. Alright, let's look, of course, to our ganaps. Nakita natin sa recap kanina na sinabi nga ni Sona na ang dami natin na interview and nakita natin yung action. It was Blacklist International. Who would have thought na week 1, sila ang makakakuha ng top placement? Paano ba nangyari yun?
Okay. They started the week off by getting swept by the rivals. Echo, di ba? I think that was kaba. Ewan ko lang, meron na bang official statements? Nagkwentuhan na ba? Nagka-splokan na ba? Na kabadogs nga ba ang blacklist during that time?
Well, so far sa social media na naiikot ko, parang it's all part of the code, as they say. Pero you never know. Right now, in week 1, blacklist proving na yung mga luma at bago, syempre, kasama niyan. And syempre, sino nga ba naman ang naninibago sa galawan ni Rene J? Aminin nyo man o hindi, lumakas si Rene J. Di ako fan ni Rene J, pero nag-iba laro niya. Leo, papayag ka ba doon?
Jesse, kailangan natin mag-usap. Jesse, bakit ka hindi fan ni Rene J?
Bakit?
Jesse naman! Pero siguro si Jesse ay isa sa mga na-impress ni Rene J. Kasi kung iisipin mo, since tight nga yung ating schedule, may mga teams na ang daming laban. And like what Leo said, 3 ang naging laban ng ating top seed, which is Blacklist, na kung saan nagpakitang gilas nga si Rene J. Naalala ko pa, ikaw pa nag-call nun, nahuli niya si Kelra.
Sobrang perfect moment.
Okay, tignan naman natin tong mga iba't ibang posts. Saglit, nag-post dito si Trike Gutierrez. Alright, babasahin ko. Ito yung, parang ito yung usapan nila, men.
Oo, ano yan? PM niya yan. PM
to,
The Hitman.
Ito, ang sabi ni Trike, sabi ni Rene J, naniniwala ako sa iyo para, pero hindi ko kayang pumindot at mag-isip para sa iyo. Ikaw pa rin ang kailangan magpakita. Practice hard, the game lang. Si Trike to, Play with instincts. Never ka pinahamak ng instinct mo, kaya mararating mo, dapat bumalik sa iyo yung baka Rene J to. Yabang sa laro, humble sa labas. Ganun lang. Ano sagot ni Rene J? Salamat, boss.
Salamat.
Meron pa. Basahin mo lang. Ano ba yung sagot?
Ano ba sabi niya? Boss, bawi ako sa next game namin. Hindi naman ako na-down eh. Hindi naman pala na-down, Jin eh.
Oo,
Hinanap
naman.
ko lang yung sarili ko. Soul searching.
Oo.
Ano ba ang mali ko kanina? Galaw ko ba o mindset ko? Mindset ko talaga yung mali, boss eh. Pero thank you, boss. Nalinawan ako. Bro!
Gay. Pag kumabot ka dito, type mo.
I-type po.
Hashtag Rene J.
Hashtag The Hitman.
Hashtag The Hitman.
Feeling ko motivational speaker na ni si Trike eh.
Oo nga. Si Leo,
Okay na eh.
very close at heart kay Rene J. Any thoughts para sa ganitong mindset, men?
Nag-agree ako na mindset lang yon. Kasi kapag isang atleta tulad ni Rene J, I'm not just saying it's just Rene J, I'm saying the best of the best dito mula sa MPL Philippines. Pag naayos yung mindset, kahit ano posible. Kahit ano kaya natin mag back to back World Championship. So yan, itong mindset ni Rene J, yung nangyari sa kanya, ginulat niya yung mundo, pang M5 yan.
May bago na, Rene J mindset. May Rene J
Ang
mindset
dami
na.
namang nickname.
Saktong-sakto, it's Road to M5. Pakinggan nyo yung podcast na yan, natid ng Suma, na nalabas na yung episode 2. But going back, hindi, karamihan ng mga, well, maging ako, ay pinag-usapan din ang mga teams. Lagi naman ganon kapag week 1 na ito hindi magiging magandang performance. So, at mukhang ginulat nga tayo ng Blacklist International Squad dahil pareha silang nakakuha ng 2-0. Nanggaling ang Bren, in-expect ng lahat, it was Bren, in-expect din ng lahat, it was Echo, pero bigla talagang nagbago, no? Hindi mo talaga masasabi kung ano ang pwede nating makita sa MPL S12. Ang dami pang nag-aabang, may iba pang mga teams like RSG, ONIC, MNNE. Pero guys, since malapit na ang Project Next, alam nyo ba, nung last Project Next update ng MLBB ay binago ang mga emblems. Matik, alam nyo yon. Kaya syempre, para sa inyong lahat, para sa ating community, magbibigay kami sa inyo ng mga MLBB merch.
Let's go! Ano laman yan? Buksan mo nga yan.
Yan. Mamimigay kami ng MLBB merch dahil tayo ngayon ay maglalaro
Complete.
ng charades. Ito ang ito ang emblem of the day charades. Maganda?
Ganda.
Sa tulong ni Leo at ni Rockart, maghahanap sila ng 2 lucky audience dito sa venue para manalo ng MLBB merch. Game ba kayo, guys?
Let's go!
Game!
Sino dito ang maalam sa emblems?
Nasaan kayo?
Sino maalam sa emblems?
Raise hand.
Kahit
Alright.
anong rank.
Alright, so mamimili si Leo at si Rockart ng magiging kampi nila para sa charades. Okay? Para makuha nyo to. Go, Leo! Pili na
Let's
kayo.
go!
Alright.
Doon ako.
Dito.
Okay.
Okay. Kunin mo siya.
Sino gusto? Emblem game. Gusto mo, kuya?
Kahit anong rank, kahit warrior lang, okay lang.
Oli ka.
Kahit
Babalik tayo
warrior
dito,
lang, isa lang.
Oli
oh.
ka, di tayo.
Ito na,
Tabi
meron
tayo,
na.
tabi tayo. Ito, meron na ako.
Ikaw, Rockart.
Ito na, kids. Nahina
Okay.
na. Gusto ko daw, mukhang mythic to eh. Tara, bis. Sanay, batak.
Oh, akin si Jason. Jason, lika. Lalaro tayo. Okay.
Alright, dito tayo.
Tayo.
Okay.
Ito naman si Joshua, kasi nasa J daw.
Oh, double J.
J and J. J and J.
Na pagmamahal.
Oh, liga.
Alright. Jason and Jay. Alright, maalam kayo sa emblem, Jason and Jay?
Konti sa pangalan.
Sa pangalan, ikaw maalam ka sa emblem?
Medyo.
Nako.
Alam nyo naman ang charades, di ba? Charades. Alright, so pili na tayo na mauna. Si Jason na mauna. Team nyo na.
Sige.
Alright. Okay guys ha, ganito lang. Kapag nakuha nyo, gets yun yung charades, di ba? So it's Team Leo versus Team Rockheart ang mangyayari. So ang guesser ay kailangan mag-answer within 1 minute. Alright? 1 minuto lang ibibigay namin. If answered within time limit, participant will win the MPL merch. So nandito sa ating magic jar ang mga emblem na huhulaan nyo. Gets nyo yung charades, di ba? O, mamili na kayo kung sino magpapahula at hindi.
Okay, so sabi ni Jason, ako daw arte. So, ako ang kukuha. Tapos, bawal ako magsalita, di ba? Pero i-act out ko kung ano to. Hulaan mo, okay?
Sige,
We
patingin
have
na.
1
Lugi ako
minute.
dito ah.
Oh, we have 1 minute. Grabe! Kaya mo to, Carl!
Lugi ako dito.
Titignan namin ni Leo. Okay. Alright. So, Leo, ready? Ready. Alright. Jason, ready? Okay,
Kinakabahan
Jason. Para sa MPL merch, emblem charades in 3, 2, 1, go!
Sakit yan.
Hungry? Ilang words ba to? 2 words. Second word, Tagalog.
Thirty seconds. 30 seconds.
2 words. Lonely.
15 seconds. 15 seconds.
First word.
Jason, onting...
Second word.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ay, sayang, Jason. Wait, saan yung mic? Saan yung mic niya?
Kinakabahan ako sa acting.
Andito.
Okay.
Okay.
Leo.
Jason, ha? Sabihin mo sa akin kung ano to, ha? Kung mag-make sense sa'yo.
Okay, pakita sa cam. Pakita sa cam.
Ayan.
Ito. Okay. So, Jason, ano yan?
Weakness finder.
Weakness finder.
Ano yung
Pala
weakness?
niya.
Ano yung weakness? Oh, weakness, di ba? Weakness. Tapos,
pala yun.
tapos finder. Oh, di ba?
Okay.
Oh, sige,
Okay. Side muna kayo. Side.
Okay,
Next.
sino naman?
Nakakabahan naman ako dito.
Kala ko, lonely finder. Sayang. Alright.
Sakit yan.
So, nag-discuss na kayo. Sino maghula?
Ako daw.
Okay, bunot sa magic jar.
Ako.
Sige. Patingin.
Naku.
Ay, okay. So, alam ko na.
Ako.
Alam ko na. Papakita ko rin sa audience.
Favorite
Okay?
niya na yan. Favorite
Kanina, di ko napakita sa audience eh. Ito na.
Favorite ko? Favorite
Teka
ko?
lang, teka lang.
Manjin.
Ano yung manjin?
Teka lang. Huwag kang titingin, ha? Okay, ito guys. Ayan. Alam nyo na, ha? Alam nyo na kung ano.
Oo.
Okay, Rockheart and Joshua.
Oo.
Time to play charades in emblem charades in 3, 2, 1, go!
Ha?
Nasilip ata eh. Nasilip mo.
Again.
Nasilip
Again.
mo.
Nakita.
Nasilip.
Sabi niya, 2 words. Quantum charge.
2 words. Quantum charge. Ayoko. Ikaw kasi pinakita
Kita, ulit. Last one. O, wag na natin papakita, ha? Hindi, talikod ka.
Dito ka.
Yan.
Grabe connection yun, ha? 2 words.
2 words, quantum charge agad. Ang tindi! Mahirap yan, mahirap yan. Mahirap yan. Sure ka? O sige, ito na ha.
Uy,
Okay,
linapon
game.
ko yung weakness finder!
O sige, last one. Joshua, onting ano ha.
Yan.
Okay, ito guys ha, mahirap to. Hindi ko alam kung kita. Kita ba? Teka. Okay, ayan, basta nababasa niyo yung pangalan yan. Yan, okay, kita ko. Okay mahirap yan. Joshua, pinaghirapan yung weakness finder ha. 2 words, quantum charge. Okay, game, last one. Emblem charades in 3, 2, 1, go!
Ito yan.
$30 seconds, 20 seconds, 20 seconds. Give up na ba? Give up na? Mahirap yan eh. Kahit ako, di ko mahulaan yan. Give up, give up. 10 seconds. Give up si Joshua! Joshua! Wag kami, Joshua! Quantum charge. Oh, okay. Right. Alright. Mahirap yon. Ang sagot doon ay thrill.
Thrill? Parang thriller.
Thriller.
Dapat.
Oo, thriller. Sayang.
Ganon. Ito, the best,
Dapat
the best.
siya nagpahula eh.
Talo ko dyan
Timing
eh.
lang, timing lang, timing lang.
Panis ka sa weakness finder.
Wala.
Pero panis ka din sa quantum charge.
2 words, quantum
Alright,
charge.
quantum charge. Okay, guys. Saglit ha. Kasi sabi ni Direk, hindi tayo papayag na walang mananalo. So round 2, switch naman this time.
Oh,
Switch.
Sige.
Siya naman ang
sige.
arte.
Acting.
Jason,
Okay,
arte.
game ha.
Sige.
Oh, wala. Jason, tumalikod ka muna at pumikit. Ito na.
Ay, hindi. Kung siya arte siya, titingin ako sa likod.
Ay, tama. Talikod ka. Ito. Ay, alam ni Leo to. Maganda to. Okay, game ha. Ito. Basa nyo guys. Okay. Gets ka na? May acting piece ka na? May
Okay.
acting piece ka na?
Game.
Okay, game ha. Bibilangan ko kayo ha.
2 words.
Emblem Challenge, round 2. Team Leo and Jason in 3, 2, 1, go!
2 words. Okay. First word. Second word. Concussive blast. Boom! Oh,
Wow! Oy, apira mo!
Alis na! Ano yan? Ang bilis!
Oy, apiran mo!
Sobrang proud na si Wolf.
Nasaan na yung prize?
Proud ni Wolf.
Nasaan na yung prize niya?
Ang bilis.
Nanalo ka ng MPL merch! Yay!
Pressure naman ako doon.
Apiran mo!
Teka, ano yung paano yung blast? Pakita mo yung blast.
Paano yung blast? Sino? Shoutout mo lahat ng mga tropa mo.
Shout out, Hive, yung mga beasts dyan, mga kakilala ko, and also sa players, keep it up.
Kokosi Blast. Isa pa. Yeah! Okay, next! Alright, next.
Oh, ito.
Boss Joshua,
Make me
no
proud,
pressure.
bro.
No pressure. Palit! Ikaw na mapapahula.
Ano dito? Ikaw naman.
Kuya Joshua, tingin ko tanggal ka mas para yung expression makita eh. Or goods ka lang ba na nakamas? Yan, alright. Oh, ay, Rockard, huwag kang titingin, ha?
Sige.
Okay, ano yan, boss? Okay, ito yung kay Rockard. Dapat hindi nakatingin si Rockard. Nakita mo na to, boss? Goods na? Ito yung kay Rockard, ha? Ito, guys. Kita ba? Nababasa nyo naman, eh. Nababasa nyo naman, no? Oh, nababasa naman. Yung picture lang, medyo malabo. Pero since nababasa nyo naman, alam nyo na kung ano. Alright, Joshua, are you ready? Rockhard, are you ready?
Yeah!
Alright, Joshua, game, last Last round, kailangan game ka ha. Sayang, merch din yan. Ready ka na?
Yes.
Alright. Emblem Challenge, Emblem Charades in 3, 2, 1, go!
Tenacity. Sige, damit. Busog. Tenacity. Ano ba to? Tank emblem ba to? Tank emblem, pang marksman? Pang marksman. Weapon master.
Hey! Ang galing mo, Rockard!
Grabe!
Ang galing mo, Joshua!
Quantum charge!
Wait, saan doon yung weapon? Ano yung weapon doon? Ano yun? Ano ibig
Yung damit lang. Yung
Ano ibig sabihin ng damit?
Armor.
Armor. Okay. At dahil dyan, nanalo ka ng MPL merch. Best charades player ever. Ano? 2 words, quantum charge.
Mahirap pasaliin ang game na ito.
Mahirap.
Bawal.
Armor. Ito, armor. Diba? So, Joshua, any shoutouts to your friends, families na nanonood?
Shoutout po sa mga sponsor ko and mga manager ko dyan.
Wow, Vanis. Maraming salamat, of course, Jason and Joshua. Rockart and Leo, alam ko may cast pa kayo today. Mag-prepare na sila, guys. At syempre, eto na. Alam naming excited na kayo dahil kailangan na nating ipasa to sa ating mga shoutcaster. Here's Brand Esports, AP Brand Esports versus ONIC Philippines. Casters, kayo naman.
Dalawang kupunan na bata. After a roller coaster week 1 for these two teams, they collide for the Baby D game. What's that, you ask? It's the battle. It's the black and yellow battle day, Baby D. Mpl-Ph versus AP Brand. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the second week of MPL Philippines Season 12. I am Reptar, joined by Naisu and Hans, and it's us, the Wee Bear Bros. Bringing you the action for this first one. How are you, gentlemen?
2 words, quantum charge.
Baby.
Come
You
on.
know what it is? This is a shout out to Joshua. That was a masterful way of playing charades, but not one I would recommend.
Yeah, one of the greatest charades players of all time.
Yep.
Yeah, solid.
And like, you know, I didn't have enough watch, and I checked how long it kept him to like answer the question, and then
It was quick.
it was quick.
Yeah, and we have a lot to talk about there with our panel, of course. We just quickly recap what happened last week. And of course, I mean, Leo was happy about the performance of Brandon J. So, yeah, those are just some of the things we touched on our panel and on our pre-show panel. Again, that happens before going to the casters and into the game. But before anything else, let's take a moment to thank our official telco partner, Smart. Smart is still the Philippines' best mobile network, having the fastest network and nationwide coverage in the country, as awarded by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence, Data for Speed and Coverage, Q1, Q2 2023.
You can enjoy the power of Smart when you switch to Smart without changing your number via mobile number portability or MNP. Visit smrt.ph/switch to Smart to know more. Love it, and there's more.
Yep, there's absolutely more, because with Smart's Power All 99, you can enjoy the power, or you can have the power to do what you want. With 8 gigabytes for all sites and apps, you can power your play or watch, share, stream, basically everything.
Everything! That's what it sounds like in the commercial we do.
Yeah.
You also get a free Giga Arena ticket, so you can unleash the inner gamer in you. This also comes with Unli TikTok and Unli Text to all networks. All that power for 7 days for just, how many pesos?
99.
99 pesos. Load now.
99.
99.
We'll bring that back. All right, so I love the energy going to week number 2. That's why you got to come to the studio. It looks pretty outside, but it's going to be an absolute bloodbath inside. I made it sound so scary.
I was gonna say, I don't know how.
Guys, we're nice
inviting.
here, okay?
Yeah, we're nicer. You saw the panel.
I don't know how inviting that was.
That wasn't invited. But for sure, there's going to be a great matchup between two teams who bond over a very similar, how do I call this, activity.
Why is it so similar?
Because you got to activate the bonding buff when it's AP Brand versus ONIC, because aside from grinding to play MLBB at the highest level, yes, show off those guns, players are also grinding to get into top shape. This is why some of the boot camps have their own gyms. And you two, I know you guys are actually, they're two of the fittest casters in the talent pool. I am not one of those.
Hey,
these two are.
Don't discredit the work you have put in.
Thank you.
I know, ladies and gentlemen, that Renmar has been working very hard. He's lost the weight. He's in the gym consistently. Love to see it. And yes, Hans, I know you're just there. But look at these guys.
They have a gym routine.
They have a gym routine. This is ONIC's gym routine. I want to break this down.
Okay, you go. This is your analysis part, dude.
This is where I could be, yes, an analyst. So looking at this day one, chest, shoulders, core. Wait, so each player has a different.
Yeah.
It looks like, well, technically it's. So some guys don't work out their shoulders, it looks like, on day one.
Yeah,
I mean they work on, the others work on their shoulders on day 5. Like, on the other side, look. And then here they have, like, all together.
You know what? Regardless, this looks like a solid workout plan. And again, the only thing, maybe is, there's the legs. We got the legs there. That's good. I was going to say, we got the leg days there.
I think some of them need some more rest days because a good amount of them only has like one.
I was about to say, you guys should try to take Escalera's schedule. Escalera has 3 rest days, bro. He has 3 rest days. 2 intertwined with one another, bro. So that's something I would do.
Yeah, nice. So you got to explain how important is rest when you're trying to get fit.
Yep.
I think you're speaking from experience here too, right?
Yeah,
you need the rest. I would say, wow.
Whoa. Sir, put the weapons away.
Ryzen, you better calm down, bro.
He's been doing reps in the jungle, sir.
Dude, what is Ryzen's back? My goodness.
Oh my goodness. Look at that.
I will say this. Guys are working out, right? As we get another look at Ryzen's back. It's just so good. We have to look again.
Bro, taking a look at the instant replay, right?
No, but jokes aside, it's amazing that these players are prioritizing their health, fitness, because one thing that has happened over the course of, I would say really the past couple of years is people linking up your physical health, your mental health, and then your ability to play at a high level.
Yeah.
Because everybody understands that, esports or gaming in general can be stressful, right?
Yeah.
Especially at this level. And fitness is probably one of the healthiest ways to relieve some of that stress, to reset mentally.
Yeah, all right. So last week we saw how Flap TZ also showed off his muscles. And we know that the members of APBR have been very vocal about them working out, about them using it as their reset tool and as a way to bond even more as a team. We saw ONIC, but I think going up to the season, APBR was the most vocal, right, out of all the teams so far.
I mean, ever since they were looking for rooms in their hotels that have things like that, I'm interested.
Yeah, all right. Now let's look at the teams as they huddle up. Actually, we're going to get a closer look at them right now. You see in the little booth or aquarium of APBR, and a quick hi also from our friends.
What's up, y'all?
What's up, guys?
Those guys work out too, by the way.
Yeah. Burrito has the most gains out of the people there, but I wouldn't be surprised if Wolf has a sleeper build. But going back to what I was saying, AP basically looks for gyms around their hotels. Remember, they went to Romania, they went to Cambodia as well. I'm not going to be surprised if they're also going to be, packing a lot of gains heading into the Land of Dawn.
All right, black and yellow battle day. Again, it's the Baby D matchup between ONIC Philippines and APBR. We know they've been working on their body, their physique, and their mindset outside of the game. How are they going to translate that into wins today's, into results for this week? We know the story of ONIC. They have yet to win a series, but they have been getting points. APBR are coming from a war against RSG Philippines, the Raiders, which they lost as well, and that was a long one. So let's welcome our teams. Once again, ONIC Philippines, APBR for the first matchup of week number 2. They have yet to win a series, but the points are there. Is it time for them to finally get their first series win? Will the bees fall to the Sonics all over the world? It's Sonic Philippines!
Coming from a legendary war against the Raiders, the Bees look to deliver the sting of defeat to avoid a losing streak. I've come alive for AP Brand! And their coaches, Coach Bluffsy and Coach Fred. MPL Arena, make some noise for our first matchup of week number 2.
And there you have it. ONIC-PH, APB. Saw the lineups. I don't think any big changes, though, from the rosters they brought out. It's going to be the version of ONIC-PH where they have Escalera.
Love it. So as we take a look here again, we've only had 1 week of action to look at. Well, we've got Nets in the goal lane, Ryzen in the jungle, Escalera in the mid, Cram in the XP lane, and Rapidude in the roam. Again, struggling a little bit to find a series win. Again, they have points, which is great. It's a great start. But remember, ladies and gentlemen, it's a shorter regular season, right? Usually by week 1, we're like, oh, they got time to adjust. Well, more so now than ever, they have to get it together here, and what a better way to start it than today against a team like AP Brent.
And especially when you have games all over your weekend, this is really a major matchup for you guys to take in because you're going to go up against AP Brent, one of IESF's world champions, SEA Games gold medalist as well. We all know the members of this team, Super Marco, Kyle TZ, Few, Flap TZ, and Ogwen. Although they also struggled with the recent series that they've had from before, going up against RSG, in which it was, I believe, one of the best series so far that we've had in this tournament because it lasted like 30 minutes. Now that this is a brand new week, right? 2 times.
2 30
This
minutes.
is like a brand new week for them. How will they take things into consideration? Will they be able to bounce back, or will ONIC actually exploit the fact that they can't finish the game, or will it be something else for Bren this time around?
Yeah, AP Bren are coming from that legendary series against RSGPH. This lineup that ONIC Philippines fielded today with Escalera, Cram, and Rapidude are the same lineup that they used when they faced up against RSGPH to start off MPL Philippines Season 12. So maybe there's going to be a little bit of that acknowledgement and familiarity of game. Maybe we might see ONIC-PH mirror a little bit of how RSG like to play their objective focus and trying to get wins from there. Let's look at the team head-to-head.
This head-to-head is actually pretty massive in terms of the KDA. We've seen AP Bren won a lot of their matches. You're also starting to see in terms of the objectives, AP Bren has secured more of that. But here is where things are going to matter a lot. In terms of like the hero pool, ONIC has used a lot of heroes the same way as AP Bren did. So maybe they have similar ways of getting the playstyle. They've also had a bunch of heroes that haven't been picked yet for the side of ONIC Philippines. It shows the fact that because of the transition of the players, the alternate playstyle of having Super Friends and Escalera play, there's a separate dynamic in where both of these players can just contribute. It also showcases here in the team head-to-head with the Sphere being showcased that the first blood ratio really goes into the hands of AP Brem. But again, the struggle is arriving in the mid to later portions of the game. And we're starting to see that in terms of what ONIC can continue to do, because they do have a bunch of Lord control ratio, and that Lord control, even if it's just 1 or maybe 2 that goes into the side of ONIC Philippines, they know how to maximize that major objective to take them into victory.
One thing we've said about ONIC Philippines and their fellow team that is somewhat struggling in the first week of MPL Philippines, MNNE Evos, is that we like how they move around in the early game.
Yep.
They always try to look for plays. One team's a little bit faster than the other, but ONIC are one of those teams that want to take control of that game early. AP Bren are similar to that. They don't always try to force it. Sometimes they'll wait for maybe the second or third turtle to really amp up their rotations. So that's something we have to watch out for when these two teams like to play very similarly in the early games.
One thing I love about that breakdown there too was the fact that both teams so far for Hero Pool have showed 18 heroes, right? What I loved about week 1 was just how many different heroes popped up in that week alone. And so again, I'm still thinking like, yeah, maybe we've established somewhat of a meta, but we still see some prizes here. And even for the fact that, like, Ogwin picked up the Grok, put him in the jungle. Like, who knows what other tricks are there for both the teams here. And I think that's what we're about to see as we head into Week 2, starting off with this matchup.
Yeah, we know Mpl-Ph have a wide roster that they can shuffle around their pieces in the mid, XP, and roam, meaning that there's a lot of surprises in that element, but in the picks as well. Coach Bluffsy is one of those coaches who really like to bring in new ways to draft the game. Similarly to Coach Vren of AP Vren, there you go, I like it. It fits. I feel like it was meant to be.
Yep.
He also has some ideas for what kind of picks to show up. But now let's talk about the keys to victory. And this time, Sona, say something smart.
I got you there, Renmar. I mean, honestly, we saw Wolf over there, but it doesn't matter at this point because this is now the Infinix keys to victory. I'm trying to hold my laugh just a little bit because I was so surprised with Wolf. But in terms of like the matchups that we have here for our players, now for ONIC Philippines, it is Nets. He has to be Super Marco's Kryptonite. Nets has been, or Super Marco rather, has been the second in rank in terms of the kills per game with 4.80 kills per game. So Nets really needs to stop it. He's just trying to hold a little bit more. And with the split push tactics that he has always tried to display and showcase and execute for the side of ONIC Philippines, that is where they usually gather the wins because of the side lanes being pushed, because of the inhibitors and turrets being out. And it's also the same for AP Bren because, you know, explain Flapped Easy, he literally has to flap his wings and locate the backlines. He's been doing that pretty well with most of the Terizla plays that he's been executing in this game, and this is where it really matters the most. In terms of like the matchup that we've seen from Flaptizi, he needs to find the squishy heroes. Try to find Nets, try to find Escalera heroes for them to be limited in terms of their gameplay and hopefully win this series and take the game. The confidence is there, but the execution needs to matter as well. And last but not the least is for veteran mid laners to lead their squad. Escalera has been part of the league for Season 9 or ever since Season 9. Meanwhile, Few has been here ever since the start of the season began or start of the MPL began. So it's really gonna matter for both of these teams or for both of these players on how they can lead their team heading into the matchup that we're gonna have for today. I'm very excited for what's about to arrive, but in terms of the rankings, Super Marco and Nets, it's actually looking like a pretty standard, but a pretty well-thought matchup as well.
Very
you
smart.
know why I did that?
Why?
That's because Wolf was, you know, presented. So, oh my god, I had to act smart. I
Yeah,
had to try to act
it was
smart.
the buff.
Yeah.
And right, we have a running joke. Actually, we have a running joke behind the scenes that Wolf is actually Hans's dad.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's funny because literally as Wolf's face popped up on the screen and then it went over to Hans quick, I was like, wow, they do look related.
Yeah, like if you put if you zoom in on Hans's face right now, look at the camera.
Don't
Hans,
do it, please.
And then someone edit a goatee on his face, he will really look a lot like Wolf. And your delivery of K2V, man, I love it, especially the point about the veteran mid laners leading the squad. Escalera here, you include him in a team because you want him to be vocal.
Yeah.
You want him to help lead the way for the entire team. And of course, well, we know how Few is like. And so around the leadership of the mid laners, their rotations alongside the roamer, they get to empower and buff up their junglers, Ryzen and Kyle TZ.
Dude, speaking of buff, now that I've seen that video clip of Ryzen, which I haven't seen until today,
yeah,
man, if I'm Kyle TZ, I'm like, whew, I don't know if I can do that many pull-ups, right? But it's the challenge in the jungle. I feel like where it all comes to play is, again, Kyle TZ has proved time and time again that he can go toe-to-toe with some of the best in the world. Ryzen, on the other hand, he's great as well, don't get me wrong. But this is where I feel like we should also focus on the matchup, like in the jungle alone, how this transitions for a lot of games, because I know both you guys are very smart, right? Your IQs are very high. You both share this chair over here. And, I would ask you guys, you know, biggest impact here. Is this the jungle matchup for these two teams, or is it elsewhere because of just how amazing of, you know, other roles you have on both these teams?
All right, let's test our connection right now.
Okay.
In the count of 3, we're gonna say the role of which we think is going to be the X factor.
Okay.
All right. 1, 2, 3. XP.
Jungle.
This
Okay.
connection.
All right,
please explain.
Okay.
Please explain yours.
Okay, I'll go ahead.
Yeah, you're
because this is just me subjectively speaking. Both of these players play Fanny very well. So that's just where I'm really looking forward to in terms of how they play, how they secure objectives. Calteezy, kind of decent in like taking a bunch of these objectives, but Ryzen really arrives at the occasion whenever he's needed, especially when the game kind of, lengthens a little bit more. It's going to be pretty interesting in terms of like the jungle matchup. But Renmer, why XP?
I was thinking XP because there is going to be a lot of focus on the center of the map, on the river in the jungle, the rotations of the XP laners today. Cram, if he can really just time his TPs perfectly, and Flapteezy with his rotations as well, they are going to be the X factors. I mean, that's pretty much the case, so maybe I went for the easy answer. So you know what? Let's just go ahead into the draft. ONIC-BH, AP Brand's going to be on the blue side. Bye-bye, Bruno.
Okay. Ban's already out, and I feel like this is interesting enough because we have a number counter as well.
Yeah, I mean, that was...
Okay.
Yeah. We haven't seen it for a very long time, but now Eve...
Those are
Bruno,
legitimately the number the times banned.
Yep,
yeah.
Number of times banned. And of course, part of this drafting phase so far all throughout the season. Can you just even imagine? I mean, I think Eve is banned like 10 times, and then Edith is banned 12 times all over week 1. So at this point, Kadita is going to be picked up. It's a Fuse special, if I should say, because he's picked up this hero so many times for the season. Yeah. He already has it for like at least one game, and he won 1 with it. But that's why he's an idol, right? He's ranked 3rd in Mpl-Ph all-time kills. And whenever he uses that Kadita, it really comes forth. But looking at the other side, ONIC yet to pick theirs.
You know what? I like it when AP Bren picks up the Kadita, because actually this is something ONIC has available for them, especially if it's the Super Prince variation of their line. Actually, no, even the Escalera variation. Wherein later on, AP Bren can actually pick up a jungle Grok because they're going to go for double mage setup for the roam and the mid. So that's available for APB, which is why ONIC are also looking at it and thinking, you know what, we're going to pick up the Faramis a little bit earlier on so that we have one less hero to watch out for if ever AP Bren will go for the double mage setup.
I think not only that too, but just Faramis is a little bit on the safer side as well because, again, let's say you lose someone to that burst, that Kadita, the rough waves, take out one of your members right away for ONIC Philippines. You can either avoid that with another realm or try to give yourself that advantage to make up for losing a member utilizing the ultimate, the Nether Realm, to extend some of those fights, some of those life bars of the rest of the members up to deal with that numbers disadvantage. So on the flip side, AP Bren going to go ahead and pick up the Baksha, throw that in the jungle, and pair it up with the Claude in this first phase.
This is going to be the first time that we're going to see Super Marco use this Claude all throughout the season. He's used 4 different heroes, and this is going to be the 5th one as part of his arsenal. In addition, you also have the Baksha as well that would be picked up. But you have any insights on this one?
I had some flashbacks here because, yes, it's the first time he's brought it out in this season, right? Because we've seen so many Brunos lately, especially. But man, did he play a mean Claude in ISF.
I agree.
And this was basically a key hero for him. So this still works in their game plan. My thing, too, is the Baksha, right? Baksha, not sure 100% how you guys feel about him now, even though he's kind of like a throwback pick, right, for a while, but he still serves a pretty good purpose.
Not to mention, Claude is also a very good counter to the NetherRealm, right? In
yeah.
case you guys missed it, NetherRealm is like the new moniker for the cult altar that was before, just like Sona, now Hans, just to put it out there.
Who's Sona? I only know Hans.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know.
Oh,
but
Burrito.
yeah, guys, shout out Burrito, the Gainsman. Martis is going to be the final pickup here. I wasn't surprised that ONIC is going to be the one to pick up this hero just because of the fact that you have 2 squishy heroes already presented here by the side of AP Bren. 3 major damage dealers that could really poise a lot here for the side of the Hive. Meanwhile, ONIC is going to pick up that early game hero that could really propel them into the early points of the matchup, because if you're going to look at Claude, it's kind of difficult for him to deal some damage in like the early portions, and that is where the Farsa ban will come in. You try to remove the mid game as much as possible, and then from there, just scale your way up.
Great banning right now from these 2 teams. ONIC, they take away the Farsa because now either the Beatrix or the carry will be their main options for their for their marksmen. Now on the side of AP Bren, they take away the Beatrix. Now my question is, are they going to take away the carry and then just leave whatever else maybe is available for ONIC? There's still a good amount there. I also really like that the early backshot pickup for AP Bren came through.
Yeah.
He is one of the top junglers, mainly because it turns off a lot of things, but it also turns off the idea of going into picking assassins. I feel like that Martis was just forced at that point. You're up against a backshot. You're not going to pick up a Ling. You're not going to pick up a Lancelot. You pick up a Martis to match it up close to close.
You know what surprises me is the fact that, like, so far at this point in the draft too, Valentina and Novaria weren't picked up. You know, and they're not banned out. They're still open. And that makes me wonder, like, what if AP Bren is deciding to go what you mentioned earlier, Renmar, the double mage setup? You know, put that Khadija there, snag yourself the Novaria if you want, and kind of work around that. Still gives you a ton of vision capability, poke ability, and burst. So I'm wondering if they want to go that way, unless, you know, we possibly see something from ONIC Philippines here.
You know what, from ONIC, I'm so used to seeing Rapidut use a bunch of like the crowd control heroes. Like the Atlas, the Khufra. It would be a surprise for me if the Faramis would go into the roaming position, because it kind of is Escalera's gameplay, right? He tries to go for the support. He leans towards the Khadita, the mages that really deal a ton of damage but can also assist the others in every way. Brody's going to be the pickup here for the side of ONIC Philippines. It is, you know, kind of a brand new hero also for Nets. Nets likes those gold laners that deal a heavy amount of damage in the early portions of the game, especially in terms of objectives. When he's trying to take the turtles, when he's trying to take the turrets, whether it's inner or outer, he deals a ton of damage, and that is the space that ONIC needs for them to actually execute in their gameplay.
I wonder if AP Bren, if they're not going to go for the double mage, will they go something like Uranus Grok? Grok Rogue Uranus in the XP lane. No, they're going to go for the Gourd and the Paquito.
Interesting.
I didn't expect my boy Gourd to come out here, just because, again, we've only so far seen two teams play it, right, for the most part. But this was nice. I'm glad to see it. Still technically is the double mage setup.
It
still kind of serves the purpose of what we were talking about before, you know. Not only that, but I can actually see, and I have seen this in game in my own experiences, when he's landing those injunctions and the skills, like the stuns are there from kind of these weird angles. This actually, or projectiles. How do I not know his skill name? Come on, projectiles. Nice, let's go. But got it. No, it actually works out really well with a Khadita. So those little, I guess, on-demand stuns in a way where it's like it's such a low cooldown, you can almost surely align yourself with a Khadita to get that rough waves off. So that is kind of scary to think about. And now it also comes into play where it's like, not only do they have a Claude from AP Bren, but now we have to work around the Mystic Gush as well. So how long can we keep the Netherrealm going? You know what I mean? When they're dealing with so much of this damage that's dealing with that Netherrealm just in general.
I mean, honestly, I feel like that's where the Khufra will come in. Try to initiate before they actually check the bush. You're starting to see now the index coming in from our side, wherein we're starting to see that team fight is heavy on the side of AP Bren, just because they do have more of, in fact, what they can showcase at the table. But there's the audience predictions. Renmar, it seems like it's leaning towards AP Bren.
Yeah, and the early to mid is also leaning towards AP Bren. We mentioned these are two teams who love that early to mid. By the way, watch out for the smart power prediction. At some point in the game, a poll will show up. You only have until the timer runs out to comment your prediction with the hashtag SmartPowersMPL12.
One lucky commenter who guesses correctly will win a redeemable in-game code. Remember, keep an eye out for the poll.
Baby D, black and yellow battle day. I came up with it, but I keep forgetting it. Let's go into the game now, and let's see if AP Bren will actually get that sweet early to mid game that the index is showing they will have.
This is a very good combination coming in from AP Bren in terms of mobility. I wouldn't be surprised if like they pick it up in terms of the emblems to just go for the extra movement speed, because they do have that already. So they'll try to prioritize their emblems more on the damage setup right now. But we're starting to see that, you know, they're just starting to build up a lot of those kinds of transitions, especially into the Little Wanderer, which AP Bren will be able to get.
Who will get a higher KD in this game? Ryzen or Kyle TZ? Comment your answer in the live stream chat chat with the hashtag #SmartPowersMPLS12. And this is what we're talking about. Early to mid AP Bren, yes, but this is what you always look out for when you are playing up against a Kufra, a Martis, is that you just make sure that the Martis doesn't get the snowball. Any weird things about the emblems you guys notice?
I mean, in terms of like the emblems, you have the triple tenacity, especially for the Brody. You got that as well with the assassin talent being picked up by the Brody in itself. So he's really going to deal a ton of damage, but at the same time try to sustain as much. Although Kyle TZ not so much.
Kyle TZ, nice knock up there. Can they convert into a kill? First blood for Kyle TZ, putting AP Bren on the board. It looked dire there for a second, and they turn it around. Great entry there once again from Oakland.
It looked good for ONIC when they came in, but then they have to consider that unless they see or unless they know where the Kadita is, they really have to count their abilities in their entries hands.
This is what was what Nysa was mentioning a while ago, right? You have the Mystic Gush, you also have the extra first skill that was available for them. So in terms of like the knockup coming in from Ogwen with the use of his Kadita, yes, he's not a squishy hero, or he's not a very tanky hero, but he can at least set up from a mile away, and that is what ONIC needs to worry about, as the turtle is already spawned.
All right, they're both jockeying for position right now. No one with a clear advantage, but you have to watch out for the level 4 Cram there. He can just disrupt the attempt of AP Bren anytime with a well-timed flicker penalty zone if he wants to. But Flap TZ actually already half a level in the lead, so that Paquita will have a damage.
Yeah, both of them lining up here. No one claiming that they want to actually give this one a go just yet, but looks like they'll finally commit here. Got to watch out for the initiation. Stun going to come through. Cram looking for an entry as well. It's going to be taken by Ryzen. So already they're going to be finding it out. They just disengaged though. So ONIC Philippines comes in. Happy with the majority of the damage being taken from AP Bren. They get the turtle.
That was great transition coming in from ONIC Philippines. They knew that they had the NetherRealm on their side, so they were very much willing to exhaust all of their resources as they were able to get the very first turtle of the game. AP Bren, the answer is to just continue to try and get more in terms of like the jungle creeps, because basically we do have the Baksha who already has 1 kill, and it's very much effective for him to just roam around the map, try to get rotations, you know, starve Ryzen from getting more objectives on his own, especially now that he already has 1 death. So Kyle TZ a little bit ahead.
Yeah, and look at AP Bren. They're going to be going for an aggressive rotation between 2 members of ONIC. Actually, Kyle TZ, his Retribution did not go off cooldown. That means, I'm not sure if he missed it, or maybe he was just slightly out of range of the turtle, or he didn't expect that ONIC will suddenly just bring the damage onto the turtle, so that Ryzen will be in the threshold to Retribution in a way. A little bit of a, well, let's just say that was a good play by ONIC for getting the first turtle.
Reminds me too, you know, going back, we took a glimpse at really the breakdown there, the turtle take specifically, or the turtle control.
Yep.
That's kind of what ONIC Philippines needed to do, right? They were able to secure that one for themselves. Hopefully they can continue on that path. AP Brents, for the most part though, really will be looking to grab some of these kills early on if they can, right? They need to be able to scale up pretty well, especially having this double mage lineup. They're going to be looking for it here. Getting NetherRealm out. Could be in trouble. Rapidu going to take some damage. There's a Mystic Gush. He has to flicker out, though. They couldn't get the kill they're looking for. Response still going to come through. Ryzen going to be in trouble now. Has to get away. Can he do it? Couple shots away. Ooh. Kill goes over to Few. Finally looking for more in the mid lane. And they're happy with that for now.
The question was if they can withstand the NetherRealm. And the answer is absolutely. That was a very masterful play coming in from AP Bren, because they knew that they had to just exhaust they had to exhaust the NetherRealm first and then deal a ton of damage from there. Good saving coming in from Ogwen, because he actually managed to save the second skill of the Kadita before the NetherRealm was popped off. And then once the NetherRealm was gone, he used the second skill, and then it was AP Bren, Super Marco going in with the extra basic attack, and from there, it was that Demon Hunter sword that really helped him to secure the kill because of the attack speed that it possesses.
Yeah, it looks like sometimes ONIC are a little bit too eager to start fighting this early on. Again, AP Bren, this is their window. In this early game, ONIC should really just try to farm up more as AP Bren go for an invade.
He got it too.
Yeah, He took it right from Ryzen. Now Ryzen going to be in trouble. Ogun again! Oh! Gets him with the rough waves. Converting another kill here for AP Bren. Kyle TZ charging up there. They also still have to watch out for Few. He does have that ultimate available as they now focus on Rapidu. Mystic Gush going to come through, paired with it. Gets the NetherRealm. They're going to rage into the walls. Rapidu will fall. Here comes Cram, though, as he's looking for more. Nets coming in to profit as well. They're trying to turn it around here. Blazing duo to push them back. Nets trying to get under the safety of the turret. Survives with one sliver of health. And now Flap on the run. Quite messy there for AP Bren.
Initially, they were very confident in going to the purple buff because they knew that it was Paramis and Kufra who could deal damage from all of those guys. And then it reached the point wherein they kind of overstayed. You and Ogun went down because of the fact that they no longer had any skills. The Rough Waves was already committed by Ogwen upon taking down Rapidut. Rapidut managed to stay alive for a little bit more seconds before he was taken out by the other members of AP Bren.
Yeah.
Well, technically now AP Bren still holds a significant amount of gold lead, but they need to be wary and take control before this happens, right? ONIC gets their scaling and they get the first turret of the game.
All right, ONIC meeting their timers perfectly in terms of getting their gold laner out, getting that scale. Oh, in the mid, Cram!
Yeah. Cram, wow, with a huge Netherrealm save in what looked like it should have been a sure kill. That's why they have that Fairness there with them. Now, third turtle of the game is up. Both junglers having one apiece here. They're going to want to battle this one out.
This is now Kyle TZ. This is going to be the estimate of what he can do. Meanwhile, Few and the others are just trying to zone them out, and it seems like it's going to be uncontested.
Yeah, good call by ONIC. If they contested that anymore, it'll be way too much for them to handle. Who's going to get this purple buff? Kyle TZ? No, it's still going to go to the hands of Ryzen.
Safe.
Okay.
Well, mind you, man. I mean, right now, it's like AP Brand just trying to control a bunch of the objectives, and ONIC is trying to make the necessary plays available to get themselves back in this game. However, AP Brand is always manning or putting at least a +1 up on their situation. Once they got the turtle, they also got the turret in exchange. In case, ONIC tries to go for the engage, that's the time where they take the kills. But if there's going to be no engage whatsoever, that's the opportunity for them to basically get the turret. So they have option A and option B. Very well orchestrated for the side of AP Brent.
ONIC right now, let's see what wins they could get from Mata here. Again, if they time things right, they should be able to fight. They just have to watch out for Super Marco. They can bait out abilities from Ogren, Q. Then that changes the focus of team fights. Now you have to look for the late entry of Flap TZ. And of course, the late entry of Super Marco is Claude, who we know will be the only key figure of sustained, no, not only, but alongside the Paquito, the key figure of sustained team fights for AP Bren. Item update, Hans. Is it really just looking good for AP Bren, or does ONIC have something up their sleeve?
I mean, they do already have the 2 items coming in from Nets, in which it will really play a lot. And right now, it's showcased on screen. Killing Spree as, of course, the assassin talent that he possesses 2-0-0. So he's really doing a pretty good job staying out of fights and going into fights whenever he's needed.
Yeah, and we got to see earlier in that one fight for the purple buff where ONIC turned it around. As long as Nets can free hit, he's good. So if he has the items, that's good news.
Okay, they already got the Netherrealm out too. You guys talking about items here. Another big one picked up for Nets. Cram in trouble. Can't survive that one. You see, just even without, when that Netherrealm is down, that's where you see AP Bren playing around it. And that time it worked, but now still a lot of focus here, even in the mid lane. Want to utilize Nets. Rapidu going to take a little bit of damage, but quite tanky himself. Should be fine.
Man, that is crazy. I tell you that, bouncing balls are very effective when you take them on land, but when you place them all over the sea, the balls don't bounce there. So that is something that is really playing very effective coming in from ONIC, or AP Bren rather, as the first Lord of the game is going to be uncontested. Super Marco having a feast day for AP Bren.
Yeah, man, big bouncing ball energy coming from AP Bren right now. Maximizing their lineup and their strength. And they're not even the ones with the Cupra, they're against it.
You got to say, so much pressure here in the jungle against ONIC Philippines, and they're really making them work, even just for these buffs, right? That's something that's kind of happened, and this was very apparent even back in the run for ISF for AP Bren, because they seem to have mastered this transition from that early to mid game, especially leading into the First Lord. And that's always where I feel like going up against AP Bren, teams have to find that challenge out. How do we maintain the early game? How do we get it so either we're toe-to-toe, if not have an advantage against AP Bren into the First Lord? ONIC Philippines, unfortunately, was not able to do that. They should make quick work of this Lord, though. They are slowly but surely getting further and further away in terms of economy here, and that is the trouble part. Now they try to hold on. They hold on to the tier 2 for now. Unless they press the situation, it's better if they don't. They have a lot of ground to cover.
Hans, what's the condition right now for ONIC? How do they come back here?
I mean, for ONIC, you just have to just let Rapidoot do his thing, right? Rapidoot, for some time, we've seen him try to unleash those Tyrant's Revenge and Rages, and you also have Escalera to just deal the necessary amount of sustain whenever it's needed. However, if you're starting to look at APBR, they're starting to build a commendable amount of gold lead. Almost an entirely full build already coming in from Super Marco. He has secured a bunch of items already with the Wind of Nature as a defensive mechanism. Meanwhile, for ONIC Philippines, we're starting to see that Ryzen, even though he's 0-3 and 0 now, he decides to build up more on those defensive items just so he can last more in terms of team fights. It's going to be a problem for ONIC Philippines once APBR just doesn't have half the damage left, or at least 25% of their HP left, because that's the time where Martes or Ryzen will come in, and once that doesn't happen, it's going to be difficult for them to execute and get back in this game.
The lack of magic damage as well from ONIC hurts, ironically enough, that Oni is a talisman and a truncheon for Escalera, and it's gotten to the point where Few actually has also built a lightning truncheon. So I know there's a conversation going around about what they call the quote-unquote only cooldown gourd.
Yep.
Actually, what Few did here for the emblems goes against that. He went for life drain and he went for thrill as well, if I'm not mistaken, for adaptive attack. He didn't go for the cooldown reduction, but he adjusted it in his item build. That's where he got the cooldown reduction from. He has an enchanted talisman after he built the Winter Truncheon, and now he has a Lightning Truncheon as well, so that's around 30-35% cooldown reduction.
Not to mention, I was also wondering why they didn't pick up the Novaria and went for the Gourd instead, because we are usually, we are so used to seeing the Kadita and Novaria being combined together,
yeah,
right?
that's so
but
true.
Instead, this time, they went for the Gourd just because it already has the stun. It also has a very proactive approach towards the team fights, because you have stun, you have vision all the time, and you also have the ultimate just in case you want to go. So it's not just vision, it's also the rest of the members just trying to clear it in, but so far, this is the way for them to start. Ogwin is down.
Okay, we missed what happened there. Ogwin being out of the picture is big here for ONIC Philippines as they try to contest this next Lord. They're going to be fighting for it. Conceal goes in. Cram going to jump in right on Few. Few going to be in trouble dealing with this Terizla. Has to get taken down there. They're trying to hold it on for this Lord. Still going to be going flap. TZ Force now. It's secured by nets. The Mystic Gush comes through, pushing Escalera back. Can they convert this, though? ONIC has the Lord. They only lost one, so in terms of the trade, it was 2 for 1, but they got the Lord.
You mentioned that earlier, Hans. Rapidoot, let him do his thing. And alongside another member of ONIC, it slipped my mind who it was he was with. I believe it was Nets.
Yep.
They were able to find the guy. They found Ogwen, and that gave APBR a difficult time to position for that Lord.
Also, very commendable initiation coming in from Cram. Even though he was brought down, he gave Few a hard time to go ahead and initiate, use the ultimate coming in from the Gourd to just dish a ton amount of damage. And ONIC manages to secure the objective. This is the reason why you give Nets a hero that is very good in terms of like clearing out the major objectives. In terms of turrets, in terms of the major objectives such as the Lord, he is very well commended. Nice torn apart memory as well into unleashing upon the other members, but a fight again.
They're going to go again. Few flickering in, trying to get that kill. They are going to get the Netherrealm out. These could be in trouble. Nets will fall. Finding the perfect target. Still, Escalera will fall as well. Make it 3 as Cram falls in the mid lane too. Looking for more. Rapidoot on the run. He's going to get retribution. Can't escape this. It's too much. He flickers out trying to stay alive and will get whittled down before taken out by Super Marco.
Quick feet, movement. That's the story of APBR in this matchup. I mean, rotations. We have backline access, whatever you call it. Paquito is just going to be right behind them when they tend to initiate. There's going to be 4 members initially, but from that on, once the ultimates are being exhausted, it's just like this.
Marco going in with Blazing Duet, able to get the kill they were looking for. That's the pressure. Now working on this bottom lane base turret. They take that out. Looks like APBR's going to be happy about it. And you were talking about it there, Hands. You see that that exchange. The slow coming out, whether that's Few, worked with Ogwin with the burst, and then here comes Super Marco with the Blazing Duet. It folds, it overlaps so well there.
Yeah, and it hurts if you're an ONIC fan here and for ONIC, because they did one of the key things they needed to do to retake control of this game, which was you win the Lord and you win the first Lord of the game, or second Lord of the game, and then you build something off of that. They were trying to find something in the mid lane, but then AP Brent just caught them off guard. You said feet work, Hans? Well, they did. AP Brent, some really great feet work, avoiding as well the entry of Rapidude. He ended up clapping the wall because of how well AP Brent avoided him.
And to add to everyone's point, like, did you guys see the gold of Flap TZ at this point? Like, he was second to the gold laner. He was second. Yeah, he's basically rich.
Oh, wow.
You know, and he's richer than all 5 members coming in from the side of ONIC. That's how very well and calculated. He's trying to push all the minion waves. He's basically just giving out and dishing out the turret damage, split pushes, but now they're seen.
Okay, Ogwin gonna find Cram, gets the flicker out, still gonna be working on this Lord. Flap TZ trying to help zone control here. Conceal play coming through. They're going to find Nets. Actually, there. The flicker comes in from Rapidu. Going to find the Rage. Still, can they get the Lord they're looking for? Rapidu will find it. Secured by Ryzen, though. Can they stay alive? Double kill for Super Marco. Nets trying to help out here. Ryzen will fall as well. 3 down. Make it 4 as Cram will get taken out as well. Although he tries, it's a maniac for Super Marco.
Call him Super Maniac at this point. What a turnaround by APB. Rapidude could only find Kyle TZ, but at that point the Lord was way too high. They didn't need to worry about it.
This is now the major point, and they're about to finish this game.
They're looking to punch this one in, and Nets trying to buy as much time as he can. Immortality will be popped for the full waves here. Rapidude is up, but he's not going to be enough, and AP Bren will secure game 1.
A little bit of magic coming from APB to turn it around just when ONIC thought it was their time to turn it around.
That was a magnificent play coming in from the side of AP Bren. They had access over at front and even at the back. It was just, you know, Flap TZ looming around the corner, trying to find for ways for them to just run out of energy, run out of gas. And then it was Flap TZ's turn. Okay, I have basically a full tank of gasoline ready to be delivered. It's time to ignite the fire.
Man, there's a popular movie series that people have told me about called Magic Mike.
Magic Mike.
With how Super Mario... I've never seen it, by the way.
I've seen it.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah.
Quantum Charge.
It's inspiring. It's inspiring. With how Super Marco closed that out and how he performed this game, that was a Magic Marco performance.
You know what's crazy, too?
You
know what's crazy?
What?
Gord's still 100%.
Oh, yeah, 5-0. He's undefeated.
Great job, Few. Keeping it alive.
Keeping it alive. Keep the streak alive. This is mind-boggling to think about. Like, how big Gord now is in the meta.
Gord is in the meta. Bruno, first phase ban. Baksha getting picked up in the first phase. And you know what? I'm excited to hear the analysis here of Hans because I feel like at some portions, even though the Faramis pick was a point of contention, wasn't really good. Wasn't shown a little bit too early because the lack of damage came back to bite them. How they played around with the decisions. Just when we thought ONIC could make a comeback, suddenly they slip or AP Brent caught them sleeping. Well, let's see what Hans will bring to the table with the explanation and the analysis of that magical game number 1 between AP Brent and ONIC Philippines. Hans, say something smart.
All right, it's not Wolf this time. It's me, okay? So let me clear that out. That was a wonderful matchup coming in from AP Bren that got them the victory in the very first match of the first series today. One of the things that I really took note upon was the draft in terms of the 2 teams. The Faramis was picked up here by the side of ONIC Philippines because they knew that there was so much, but this is the guy that they needed to watch out for. Nets was told to be Super Marco's kryptonite, but he's Superman for a reason. Super Marco from AP Bren 705 in terms of KDA. It was also magnificent coming in from the rest of the members of AP Bren to just take care of him, to just try to get as much gold and scale as fast as possible. And then from there, it was showtime for Super Marco, the gold laner of AP Bren, to unleash the fury and get the game number 1 victory that we've had here. Tenacity was also built up by the Claude here, in which it was a wonderful, or it was an important thing for him to take note of in this matchup. Teamfight participation was also there in 75%. Especially here, when you take a look at the highlights right now, it was one thing that led to another. It was AP Bren usually just being overly or super aggressive as they usually are, because you have Kaltizi having the backshot, having one of the most sustainable heroes that we've had in the game so far, going up against Ryzen. Unfortunately, though, for Ryzen, he didn't really hit his stride in this matchup because there was no way for them to deal the pokes, no way for them to deal the damage that was necessary for them to be able to take control of this game. Because again, once you have a Martis, you need a very good poking magic damage dealer on the other side for you to actually initiate, and for Ryzen to actually use his decimation. And at this point, he didn't really use it as much, so it really led to the point where APBR was having a field day in the early portions of the game, and ONIC just trading them more with the objectives, and just trading them more with the turtle takes, such as what Ryzen did a while ago. But from here on out, we start to see that APBR manages to take control upon so many other things because Super Marco has finally reached his scale. This is the reason why the Claude is always going to be an answer towards the Faramis. It's very easy to burn down the Netherrealm, and it's very easy also for Super Marco to just dish out the amount of damage that was important for them to take control of this game. It was the backline access coming in from FlapTZ as well with the use of his Paquito, even though he was dying in a couple of times, but even so, it was important for him to be able to manage to secure those kills for them to propel themselves into this game. 16-4 in terms of kill score. It was again APBR all over the map courtesy of FlapTZ and Super Marco as well. 8 turrets to 3, it was something that was inevitable because it was only Nets that had most of turret damage coming in from the side of ONIC Philippines. And take a look at this, right? Purple buff is the most important part of having the Martis on your arsenal. Yes, it doesn't really have as much of an importance, but when it goes into the side of APBR, that's where things start to get a little bit squishy for the side of ONIC Philippines. Defensive items was already built here by Ryzen. He was on his way to his 4th item, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough. He even bought a blade armor to at least just stop Super Marco from hurting the Martis. But even so, Super Marco already has an entire full build. The holy trinity of attack speed items were already available on his arsenal. And not to mention, Kaltizi was at least part of the fight 85% of the time, and he wasn't stopped. Let's take a look. Oh, wait, I was quite close. 81%. Few, though, had a field day in this matchup. Yes, he was tried to being taken down by Cram with the use of the Terizla, because that is the main goal of the Terizla, to find the squishy heroes with the use of the penalty zone. However, it was a 50-50 matchup. Once the penalty zone was there, if the damage was not followed up by the side of ONIC Philippines, and that was also a problem, as mentioned by Reptar a while ago. You didn't really have the magic damage to suffice, or to actually use the poke first to poke, and then to dish out the damage that was needed. So it was quite easier for APBR to itemize at this point, prioritize the physical damage items over the magic defense ones. So this is something that was very masterful coming in from APBR. It really started in terms of the draft because they knew what they really wanted to do was to be super and heavily aggressive, but from here on out, it's really going to be up to ONIC. How can they bounce back in terms of the draft? Because I really felt like that is where the problem started arriving. The Faramis, it was a good pick, but if you start to, think about Rapido's gameplay, it's kind of disconnected.
Yeah, it disconnects with the Kufra. Honestly, the bringing back of the Faramis was kind of chuggy. It's calling back to a time that was
kind of what?
Chuggy, bro. Hey, new word for the day. It's trying to bring back something that used to be trendy, but it isn't trendy anymore with an early game.
It's chuggy, bro.
It's chuggy, bro.
Is that
it's kind of chuggy.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's a word I learned from friends across the ocean.
Yeah. It's chuggy.
Now we know.
Yeah.
Now I should say now I know. Maybe everybody knew, and I didn't know.
I mean, you learn something new every day, right?
So, I like what you guys are saying though, and you see it unfold within the game, where again the Faramis pick, and Redmark called it even throughout the game. It just wasn't enough magic damage. Yeah. Especially again when you're kind of forced in this situation against the double mage lineup that your literally job is okay, I can't even get close enough to poke with the little bit of damage that I have.
Right.
I need to just stay here in Netherrealm. That is kind of what ended up happening. So, that was definitely a weakness in kind of how things played out there. So hopefully they can adjust for Game 2's draft.
Ultimately, though, I like the Faramis pick initially because I get what they were thinking at, wherein it's like, I felt like ONIC already knew that this was coming from AB Brand. The chances of going for that bursty double mage setup. So they thought, hey, if we have the NetherRealm, it'll be something that, you know, we can play around. It tempers their expectations. But then AP Brand just drafted really well around it. And most importantly, as I mentioned earlier, they played around it really well. That multiple times during that game we kept mentioning, oh, they kept baiting it out. They forced it out way too early.
And that was a reason. That was also the reason why they pick up the gourd in like the second phase of the matchup, because knowing that there was a Faramis on the other side, it wouldn't really be advisable to have a setter type of hero, just because once you set, the NetherRealm is basically still gonna be there. You need a peeler to just tear the armor down, bring the NetherRealm out, and that's where the gourd could perfectly come in. Because again, we're so used to the Novaria and Kadita, but maybe gourd and Kadita works as well.
I think it does. That was proof also, and I think you also talked about this hands where, again, when you typically see a Faramis locked in the first phase, you're already thinking, how do we deal with that, right? And a lot of times it's, for example, the Claudes or maybe an Earthil, right? Something to deal with that. But so you have that as like almost a plan B at that point because you lock in the gourd. So the gourd's Mystic Gush already helps deal with a lot of the NetherRealm health bars, and then comes in the Claude, and that's why we saw even MVP performance with Super Marco, the Maniac that he got there, was again because he farmed up very, very well in the early game because of the control that was there with the double mage setup. And then I like to call it the gold lane experience. You have a great time, you're vacation mode in a sense, and then you profit off and you get moments like that, which is what AP Brent does so well, right? I mean, we've seen that a lot of times, and I feel like when we look at ONIC Philippines, even when we saw them go through the multiple changes that they have, right, the past couple seasons, and these guys stepping in, and then some switches here and there happening, there's like synergy with this team, but something is lacking, right? And it's almost more apparent when they're lined up against a team like AP Bren that has literally been playing together for like so long now at this point. You know what I mean?
The same dudes in season 10.
Exactly. Yeah. So. It's again, when you just watch the gameplay, it's apparent that something is lacking there, and it's not 100% just the draft, right? It is obviously the execution as well. So that's why now I'm kind of wondering, like, okay, ONIC Philippines, again, what can they do to kind of like reset this? How can they have a better time? Obviously, it does start in the draft, right?
Yeah.
But then even when it comes to, we're in the Land of Dawn, what do they have to do there, like against a team like AP Brent?
All right, so gentlemen, Hans, let's pretend we have some really scalding cups of tea right now.
Okay.
All right, welcome to English Tea Time in MPL Philippines. Ooh, too hot, too hot. So, Hans, laid down. A lot of questions already for ONIC, but what does AP Brand need to work on or avoid doing? They won that game, but they got caught slipping sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, while I take a look at it, there were so many moments where they played overly aggressive, but I think MPL Season 12 is also live on Smart's live stream, right?
It is! Watch your favorite MPL teams battle it out and don't miss on any of the epic power plays. Download the Smart Live Stream app now, available on your device's official app store. All right, tea's still hot, so it's really just that.
I didn't let go.
Oh, you didn't let go? So you're still going?
I put mine down.
Okay.
I put mine down.
You got to put in. I mean, they played overly aggressive, so that was very good, especially for their composition, which was, again, okay for them because they had the backsha. They also had, the core that was playing pretty well in terms of like the composition because you have stun, you have the backsha, therefore he's just going to throw wheels over and then it's going to be donezo. But then what if there's going to be a change for Onyx bans, right? They have to be wary of that. There's going to be a change in terms of like maybe the gourd being banned, the gourd being banned, maybe the backsha being banned as well. We've seen Kyle TC play the Fanny, right? But Ryzen can also do the same thing, so they have to be prepared for that kind of situation because I'm sure that ONIC could change things up. But I also want to focus a little bit on the side of ONIC. It's gonna be a surprise for me if Rapido actually manages to use like a Novaria roam. Because we haven't seen that for the very long time. For the longest time.
Let's see if they'll actually have that available.
He did mention before, going into week 1, he's like, well, because, again, they call him Chef Rapido, right?
Right.
Because he cooks for the team, but then they're like, oh, it was Manjin that was interviewing him. It's like, what's different about the chef this season? And all we got from him was, it's a little more spicy.
Anghang.
Anghang, yeah.
Anghang.
Anghang, which means To our,
What were you? Sorry, what were you?
all right.
What were you supposed to
What were you
say?
gonna say?
You guys get to shine in your high IQ seconds.
Wait, sorry, what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say spicy.
We get the shine
Oh, okay,
for
okay.
high IQ.
I'm like building up, and then you just take the what? No.
sorry.
It's just a teen. I'm joking.
I thought it was
sorry.
complete your sentences kind of thing.
No,
like,
that works too.
Like how couples complete each other's sandwiches.
That works too.
So we're not a couple.
We're
Well, I just got like
That sounded
some pretty
so-
bad PTSD there.
no, but
Save me.
building up to it. That's what I'm saying, man. Like the fact that Rapidu, what Hans is saying is he would like to see maybe he changes some of that play style there, right?
Right.
Maybe that is something that he wants to go for. And you know what, we actually talked about this last season quite a bit when we talked about the roaming. I think it was like the roaming styles or something like that. And even if you look at other MPL regions around the world, there's clearly a lot of people who say, oh, this roamer's like this roamer plays like that. Rapidu, for one, again, you know, I feel like there's still room, obviously, for him to develop, but he has kind of established this, you know, I like these setters, I like these tanks and whatnot. So I'm wondering, right, do they kind of deviate from that? Is he the one? Is he kind of like that anchor in that lineup that maybe they change something up this time?
I mean, at this point, he kinda is because he's leading in terms of like assists per game with 9.83.
Yeah.
He leads all players in MPL Philippines Season 12 right now. That really is a very important stat to look at because so far, he's using that, the Atlases, the Kufras, even the Cho. So he's really lenient towards those sustainable and tanky kinds of heroes. So now, this time around, let's see if he has something up his sleeve. Does he have the sile? Does he have the pepper in him to create the spice, a little bit more spice for the side of ONIC Philippines heading into Game 2?
Yeah. All right. Let's see what the situation will be going into this draft right now. Some interesting drafts. We may potentially be going into a little bit of a redraft situation. We will get confirmation there. But once you see a Mia get banned out, usually that might be the case.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
as we head into the draft and wait for it to return here, talk about it again. Sum it up. All the great points that we brought up. AP Bren, keep it up. But if you're gonna be aggressive and excited, don't get a little bit too excited. Job's not finished.
Yeah.
Job's not finished. On the side of ONIC, I feel like it's a little bit leaning more towards just gotta change like one or two pieces, and make sure that you're making the most out of who is playing right now.
Yeah.
And make sure they have the right pieces to play around it.
Right. You got that right, 100%. Because I was also thinking about more on their own comfort. I mean, I get that Escalera is the type of hero that, you know, or the type of player.
He is
that
a hero
really,
in my
yeah,
eyes.
I mean, yeah, he's a hero. Salute.
He's a hero.
I was just about to say, like, Escalera can also play like the Farsa. Can also play the burst amount of heroes. He even played Sicilian at some point. So he knows that, or the coaches probably do know that, you know, he has what it takes to just, you know, put him in a position where he can also deal damage. Because when you base it on the draft coming in from the side of AP Brand, there's no sustainable heroes from both the mid and even the roam side because Ogwen used Kadita, in which we're used to seeing Ogwen like pick up the Cho, also picking up the Atlas. So that's something that maybe Rapidut can explore like later on in the series, and that's what we've been talking about in the desk.
I think, you know, again, while we're waiting for this draft to pull up here, there's really so many things that you can actually look at, specifically for ONIC Philippines. Even before we got into the series, that's why I wanted to ask you guys, like, what role or what lane really do you really want to pay attention to in terms of like the impact of that game? And again, if I look back at game one, yes, Ryzen came in on that Martes, he might have gotten that first turtle. But then from there, he really wasn't in a position to do what he needed to do in the jungle, right? And,
Right.
And I think, too, at the same time, that's why Bren is like, AP Bren was like, all right, when we actually have this little advantage, because remember, it was relatively close for the early minutes of the game.
Yep.
And then when they had this small lead, it was like, we are going to pressure Ryzen so hard just for this purple buff. Even though this is a Martes.
Right.
We are just going to force him in a situation that obviously he's not comfortable with. And it also had this compound effect throughout the game. Now, it was great that Nets was actually in a position to, you know, be impactful on this Brody the previous game. And I think, again, he can do similar things. But really in game two, at least what the glaring issue for me is, Ryzen needs to have a better time in the jungle. How does he accomplish that? You know, that's what they have to figure out. And a part of that is if AP Bren is putting the pressure in his jungle again, then he's going to rely on some of his team, not just his mechanical skill, to be able to move around with that pressure.
And you see there the affection coming in from Flap Teasy and Kyle Teasy, the Gen 2 Gen 2 Teasy Bros. Yep, there we go. And we just got word we are going to be heading into the draft again just in a bit. We just had to go through a little remake situation here, but of course we do all of these to make sure that our athletes and our players are at the most optimal scenario for them to perform at the top of their game. So now I feel like as we talk about it, going back in the past,
All right.
to when we asked each other, like, which role is it? For you, Hans, it was jungle.
It was jungle.
For me, it was XP. But now I feel like it's now a marriage of, well, we need to see the XP and the jungle do well, and who does that for the team? It's the mid and the roam.
Yeah.
But now more specifically, because of how the draft went and how the game went in game number 1, mid seems like the key thing here that you have to look at, especially with getting the most optimal picks for the mid laners.
Speaking of mid laners, one mid laner right over there playing as a reserve right now is Super Friends. Meanwhile, the others are going to be on the other side. I don't know what's happening with them dudes, but, you know, they seem to be having fun right now because at least AP Bren is now up 1-0. And this is actually going to be a major thing that we have to discuss here, especially for the marriage between the XP and the jungle, right? Dishing a good amount of damage, meanwhile just trying to sustain. Kram did that a while ago when they were trying to take the Lord, right?
Yeah.
Right, Kram. But,
I like how you say
But unfortunately for the guy, right, he was brought down and AP Bren transitioned into taking kills instead of objectives. So ONIC Philippines needs to be careful about that kind of scenario happening because we know that especially in terms of like the gold gap where it reached around 6.4k, that's something that AP Bren can do, knowing that they're a very aggressive team to begin with.
You know, revisiting the draft here, I was thinking about, what pieces can ONIC bring out? And in my head, one hero kept popping up in and out of her mech. The Edith. But then AP Bren. There we go. I just said Edith, okay? So
AP Bren, yeah.
AP Bren. They took that bread away from ONIC by banning it out in the first phase.
Yeah.
So I feel like that's also really great understanding by the side of AP Ben. He keeps changing.
Breath, AP Ben.
Okay, let's practice.
That AP Bren. That AP Bren know ONIC so well that they're willing to ban out the Edith in the first phase.
Shout out Ben Things.
Shout out Ben Things. I mean, Kyrie.
I think you started it yourself, Renmar, earlier, when you're like, AP Bren.
Yeah.
It started there.
I've just set myself up for confusion the entire series.
No, but, you know, all good points. Once again, we really can only contemplate so much, right? Especially after just that one game, because really if you do, there we are. All right, we're loading up. And now, yes, AP Bren. Okay, we saw it for a second, but I think they are. I think AP Bren is on the blue side, right? At least that is established.
Yeah. Same as game 1.
Yeah, same as game 1. And again, when we look at game 1, like I'm saying, and most of these teams going against AP Bren, they've got to lock down that transition into the mid game, into the first Lord. That is so crucial. And it's something that, again, I just feel like AP Bren has mastered for some reason. And maybe it's the fact that, like they've been playing forever. It seems like forever, and you know, since season 10. But, you know, still they've really solidified their transitions, you know, from phase to phase to phase. And I think that's what makes them such a strong team and why they've accomplished what they have. Okay, we are getting at least a view here of kind of the first phase, how they're falling into place.
With how the draft went, I'm trying to guess right now if it is going to be, if it was ONIC on the blue side, on the left side of your screen, but with how this looks, it's looking more of like Bren was actually in the blue side. We're going to get confirmation there.
Yeah.
Because it makes sense that they went first pick Kadita, then the response of ONIC was Teresa Claude, and then Paquito Baksha, and then it went... I was right. Okay,
there it is. Okay, so AP Bren was on the blue side, and this is something that I actually like over on the other, which is Ryzen picking up this Lancelot here for the side of ONIC Philippines. Because from what we're seeing from like the first 3 picks of the side of AP Bren, The only hard ground control skill that you can rely on is going to be the second skill of the Kadita mixed with a Petrify as well. There's going to be room for movement for Ryzen to hopefully use his mechanical prowess, use the puncture to dish out a ton amount of damage right now. So as of this moment, the Franco is going to be banned to just simply remove a bunch of those heroes or a bunch of those crowd control skills heavily onto the side of ONIC Philippines, just to give, Ryzen room for him to grow and even move around the Land of Dawn.
I like this ban here actually by ONIC. Good read on taking away the Beatrix. Now they're looking at taking away picks from Super Marco itself. If you Brent, I'm thinking, are they still going to lean towards going for that double mage though? But now it might be difficult considering that they're up against, Lance, Turisla, and Claude.
There's still the Brody though, I think so.
Most likely ONIC's going to pick up the Farsa.
Right?
Yeah, I don't see a choice for them to do.
It's a choice for them to make because again, you do have basically the Valentina available, so it's still an option. But depending on the final 2 picks that AP Bren would pick up, should you go for the Valentina in this situation, the Grok and the Kufra are now removed by AP Bren. It's prioritized, or it's leaning towards the hero pool coming in from Rapidut. And this is what we've been talking about a while ago, right? Is he gonna go for more or less a team fight kind of hero once again, or will he try to go for the Cho? Or maybe AP Bren goes for the Cho just because there's a Lancelot on the other side.
Yeah. All good options here. AP Brent taking away the Kufra and Grok. It's sort of like them telling ONIC, hey, go ahead, pick up the Farsa. Look, all the best possible pieces to take away the Farsa are gone.
I didn't cure the pain.
See if it was. Oh, it's a Valentina.
Okay.
They can still go double mage.
Yeah, they can still do it. And also, kind of what I was thinking is, maybe Farsa. If not that, then the Valentina. And I think, it works out really well because, again, you have quite a bit of poke, and obviously you can play more aggressive than you could before with the Faramis.
Imagine if they went Gord again. Like, this is the same 3 picks that they've had in, the first game.
Yeah.
So
they would just change the Claude out.
There's a huge double mage setup that we have here for both of the teams, as Renmar has mentioned a while ago.
Yeah, and another option, though, is for them to go mid Kaditar, roam, tanky roamer, but then they pick up a Harith as a gold laner, as an option. If they still want to stick to the idea of, let's play fast, scale fast.
This is a decision that they need to make because there's also Terizla on the other side. So it's something that they need to worry about. But speaking of which, we're going to go back to the setter tanks, says Ogwen, picking up the Minotaur, which is actually going to play super well going up against a Lancelot because you have only jumps and only crowd control skills for the rest of time.
Yeah, if I'm ONIC though, and if I'm Escalera, I'm happy that I see the Minotaur.
Right.
This is good for ONIC actually.
That's true. I mean, it could cause problems for the Lancelot, but once you're Escalera with the use of this Valentina, this is why it's really going to come in handy for Escalera at this point. You can make your choice upon using the Nerf Waves to basically escape out of situations, or maybe use the Minoan's Fury to set up for your teammates as well. You also have the Penalty Zone and the Blazing Duet, so it's a wombo combo kind of skill set that ONIC Philippines has, and it will be finalized by the Roamer, which is going to be none other than the Lolita. So there's double, maybe triple setups that will arrive or will come from the side of the Sonics.
The CC capabilities of ONIC Philippines lineup is amazing, right?
Yeah.
Like that, especially given the fact that, again, they have a Valentina, and not only can you kind of poke down and you have a little more magic damage to work with, but you could technically, take a couple different options here for ultimates as we take a look at the index here on how this lineup kind of matches up against each other.
Yeah, looking at the index though, it looks like ONIC actually, it's favoring towards ONIC.
Yeah, they have very good team fight capabilities, and also the late game just because of having the Claude on their side. The only main concern that I've seen that goes into the lead of AP Bren is the sustain factor. Having the Claude as your only damage dealer is going to be somewhat of a concern in terms of the damage per second. So it's going to be up to the Lancelot. It's going to be up to Ryzen to scale very well, secure a bunch of objectives, give more leeway for the rest of the members to take control of this game.
Second game for the Black and Yellow Battle Day. Is the index right? Will ONIC actually make the most of their lineup and be able to force a game number 3, or will APB recover from their legendary battle, which ended in the defeat against RSG with a 2-0 today? Lots of questions. I can't wait for these two to answer.
This is a very new setup for me. I mean, I haven't seen the Minotaur in so long. Ogwen is going to be the one to use it for them. At the same time, Rapido's going to be using like a setup hero. It's not as, fast and flashy as all of the other roamers that he has used, but it's really going to do the job, especially when Cram lands those penalty zones, whether it's offensive or maybe defensive. Shout out to Mirko, though, because I've heard that from him. So now, AP Brand is really going to try to use that overly aggressive rotation in like the first turtle fight. They're not going to do that right now because they know that the tankiness and sustainability, especially with the emblems that have built up here with the extra movement speed coming in from the Claude, Terizla, and the Lolita for ONIC Philippines, so they can go from one lane to another to assist their teammates.
Yeah. And it's interesting because of all the crowd controls that AP Brand has, Escalera actually picked up a Hold Yourself Together just so he can get quicker access to the Purify.
Right.
And of course, Nets also has it with him as well. So ONIC are respecting the fact that there's a lot of crowd control on the side of APB, that even though they have a lot of it themselves, you also have to respect the crowd control of APB.
I want to pick your brain for a little bit here real quick before we find out one of these first skirmishes. Now, the Impure Rage for Ryzen, and we've seen a couple Lancelot players do this.
Yep.
Is that a better option? I mean, compared to where we see a lot of like killing sprees, for example, or something else.
It's something that like helps in just trying to dish out damage like over time, but it really is going to be super important in terms of like objectives. But in fights, it's good.
Wow, look at the damage already on Flap Teasy. He falls to Escalera.
Oh!
Bam! Jumping in with the penalty zone flicker combination. Ogwin on the run here as well, alongside Few and Kyle Teasy. They're going to be pushed out of this turtle take. ONIC Philippines still going about it slowly. There's the knock-up. Cram could be in trouble here. Few able to secure the kill. Still fighting for this turtle. Super Marco goes down off camera. They go out for a Kyle Teasy. Gets the turtle, and they still go on. Escalera falls here. So AP Bren finds the turtle and a couple of kills, but Nets finds one off the map, and now they battle out for the purple buff. The Numenon Blast will land, but the purple will be secured for Ryzen.
That was one of the things that I was really concerned about, especially coming in from Ryzen at this point, right? Ryzen was able to escape, but in return, Kram was there. Kram, that's how you make an entrance. Flicker penalty zone onto 3 just shows that he hasn't really let up with the use of his Terizla in game number 1, as it was something that we've been talking about constantly in like the first few minutes of the matchup. ONIC has what it takes in terms of like the team fight capabilities that they have. AP Bren, on the other hand, they have something that extends team fights, or when the team fights are extended very well, they can actually suffice in terms of like the damage department. So ONIC Philippines needs to choose their battles. They have options, but they just need to just find their way to make sure that they can get the victory.
You said the magic phrase, choose your battles. I'm gonna also add to that, find your right timings.
Right.
Because you in a game where you have a lot of crowd control abilities on both teams, timing of abilities and dashes is crucial. This is gonna be a micro battle in team fights, and might just be the determining factor.
Oh, okay. Rapidoot, they get his flicker out, so that is a minor win for AP Brand. They're going to be happy about that too, especially as it leads into the next objective, right, which is this turtle here. So the fact that Rapidoot doesn't quite have that combination that we see so often, that is an advantage. And also going to find another one here. Cram gets taken out, leading again into this turtle here. So he should possibly be back up for the fight if they delay it enough. But ONIC Philippines, they've got to do something with this aggression from AP Brent.
Guys, Few and AP Brent are just too good in the timings. Like, they know that the purple buff is actually going to arrive, and once they had the feeling that 2 other members were just waiting for them there, they just went into the XP, and Kaltizi went for it, secured the turtle, and secured more in the process.
Yeah. Now, though, ONIC, we have to also commend their adjustment into this. They know, oh man, it's so hard to fight them around the turtle. Hey, Super Marco got taken down earlier by Nets. Let's help out our gold laner. Let's speed up the farm of this Claude, and that's exactly what ONIC are doing. Super Marco is about to lose lane in just a bit.
Okay, they try to hold on to this turret. They can't. even with the help of Ogwin. So ONIC Philippines able to at least get a turret here to try to work with some of the space that they have, right? Especially now that they transition to the other lanes. Working still for a few. Once again, gets the knockup on Cram. Cram could be in trouble as he falls once again. Minoan Fury goes out. They're going to push him back. You just can't escape. Rapiduta in trouble, and Escalera falls as well. Another big pickup for AP Bren.
What seemed to be like showdown. This is what you've been talking about to us about, Renmar. Like, you have to choose your battles, but the timing was there. But it was two sides of the coin. Bad timing and good timing for the side of AP Bren.
How do you choose your battles when you just want to play your heroes, right? I mean, you're just you're in air for quite a long time.
I just want to play, why am I constantly knocked up? Why am I always crowd controlled?
Bro said you have to be in a party for this one.
Yeah, welcome to the AP Bounce House. AP Bren, they did the right move there, because usually when your gold laner loses like that, you try to come back by going for the mid lane of the opposing team if ever their mid lane tower isn't down yet. So they made the right call. Now, after that, they just straight up balloon. So now, is ONIC even the... Wait, Ryzen.
Yeah.
No. Oh, that's not good. Okay.
As you were saying.
Yeah. Hans, ONIC, will they even contest this, or should they just try to push elsewhere?
Yeah, I don't think they will be able to contest this next turtle in the matchup because there's so many outer turrets that are already out of the map coming in from ONIC Philippines. AP Bren has already developed a 4.9k gold lead, and it's gonna continue to grow because of the turtle take that will be taken upon Kyle TZ. 1-0-6 right now. He has 100% of the kill participation. This is what you like, or this is something that's very unusual for the junglers that we have right now because most of them use the assassins, but when you have the backshot, you're the one to initiate. You're the one who's really just gonna look for the opponents and just dish out enough damage for the others to just basically follow up.
Alright, I set on Ryzen right now. Again, picking up the Mpl-Ph. Lancelots usually do that when they're up against a lineup. They can invade constantly because at least on skill hit, they get like 2% of their mana back.
Right.
Along with being able to deal, as you mentioned earlier there, Hans, the damage that can come alongside with it. So it's like they knew already going into this that there's a chance AP Bren will just snowball and invade the purple buff constantly, similar to what they did in game number 1. But now ONIC already have that. And again, if they can somehow catch Ogwin and the other members of AP Bren off their timing, ONIC has turnaround capability, but it wouldn't be like a big wipeout turnaround. It could be like 2-3 kills that will force AP Bren back.
But this is like quite different from the game the other heroes that like Kaja and Franco that Rapidote or maybe Ogwen also uses, because for the side of ONIC Philippines you have crowd controls, but just for them to stay in place. It's not crowd controls to bring them back to you and for the other ones to just this a ton amount of damage. So ONIC Philippines just needs to find those, or maybe just 2 of them, because if they actually find the Minotaur, then it's gonna be a problem for them because it's just gonna use the Minoan's Fury and then it's gonna be AP Bren all over again.
Conditions have been placed down. Find your timings, find your marks, and you will be able to make a turnaround. ONIC. AP Bren right now with how they're playing. Yeah, they're non-stop. Look at Kyle TZ just
putting the pressure right there. That's just how far ahead they are, right? It's kind of intimidating if you're ONIC Philippines because you're talking about 7K gold deficit at the 9-minute mark. And guys, this is what I like to say. You know, they have, AP Bren has mastered this transition where they, even if they don't get this lead necessarily as big as it was here, they transition really well into the mid-game with the first Lord. So now, Cram has to back off the rest of the team. He was trying to get some vision for them, but ultimately, results are the same. Objective secured for AP Bren.
Oh, ONIC. What else can you do? Seems like they look very uncomfortable as a team when they're not comfortable. It seems like that's the difference between these two. You mentioned it's nice with AP Bren, the transition, finding the right moments of turnaround. Also pointed out by Hans earlier, but now ONIC, seems like when they don't get their game, it's just so hard for them to find a way.
If there's a silver lining for ONIC Philippines, they don't have the Brody now. They have the Claw. They have late game insurance. They have wave clear. A Blazing Duet to just dish out. But again, a Blazing Duet might just be stopped by just the first skill coming in from the Minotaur. So that's something that they really need to worry about at this point. Give Nets a little bit more space, but now they're going to use the Conceal.
They're going to pressure in to the mid lane. Tier 2 going to be focused here. Will fall. Lord still on the top side. They got to work for it. Flap TZ walking it towards that turret. ONIC Philippines, again, at the whims here of pressure. There it is from Few. Rapidu gonna miss that. No! Ogwin gonna jump in. MNNE and Fury. But look at the backside. Kyle Teasy now left there. No one falling just yet, but a lot there expended. Can they hold on to these base turrets? Again, there was only the first Lord. Both top and mid. Slightly down. Ryzen trying to get a kill there. Won't be able to get it. Teasy comes in with a 1-2 punch. Able to get the kill.
I was about to say, you have to give it to ONIC Philippines. They managed to save all of their inhibitors, but the problem was created by the side of ONIC Philippines as well. They tried to go for some extra kills to just, you know, lower the gap down in terms of like the gold lead. We're talking about a 9.6k gold right now, and it's increasing just because of that one fatal mistake coming in from ONIC Philippines, and they want more.
Frustration, it looks like, is seeping into their gameplay. Mpl-Ph, Ryzen too hungry to get that kill. The other members of ONIC too hungry to try and convert something. This is now ballooned to a 10,000 gold lead and counting. Let's recount again the journey of Ogwin in the offseason. From the Snapdragon Pro Series to IESF, he has showcased some fantastic Minotaur play. Now back at it again here in Week 2, Day 1 of Mpl-Ph Season 12. The items tell the story. Everything is just going AP Brent's way.
Pretty similar in terms of the build of Super Marco in game number 1. The only difference is the hero. The main man in terms of gold, the richest guy in the Land of Dawn so far, 10,000 compared to, again, Flap-TZ using this Paquito. The second one, that right on cue. Flap gets it again.
Ding, ding, ding,
Flap
ding, ding.
spending so much time in the gym, able to get the kill there with a 1-2 punch.
Oh no.
Now chaos ensuing. Escalera on the run. Can't escape this one. Buys a little bit of time, but that's a mega kill for Flap-TZ. Now still Ryzen trying to buy the time he needs. Keep them in the game. Won't be able to do it because they're knocked up. They can't even play at this point as Rapidu falls. And AP Bren in a decisive match against ONIC Philippines will close it out in a sweep here.
And on the battle, black and yellow battle day, AP Brent looked at the members of ONIC and said, I'm buffer than you, and you know it. This winning moment is brought to you by FWD Life Insurance. It's a sweep for the bees. Buzz, buzz, scoot, scoot.
If you can lift 100 kilograms via deadlift,
You're nice.
I can deadlift. You know, the jerk thing, what do they do? Is that called?
Clean and jerk?
Yeah, clean and jerk. That's what AP Bren did.
They clean
Basically, ONIC Philippines can just do deadlifts. AP Bren did clean and jerk 150 kilos.
Wow, that is different, focuses, but it does work. I get it. You want to add some extra to it, and that's what AP Bren did.
And that's what they did.
That's what
they did extra.
They did some extra.
Yeah, AP Bren was doing CrossFit today, man. Leg day. It was everything day.
HIIT.
I don't know if AP Bren too was just like, why didn't they show our gym footage?
Yeah. They probably got mad for this one, right? We started this, right? We started the whole gym thing. You have to give it to ONIC Philippines as well, but AP Bren, they just bound.
That was
it was like a bouncy castle in the Land of Dawn.
Everyone was just jumping around. I feel like we can all do an impression of ONIC in that game number. In that game number 2, it was just like that. They were just bouncing non-stop.
You would just stay here.
Yeah.
That's what it felt like.
And that's what it looked like. That's what it all felt like. That game was brought to you by the official sponsor of MPL Philippines Season 12, Infinix Mobile, bringing you an ultra-fast gameplay with the Infinix Note series. Ultra-fast seems to be like the theme. Damage. And it always seems to be a condition for the lineup of Bren. You have 2, if not 2, 3 sources of quick scaling damage. In this scenario, it was the Paquito and the Kadita.
And Few, man, like every time, I think even Hans pointed this out, he gets his hands on the Kadita. It's so hard to deal with because Few just plays it so well to the point, like you mentioned too, where is Few? And then by the time you find him, he's already getting a kill, basically. You know what I mean? It's too late. So surprised that now from game 1 to game 2, it really started, that momentum thing really started with Few, just finding some of those early kills that they needed, and, you know, there wasn't an answer for it. Not to mention, again, you have so much airtime for ONIC Philippines. Like, even when you're trying to counterplay into that, you only have so many tools available to you to deal with those knockups, to deal with that burst damage that early on.
Yeah. ONIC, I like their draft much better in this game number 2.
Yeah.
They set their cloud up for success, made the right rotations. But at the end of the day, it was just APB played the better game. No other way to put it, in my point of view.
I agree. It was also a taste of their own medicine because AP Bren kind of had the same kind of mechanics or like team fight capabilities that, you know, ONIC Philippines had, because we're going to be talking about, you know, a bunch of crowd control skills. Rapidoot finally securing his own hero. You know, a mid laner was also given suit here for the side of ONIC Philippines. And even Nets was getting the early game scaling, right? But in terms of like the whole thing and like the macro display of things, you talk to us about like how micro this game is going to be. And that's exactly what AP Bren did. Like, they showcased that there's no room for micro mechanics in the Land of Dawn if we're not gonna let you do your mechanics anyway, because you're just gonna bounce all over again.
Yeah, looking back, I wish ONIC picked up the Farsa, but I also understand why they'd rather pick up the Valentina, because the Farsa wouldn't have a good time here. It would have been too difficult. It was the better pick for their lineup, but in the big picture of it all, it's like that Farsa, I'm pretty sure if you even tried to pick Farsa, the game wouldn't register it.
Yeah.
You'd see Farsa go, no, I'm out. I don't want to do this.
He's just gonna fly all the way.
He'll just fly out of the game.
Permanent wings by wings mode. Like, that's what you're doing, right?
Yeah, you're
just
just
trying to, like, fly away every time.
I'm like, oh, no, I'm out of here. Let's try to avoid it. So I'm looking forward to the analyst segment later on. I'm pretty sure there's a lot more details, of course, we can discuss, but you can also see, quick teaser behind us right now, the members of AP Brand are getting ready alongside Mara Aquino for their interview. It's going to be interesting to hear what they have to say. I wonder if we're going to get some gym-related banters here. I want them to do push-ups, bro.
I want them to flex.
Yeah, like what Flap Teasy
Because this is what we always see them do.
Right.
Yeah. I wonder if they're gonna like trash talk his form. It's like, bro, your form was a bit off. You know, gotta watch it.
Yeah.
You know, it makes me wonder too. It had to be like Coach Ducky that started them like lifting, right? I'm assuming.
He's the buffest coach in the world, probably.
Yeah.
Super Marco is the buffest player, though.
Is he?
Yeah, like for real, bro.
Super Marco?
Yeah.
Buff or ripped?
I mean,
is a Flap buffer?
Actually, that's a good question.
Okay.
I hope Mara asked them who lifts more.
All right. A lot of questions on our end. So please, Mara Aquino, ask AP Brand, who lifts more? Gotta know.
Thank you, casters. Let's give AP Bren a round of applause. Congratulations. Balikan natin yung game number 1. First Maniac, I believe, of the season. Congratulations, Super Marco, Super Maniac. Alam mo, ang galing mo talaga. Ang tanong ko, magaling ka na ba sa interview? Nag-improve ka ba sa interview?
Medyo po, medyo.
Medyo. Okay, balikan natin yung first Maniac of the season. Balikan natin yun. Let's talk about that. Oh, ito na lang. Sabi nila, kinabahan ka daw kasi nung game number 2 na solo kill ka daw ni Nets. Ay. Uy.
Hindi po totoo yun.
Hindi totoo. Oh, so balikan natin yung moment na yon. Anong nararamdaman ko? Sabi ni Ogwin. Sabi din ni Flap. Kinabahan ka daw eh.
Hindi po.
Kailan ka mag-i-improve sa interview?
Hindi po ako kinakabahan.
Pero sa akin ba kinakabahan ka? Kasi pag kinakausap kita, hindi ka nakakasagot eh.
Opo.
Okay. Huwag ka mag-alala. Kasi daw, meron daw siyang girl. Sige nga, i-shoutout mo si girlfriend, pampalakas kay girlfriend.
Shoutout kay Jamie Labelas na din ako.
Oh, full name! Huwag kang mag-alala pag lumalapit kami, hindi siya pumapansin sa amin. Ayun, tinan mo, pati ako na ano eh. Okay, now, ito naman, kay Coach Ducky. Coach Ducky, bago nagsimula yung laro, pinakita yung workout routine ng ONIC. Tapos na-close up sa'yo. Mukhang na-excite ka doon sa workout routine nila. Kayo ba? Mas mabigat ba yung binubuhat nyo? Kasi pagdating dito sa stage, parang ang gaan-gaan ng laro eh.
Oo. Nasa ba si David?
David, boss
David, pasok!
Mag-aayos
Nasaan si
yung binubuhat ng mga bata mo. Sila, well, kidding aside, kasi regular talaga yung workout nila. So they have subscription with a commercial gym na malapit dun sa amin.
Sponsor.
They do workout, hindi ko pwedeng banggitin. They do workout every day, every after training namin. So at night, kasi mas konti yung tao. Unfortunately, for the past few months, medyo limited lang kasi lipad kami ng lipad. Kaya nga, paglapag pa lang, actually, hindi pa kami lumilipad, hinahanap na nila yung hotel kung may gym.
Wow!
Yun. Unfortunately, sa Romania, hindi maganda yung facility nila regarding dun sa gym. So, hindi sila nakapag-workout. Kaya nung pag-uwi nila, excited na naman sila. Lalo na to, mag-workout.
Uy! Alam ko may isang Sige nga, pa-flex. Isang pa-flex nga dyan. Isang pa-flex.
Yung CR.
Nasaan?
Ano yung CR?
We're talking about workout. Patingin.
Sumikip daw eh.
Sumikip! Ayun. Now, kidding aside, Coach, ang bilis niyong tinapos yung laban ngayon. It was noticeably different compared dun sa last series nyo. When you guys came here, kahit may jet lag kayo, you guys swept the opponent. Second series nyo naman, 2 of those games went to 30-minute games. Tapos ngayon, you made sure that it wouldn't happen again. How did you do that? Ano nga ba yung pinag-usapan nyo bago kayo pumasok ngayon? Kasi you guys showed up differently from last time.
Oh, it started with, or after our match versus RSG. Honestly, wala naman kami talagang preparation nangyari for the first week. Kasi alam naman ng lahat na galing kami sa Romania. We had like this ordeal with the airports and stuff. So medyo naging mahirap siya sa amin. So, kagaya na sinabi ko din sa interview the first week, hindi ko naman sila pressure like to win. It's just to enjoy and, show up. But right after RSG, tingnan namin kung saan kami mahina, the reorganization of our approach, kung paano namin laruin yung game. And luckily, naniwala naman sila kay Vren, which is our technical and our tactical coach. Siya yung real MVP namin.
Oh. Give it up for the real MVP, Coach Vren. And now, we're about to reveal the match MVP. Let me hear some names. Who do you think it is? Sino?
Super Mario.
Okay, sino pa? Okay, now let's reveal. Let's take a look at the screen for our match MVP. Walang iba kundi si Kyle Teasy. Kyle, did you expect that? Ikaw yung magiging MVP natin? Na-expect mo ba na ikaw yung magiging series MVP natin?
Hindi po.
Sino ba sa tingin mo dapat?
Si Marco kasi.
Bakit? Oo, sige nga, ipupuriin mo siya. Bakit sa tingin mo deserve niya maging match MVP?
Grabe po kasi, grabe yung mag-jetib eh. Grabe yung turtle.
See, when he's describing someone else, he talks a lot. When he's describing himself, ba't ka naman lumalayo? Okay, ano bang pwede mo sabihin para clear sa kanya kung bakit dapat siya yung series MVP?
Malakas rometry.
Malakas rometry. Alright. Ikaw naman, Kyle. What do you have to say to all your supporters that's watching you right now?
Sa mga pumunta dito sa venue at saka sa mga hindi, maraming salamat pa rin sa pagsuporta niyo sa AP Brand at patuloy niyo po kami suportahan sa mga susunod na laban po namin. Thank you po.
Alright, everybody, give it up once again to AP Brand. You may now take your bow. And then habang naglalakad si Flap, point kayo, Flap, point to where you're going. I-flex mo yan, Flap. Point to where you're going. Congratulations to AP Brand. What a great sweep. We're going to break that down for you, so we're going to go back to our casters. Pass on.
Interesting thing about that interview is that AP Bren also did mention that because of their adjustment period coming back from Romania, they weren't fully prepped up for MPL Philippines Season 12 Week 1. Now they're in a better mood, and now they also got to work out coming back.
I know how they feel.
And even Coach Ducky also admitted that there's a lot of praise for Coach AP Vren and what he brings to the table.
Yeah, again, sharing the sentiments there on just how long of a travel it was back. And even with what Coach Ducky said, I actually talked to him there. I was like, it's not the gyms we're used to, basically, right? So, I was even in the room kind of like just doing room workouts, and I think Ducky and the boys were kind of doing the same. But, yeah, they look, I'm glad that Mara pointed that out, because it does look very different from week 1 to what they just showed us here, right? So,
it looks
full
like
force.
It looks like a bit more refined
Right.
now. There were a lot of questions as well, even though they were able to have a great performance in week number 1. Still also a lot of like, oh, that doesn't look like the typical AP brand. But now, looks like with the rest and the workouts are looking good. By the way, members of AP brand, man, they got scary big forearms.
Yeah.
They do.
Yeah, it's not just the arms.
I
it's the
wonder
forearm.
why. I mean, Flat TZ's like popping out of his shirt already. Like
Yeah.
the arms are just there, It's
Yeah,
like
even he
it's
said,
like,
like, oh, it's
quite
getting
scary.
tight.
I mean, like, what's happening there?
Yeah, I
I
mean,
want to know.
They're getting buffer off screen, off the game, but then in game, in the land of dawn, they are looking buff as well. But of course, we have to revisit what happened in that game number 2. Why it did get to the point why it ballooned to a 10,000 gold lead. And why, even though ONIC looked like they had a much better draft, they had the conditions for their mid to the late game. A lot of crowd control. They weren't able to make the most out of it. All of these questions in just a bit will get answered by Hans, and I'm already looking forward.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of questions here on why it was so dominant. So we'll see.
Yeah.
Hans, walk us through it.
Say
something
something
smart.
smart.
Yes.
Why do these guys have to pressure me all over again? And anyway, it was, again, a beautiful gameplay coming in from the side of AP Brand that got them the victory in the series sweep to start the first or the second week of the matchups that we have here at MPL Philippines Season 12. Let us now take a look at the MVP of the matchup. You've seen him a while ago, but you're going to see him once again now. The second usage of the Baksha as the jungler is going to put Kyle Teasy as the MVP of game number 2. He started off with at least 100% in terms of like kill participation, because I remember that they had it in like 7-0 or like 7-2, but even when he has like 11 KDA, it's still a massive number of KDA compared to the average that we have here in MPL Philippines. And it really is a huge help that he has those tank, those roam talents and the tank emblems as well, especially when you take a look at the highlights, right? Ryzen had a little bit more confidence into trying what he wants to do with the rest of the objectives in. He was free to move around. But again, AP Bren got in the groove pretty early in this game. It was very easy for them to secure a bunch of kills because of the extended team fight. And this is where it all started. There were so many crowd control skills coming in from Kyle Teasy, and I said before that Ryzen is going to have a bunch more problems when they started with a AP Brand bounce house, right? It was such a huge problem for them because they had to worry about few seconds skill. They had to worry about, you know, Ogwen in general, because every single jump that Ogwen uses with a Minotaur basically has a crowd control effect. And they also have the Baksha Shield Unity, wherein it's like a little bit of a nudge, but it's enough to stop you from moving. And it was Ryzen that was caught in so many times. And even when Nets already had like the late game kind of prowess, it was a late game insurance coming in from the side of ONIC Philippines, there was nothing that they can do anymore because AP Brand basically didn't allow them to play in this matchup. It ballooned so much wherein it reached 12k in terms of gold lead, and there was nothing that ONIC Philippines can do to actually counter the onslaught that was being brought about by the Hive. And because of it, it was a masterful gameplay coming in from AP Brand. This is them refined. This is the Hive being able to once again take control of the matchup. We're going to show something else here, which is going to be none other than the heat map. And you're going to see Kyle TC basically everywhere in this matchup. But so far, one thing is for sure. Kyle TC with the use of his Baksha has been everywhere in the Land of Dawn for game number 2. Not only in game number 2, but also in game number 1, because we're starting to see a bunch of like the defensive items that he has here. He even tried to secure some other thing here. Also taking note of the pull yourself together coming in from both Ogwen and Few, which is basically the reason why they can use a bunch more of their ultimates compared to like ONIC, who only has, you know, Rapidut and Escalera. But again, this is where whoever lands the first blow, whoever lands the first punch towards the others, the other team won't be able to fight back anymore. And that's exactly what happened. This balloon to at least almost an entirely 15k gold lead. Turrets went into the hands of APBR very well. There was a moment wherein a turtle was supposed to be taken here by the side of ONIC Philippines, but because of the extended team fight, it all went into the hands of the APBR. And orange buff, purple buff was consistently being taken here by Kyle TZ, thus him being the MVP of the matchup. ONIC, it was a very good draft coming in from them, but the execution factor coming in from APBR was just very well polished. It was like, you know, it was like a main reset for them that after Romania, they just went here and unleashed fury towards the rest of the members of ONIC Philippines. Monster gold stolen. It was just, you know, inevident for the side of ONIC Philippines because they were unable to take a major objective. Turrets went into the hands, even damage taken. It was close, but the hero damage was very much enough. Super Marco with a gold per minute of 911, which tells you the story of this matchup, right? Even when he was taken in like the first 2 minutes of the matchup, Nets wasn't able to take control of that lane as much because the other parts of the map weren't just going in their favor. So because of it, it was APBR actually having a revenge gameplay after defeating ONIC Philippines in a 2-0 sweep. It was one of like the coolest gameplays I've seen from APBR just because of how well they executed. They didn't let ONIC Philippines play.
Yep, just like that. Thank you, Hans, for always getting the job done with the analysis. Now, since it's back to school day, I want to ask you guys real quickly before we wrap this up, what did you learn today from that first series? Start with you, Nicer.
Drink your protein. Do your weights. Lift your weights.
All right, drink your protein. Drink your weights. I'll lift your weights. Sorry.
Drink your weights.
Hans.
Two words.
Quantum
charge.
Quantum charge. All right, coming up next, don't forget we have MNNE versus Blacklist International, and of course, Smart Omega versus Echo. This is only day number 1 of week number 2. And on my end, one thing I learned from that is...
All right, you.
And I just made a video about this, and I'm just going to say one thing. Baksha.
I wonder why. Better check out his video, though.
Okay, so the video, is it titled Baksha?
It's something about Baksha.
I'm actually going to have to go watch it.
I think it's like my most latest reel.
It's a reel?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a reel, it's a short, it's a lot of things.
I'm going to have to, I would love for you to explain it here, but yes, ladies and gentlemen at home, check out the reel.
Yeah.
Is this Baksha?
Yep, watch out for it. All right, again, this is Weeb Bros, Reptar, Naisu, and Hans. We'll be back for more MPL action coming up.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports. Maya, it's everything. And a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. You can now watch the replays of MPL Philippines Season 12 matches on free TV. Together with the whole family, revisit the intense matches from Monday to Thursday, 2:15 p.m. to 5:15 p.m. on Pi Channel. Experience the Mpl-Ph Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin dito na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
The fastest speed, the widest coverage. Experience it all from the Philippines' best mobile network.
That's the power of Smart. When you're in moments that matter most,
at last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
For 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play.
To laugh.
To love.
Plus, unleash TikTok.
And only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Lipat na sa TNT and register your SIM now.
12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. You can now watch the replays of MPL Philippines Season 12 matches on free TV. Together with the whole family, revisit the intense matches from Monday to Thursday, 2:15 p.m. to 5:15 p.m. on Pi Channel. Experience the Mpl-Ph Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin dito na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Magandang hapon, MPL Arena! I'm Mara Aquino and you're still watching MPL Philippines Season 12. After witnessing some jaw-dropping performances from APBR and ONIC Philippines, I know most of you are still left in awe as we begin the second match of the day. Mas patitindihin pa natin ang salpukan dahil paparating na ang tapatan ng dalawang koponan na may parehong dapat patunayan. Can MNNE Evo's bounce back against the recoded Blacklist International? Alam na natin ang kasagutan sa tanong na yan. Casters, paso.
One team hopes to bounce back, the other wants to keep winning. One team rebuilt needs to be re-energized, the other in the middle of a renaissance. It's MNNE Evo's first Blacklist International. Welcome back to MPL Philippines Season 12, Week 2, Day number 1, and it's us, the We Bear Bros, Reptar. Welcome back, Leo, and of course our man Rockhard over there. How are you, gentlemen?
I have been off of the English desk for the better part of last week.
Welcome back!
I am refreshed, and this matchup has got me pumped.
What about you, Rockhard? How are you feeling today?
It's a top dogs versus the bottom tigers. What's not to love with this one, isn't it?
Yeah, facts only. You all have seen the standings so far and the story going into this match. But of course, before we head into our match discussion, let's take a moment to thank our official telco partner, Smart. Smart is still the Philippines' best mobile network, having the fastest network and nationwidest coverage in the country, as awarded by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data for speed and coverage Q1, Q2 2023.
You can enjoy the power of Smart when you switch to Smart without changing your mobile number via MNP, also known as the mobile number portability. Visit smrt.ph/switch to Smart to know more.
And of course, a lot of action that we've seen so far. A lot of action still coming up, even in the condensed scheduling. And this one, I think you set it up perfectly, Rockhard. It's two different teams here. One at the top of the standings, one smack dab in the bottom. There's no other way to paint it.
It's a real comparison, right? And these are the starts that we were expecting from Blacklist, but I was really expecting MNNE to really come into their shine here. Although it's apparent that they will be using a bit of a different formula this time around. That's interesting.
Oh,
Yep.
so there's something cooking up behind the scenes for the MNNE Evo squad.
Can confirm via social media and, of course, our loading screens before the broadcast resumed. I've been talking about social media, like what can MNNE Evos do to kind of shake up the system after their rocky week 1? Maybe it's time to bring in the formerly known as Archives Esports, the former MDL lineup. It's at Fresh 5.
Yep, let's see how that's going to go well for them. But if you want to catch any of the action, rock hard. I'm pretty sure you got the info on that.
Yeah, you can definitely watch the replays of MPL Philippines Season 12 matches from this week on free TV. Together, the whole family revisit the intense matches from Monday to Thursday at 5 to 5:15 p.m., 2:15 to 5:15 p.m. on Pi Channel. Right. So yeah, Pi Channel, man, our partner in esports.
Get it?
Get it?
Is that why they're called Pi Channel, or did it
Probably
just so
not.
happen? Yeah,
It's a
just
lucky
so
coincidence.
It's a lucky coincidence. You know what's not a coincidence, though? Players going into the season revamped, and for some actually going into it meeting a renaissance. I think no one expected that the Week 1 MVP, Renegade of Blacklist International, would have the performance he had. He's turning heads. Leo, as a Hitman fan, I'm pretty sure we're now acknowledging what you've acknowledged for how many seasons now?
Nay, the Hitman fan. Well, it's amazing. Again, I've seen the raw talent and just the drive in Renegade maybe earlier than most, but here under Blacks International, given what happened to them in Season 11 and how he just fit in more behind the scenes now, he's in the vanguard, and boy, oh boy, he did more than deserve MVP of the week. I'd say he's a driving force all throughout the following weeks of MPL Philippines Season 12, and he's going to be pivotal to their run towards M5.
Yeah. If you guys didn't catch it last week, basically did one of the most beautiful Franco runs that we've seen so far in the MPL Philippines. He's been catching everybody, and hence the nickname Hitman becomes more and more suited for his character. Now, again, all of us are really wondering how far can the ceiling go, right? And he said himself on his interviews, you guys gotta get ready for some more really spicy roam picks.
Yeah, spicy roam picks, definitely. It seems like he's already proven that statement that was thrown at him that he doesn't have the biggest hero pool. He can play that Rome Navario too. It has been showed up, and yeah, he's going through a renaissance. As the Hitman fan, Leo, please explain to us, what is the statement, or what is the meaning behind the statement, Baka Renegade to? That is a Filipino statement, but translate it to us for their international viewers.
All right, if you would run it through Google Translate or the equivalent, whatever your search engine of choice would be, Baka Renegade to basically means maybe it's Renegade, or possibly this is Renegade, right? So it's more of like, hey, it's Renegade, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's more rhetoric, it's more just an expression, rather than an actual literal meaning or any grammatical sense.
Yeah.
So it's more of just, what up? It's Renegade.
What up?
It's weird that I have to explain it, but yeah, no, for those wondering, it's just that, simply, right? And so whenever you hear that, just port that into your mind and like, oh, that's what you're trying to say.
Yeah, he's basically trying to show that this is me, guys. This is me. This is what I'm showing off here, and it's working.
Yeah, and it's working right now. It's a comparison actually. Blacklist Renegade and BTR / former RQ's Vin career history achievements, key heroes. Any reactions here, lads?
Wait. Are we comparing Renegade to Vin?
Yeah,
I think so.
I think it's okay.
Yeah, it really does seem like it. And ever since he started back in MPL Philippines Season 6, he has been really on the rise.
Okay, there seems to be some similarities. Again, given how under BTR, Vin kind of got a career renaissance.
Yeah.
And then going to RRQ, and then back home to BTR. We haven't really seen that kind of rotation in the rosters for Blacklist Renegade, but Maui, Jillian, come on. Nobody compares Renegade to Vin. Renegade is unlike any other.
All right. Okay, calm down. I get it.
They're both great. They're both great, though.
Yeah, they are really both great. Okay, so we got the Hitman's hit list right there on your screen right now. Rockhard, run us through here. How's the hit list of the Hitman going?
So far, it is only 1-0. He has been on the rise. He took down one of the most revered, the MSC champion, Light, as well as Shakno. He's been taking down MSC champs.
Two Kings of Sea!
Yeah!
Kings of Sea.
Exactly. And right now, it's going to be next either Brusco or Spud Miles. And I got to say, Renegade, he's been working that list.
Yeah, you see there, though, one of the marks you got to watch out for here. Wait, give me, is that I know it's back to school day, but is that a little project that you've been working? Did you make this?
I did, personally. I spent a few hours last night putting this together, knowing that we were going to prepare a hit list.
Oh my, it's an actual physical hit list.
Yeah. Guys, this is the actual hit list where you will find the targets of the Hitman himself. And right here on this is, of course, the ones that he's already gotten up. Those are MSC champions. Now we got some
Chapno and Light
who are on the way right now. Right next on the hit list is going to be, of course, Minana. And of course, that's the red mark is definitely for the week, right? The others are really long journey all the way back to JP, who is going to be for the revenge play. The revenge play of the Hitman. And of course, Kyrie. Never forget, Kyrie. Wait.
Ben Things.
Who's Kyrie and who's Ben Things, though?
It's the same.
It's the same.
It's so hard to tell.
Yeah, it is quite. Yeah. So this is the you
Yeah.
did a great job with this.
I'm gonna take this home. I'm gonna take this home. Don't.
All right.
Don't,
Okay.
don't. Hands off.
Oh,
There you go.
sorry. Be proud of that.
It's mine.
Tremendous work. So that's the Hitman's hit list. And now we've also talked about Blacklist International. I feel like now, though, we also have to talk a little bit about MNNE Evos. In just a bit, I think we're going to be hearing more from the teams. But one thing I do want to mention about MNNE Evos is that despite their struggles, they have shown flashes of brilliance. There is the potential there. One of my favorite things about MNNE Evos is that they like to play aggressive, and they look very comfortable and like they've mastered the early to mid game. That's something to be proud of if you're any team here in MPL Philippines, and you gotta watch out for. But before we talk more about MNNE Evos, let's visit our two teams in the back with our insiders.
Kita nyo yun? Kita nyo yun? Si Rene J, post niya yun eh. So, yun yung Rene J Post Challenge. Pero, mamaya na natin pag-usapan ang kupunan ni na Rene J dahil eto na ang kupunan na magpapakitang gilas at gustong bumawi para sa kanilang week number 2 dito sa MPL Season 12. Nandito ako ngayon sa MNNE Evos. Hello guys! Pinapanood nila lahat ng sinasabi ng ating mga shoutcasters at kung ano-ano na yung sinasabi nila dito. At syempre, kakausapin natin ang isa sa mga Bataan Boys. Itong Bataan Boys ay ang team na kung saan nakilala si Bonchan, si Edward, si Rene J. Pero may isang member ng MNNE. Yan ay walang iba, kundi si Boyet! Boyet, hello! Hello, Boyet. Magsalita ka muna.
Hello.
Ayan, Boyet, hindi tayo nagbabanatan ha. Last time na nakita ka namin, bumanat ka eh. Last time na nakita namin, Boyet, nakita mo naman yung hit list ni Rene J kanina bilang dati mong teammate sa Bataan, si Rene J. Ano masabi mo doon?
Magaling yung pinapakita niya talaga nung game 1. Sana ituloy-tuloy niyo yun, pero feeling ko sa amin, wala eh.
Wala! Ayan na! Sinimulan, Jay! Sinimulan! Ano bang meron kay Edward, kay Bon? Nandun sila eh. Parang ngayon, ikaw kalaban ka na nila. Ano ba meron sa kanila? Ba't ang ganda ng banding nila?
Hindi ko rin masabi, pero siguro dahil simula una siguro na naglaro sila, magkakasama na talaga sila. Lalo na yung dalawa na si Coach Bon at si Edward na magkakampi rin talaga dati.
Okay. Ngayon, nakikita mo yung tatlo dati mong kampiyan. Ano message mo sa kanila? Kakalabanin nila kayo ngayon eh.
Galingan lang nila palagi, lalo na kay Rene J. Yung mga sinasabi ko naman sa'yo, tuloy mo lang yan Kaya, basta pagbutiin mo. Pero may sinasabi lang kasi yung tank namin dito na...
Sige, tawagin mo yung tank!
May hitman list kasi si Rene J na puro X, pero Spider-Mals daw, mukhang check daw yun.
Ito, Spider-Mals. Tayo nga, nandito ka na. Dinamay ka na ni Boyet eh. Spider-Miles, nakita mo yung hitman checklist, di ba? May sinasabi ka kanina, ano yung gagawin mo? Ano yung gagawin mo dun sa mga naka-X? Ano yung gagawin mo?
Dito ko kasi puro X eh. Siguro pagdating sa akin, check yun.
Ayun. Ganon, no? Magpapakilala si Spider-Miles. Alam mo, isa pa sa mga magpapakilala ngayon, nako, inaabangan to. Since 2021, inaabangan to sa stage. Debut game. Ladies and gentlemen, Sumpak is in the building. Ang daming kinikilig, naririnig ko. Ang daming tumitili, Sumpak, una sa lahat, brother. Una sa lahat, congratulations. Alam kong kinakabahan ka. Pinagtatawanan ka na ng teammates mo kasi ang dami mong sinasabi ngayon, eto na. Spak, una mong laban sa MPL, si Rene J katapat mo, Pak. Si Rene J ang makakalaban mo. Ano message mo kay Rene J?
Galingan lang niya at gawin niya yung best niya and gagalingan ko lang din. Gagawin ko lang din best.
Pak, parang hindi yun yung mga sinasabi mo kanina. True ba? True? True? Ano ngayon ang pakiramdam na finally natupad na yung pangarap mo? Ilang taon mo na to hinahabol, itong MPL?
2 years ata.
Ito, Pak,
2 years ata. Then, ngayon,
ito, Pak, yung...
Hindi ko alam kung swerte ako kasi blacklist agad nakakalaban ko. Pero nakakita ko si Rene J maglalaro. Swerte na rin, pwede na.
Pwede na, okay. Okay, naririnig girls, chill. Boys, chill din, okay? Girls and boys, chill. Sumpa kwando. Pak, alam mo, isa ako sa mga nakakita ng journey mo. Ano ba ang baon ng Minana? Ayan, ano ba ang baon ng Minana? Magpapalit daw kayo ng lineup ngayon eh. Ano ba ang pinakabaon ng Minana ngayon? Kailangan nyo makakuha ng panalo. Ano yung pinakabaon ng Minana ngayon?
Ang pinaka-alas talaga namin at saka nung last week kasi hindi nalabas eh. Si Octo Coach.
Si Coach B, okay.
Si Octo
B. Abangan natin si Octo B. Abangan natin. Okay, Pak, may nagre-request ang mga fans mo. Baka daw pwede natin i-end at iba to sa mga casters to ng naka-Renny J post. Alam mo yun? Yan! Alright! Alright, yan!
Minana.
Minana post daw si Sumpak. Pasa na natin sa ating mga shoutcasters. Shoutcasters, take it away.
I mean, spicy words have been said, but hey, they're going up into this knowing what they're facing. We're trying to do the hand signs being tossed out there.
Pose, though.
You heard from Minana Evos. Any reactions to what we saw there? They seem a bit reserved. A lot of the things they were saying seemed like a little bit held back.
Manjin was trying to pull something out of them.
Yeah.
And a part of me thinks there's also some nerves in play.
Yeah.
Because again, Spider Miles, Sumpak, all of them's Lancey's coming back into the MPL. A lot of them hoped and wished and worked hard for this day.
Yeah,
and
I think
they're going up against top seed, right?
Top seed, it's something. It's going to be something. I think they're trying to reserve it. Obviously, Sumpak and Renny J, long history together as former teammates in NXPE. They were both part of the Dog's house, the Dog Pound, which, ako si Doggy's place, the boot camp, right? That's what they call it. Now that's something, right? Brotherhood. Brotherhood is real strong.
Yeah. They grew up together.
They really did.
Yeah, so they know each other so well. A lot of these players, a good amount of history. So let's see. It is an underdog David and Goliath matchup this early in the season for Minana Evos. They need to find a way to make a comeback here. Just finally get a win. Finally get a point even. They're going to week 2. I just realized they haven't gotten a point yet.
It all starts with one. You all got to start with one. The moment you get that, it's gonna bubble up. The feeling's gonna bubble up. No matter if it is a 2-1 or a 2-0, just one victory.
Imagine the ego boost if you score one against top seed here.
Come on, that's
in your debut.
That's basically it.
Yeah, that's what you're looking for. And actually, the lineup of Minana Evos that we're gonna see in a bit for Minana Evos fans, and actually not just fans of their team, but the fans of MPL Philippines have been looking for this squad as well. I mean, they have a good amount of respect as well for the former Cerebrum, now Minana Evos squad.
The S11 squad.
The S11 squad. But they're excited to see this young gun force, as you mentioned, that grew up in the doghouse.
Why are you just referring that to me? That's what they call it. Yeah,
you came up with it.
Did I come up with it?
Dog's house.
The dog's
like
house.
Boss
The dog's
Dogs.
house. Yeah, because his name is Doggy.
Yeah, from
right?
Pampanga all the way to Pangasinan.
Yeah, they moved it up.
Yeah, it's ways out of Metro Manila, but I guess there's something in the air. There's something in living and breathing MLBB the way they do.
Yeah, and you know what else is interesting here is maybe this different form or this different combination of players might be exactly what Minana needs. Maybe the form that we had before, maybe the jitters, they got pulled out. You know, they absorbed all the jitters there, and maybe this team might play it better.
Let's see if this is the key to victory for Minana Evos, flexing their lineup. Let's welcome our two teams, Minana Evos and Blacklist International.
Despite the rough start to the season, they have played with confidence and aggression that channels their championship roots. Welcome the debuting Youngbloods and say the name! It's MNNE Evo! Fueled by a Week 1 MVP performance by the Hitman Renegade, along with MV3 and Sensui popping off, they remain truly top tier. If you've made it this far, make some noise for Blacklist International! Round of applause for Coach Bitoy and Master, the Basics. Fans, MPL Arena, welcome to our second series of the day!
And there you have it, MNNE Evos and Blacklist International. Let's welcome 4 debuting members for MNNE.
I've had the pleasure of casting these young men in an international tournament earlier this year, the Snapdragon Pro Series, and they were so close to actually flying out to Jakarta, Indonesia. And I do believe they had it, but now in the hardest, toughest pro league in the world, this is the best place to prove it.
Yeah, basically, people who are trying to enter our leagues and league tournaments like that, imagine that, right? The amount of skill that you need to bypass so many other teams to get to that point in that previous major tournament must be really something.
And of course, you know their opponents, Blacklist International, Oheb, Sensui, Haji, Edward, and Orenage. A wider Blacklist roster this season, but they're still sticking to this 5 that so far, I mean, well, top of the standings, Rockhard.
Yeah, I would not be surprised. I think at this point, very silent contributors are obviously Sensui and Edward right now, who seem to be just so consistent in their lanes. But the top dog right now in the top team, definitely Renegade, standing out, shining, I would say. I mean, Leo definitely would agree with that.
I mean, the numbers don't lie, right?
Yeah.
If you have a KDA that looks like it belongs to a jungler or a gold laner, and you're a roamer, that's just Hitman things.
Yeah.
Doing something right.
There are 3 members of Blacklist International who are top 5 in the KDA. Renegade, Haji, and Oheb. And then the 2 other members filling out the top 5 KDA after week 1 is actually Benny Cutie and Carl Teasy of Echo. Now, as we go into head-to-head again, still a lot of questions for the members of MNNE Evos, what they're gonna play, what they're gonna pick. Blacklist, I feel like we're already very familiar with their game.
Yeah, and I wonder if Blacklist themselves are going to be familiar with how this team is going to play. As you can see, those most picked heroes boxes are actually completely emptied out right now, which means a lot of possibility of a surprise factor coming in here. I have to say, we haven't really touched on, MPL Philippines actually hasn't really touched on all of the possible combinations right now in the current metagame. Again, so many junglers right now, even the Uranus tank, like I've been saying that for a long time. If there's a team that's going to bring that out, maybe Evos is going to be the one to do it. And right now, let's really stick in the beat, by the way, for Blacklist, is something that Kiel Oheb said. It's going to be so different if you are consistent. Consistency is so different from shining really brightly, he said on social media, to Renegade. What do you guys think about that?
Let's put that in our memories. Remember that. Real quickly, what's something about this MNNE Evos squad that you saw in the Snapdragon Pro Series that stuck with you?
Mechanically speaking, they're all top of class, right? Each and every one. But I think in the off-season, the past couple of months that they've been off, and now just leading up to their debut, their re-debut in MPL, I think they also could have worked on their synergy.
All right, let's see what to expect. Here comes the keys to victory. Rockhart, say something smart.
Yeah, these are the keys to victory here. Brought to you by Infinix Note Series Ultra Fast Gameplay. For MNNE EVOs, there's just no room to hesitate, guys. Flex your muscles, Miles. I know he's probably, he doesn't really look as buff as the, as the Brand boys and the ONIC boys, but, if you've watched Spider-Man, you'll know what I'm talking about. You don't need those muscles. You gotta just move smooth and, follow your rhythm. For Blacklist, obviously, Edward. Make Lord JM bow. You gotta make him bow, and you gotta show him why you are Agent Zero, nay, Legend Zero. And at this point, it is going to be an uphill battle, definitely for Lord JM. And it's all up to Edward to make him feel that it really is like an uphill battle. You know what I mean? It is something that pro players would say, they aura'd the opponent. I don't know how they say that in English. Basically, show off an aura that is definitely scary and make him wet their pants. Now, protect your pot of gold. That's basically whoever is going to be on the gold lane. You know what it is. It is going to be OHEB. And I think this is going to be an uphill battle as well in that gold lane. Those side lanes really important. That has been the keys to victory brought to you by Infinix. Now, let's throw it out to our desk.
Right. I like that. Protect your pot of gold. Protect your pants as well.
Protect me, pot of gold.
Protect me, pot of gold. I love that that was brought up because, MNNE EVOS, we know with the Doming lineup, they protect Doming really well and know his value to the table. And of course, with Blacklist International, they shine the most when OHEB is having a good time as well. So there's going to be a lot of focus on the mid three, on Renegade, Haji, and Sensui, if they're going to be able to supplement OHEB really well.
Yeah. I actually like how Spider Miles is a pinpoint here, is because number one, I think you were trying to get into what the kids would call a sleeper build.
Yeah.
Like, you don't know he's buff, but when you look inside, it's like, oh wow, homie's lean, homie's fit, homie's ripped. And yeah, every time I see him in the real, I'm like, did you grow another inch since I last saw you? Homies is currently 6'2" right now, 6'3".
Yeah, he keeps getting taller.
Yeah, but in-game, I'm talking about in-game, has an amazing breadth of tactical genius within Spider Miles. His relatively young career will not tell you just that, but here in the Land of Dawn, here in the battlefield, in MPL, something tells me maybe if he can step up to Renegade, if he doesn't fall to what you would say the aura, which I think is just some level of intimidation or just, your nerves, then
it's like eye contact.
Yeah.
And it's not fun.
You can't. I'm not sure you can do that across
the one
the
that you don't like.
But yes, I'm saying if MNNE EVOS can cut through that powerful mid trio, then Bob's your uncle.
Now we see Lord JM and Edward. By the way, Lord JM, of course, stats-wise, with MNNE EVOS struggling. No surprise, stats-wise, it's not looking that great for him. However, though, because of his, look at his average hero damage, I want to say Lord JM was one of the bright spots of the MNNE EVOS and TNC matchup. And this young man here, he's going to have to, at this point, just channel his innate talent and innate skill and not think so much about the fact that he's going up against Edward, as you mentioned earlier, Rockhart.
Yes, stats-wise, I feel like he's shining. He's trying to form into that mold where more damage. He did more damage than Legend Zero. That's interesting for me. Obviously, Legend Zero been playing the Thrizla and heroes that don't really output that much damage, more of the crowd control and tankiness. I would say you got to go for what you know. That's exactly what you think Lord James should do here.
Yep, and throwing back to your keys to victory, don't bend the knee, right? Lord JM, I hate it.
He's a lord.
Exactly, right? I hate that across all roles, one key is for you to not fall trap to your inner voices saying, yo, that's top seed, yo, that's Blacklist International, yo, it's your opening day.
Yeah.
Don't. So if they do that and they get over that hurdle, they're off to a great start already.
So it seems like a common theme here for MNNE EVOS is just please be comfortable as much as possible. Draft a lineup for yourself so that you can play the best. You gotta show us those moves.
I'm just feeling it, like I'm imagining myself being one of the players because they are also sitting on the same gaming chairs and all the lights.
Yeah.
So just
Alright, so that's what MNNE EVOS has to be like.
Yeah.
So if MNNE EVOS is like this, Rockhard, what does Blacklist International need to be like? Yeah, that's accurate.
That's exactly what they should do.
What, just hands off their phones?
Yeah.
Esports power pose.
I'm playing with my feet. That's like,
no, but that's so accurate.
It
Because
is.
if you're MNNE EVOS, you take away all that pressure from your shoulders. If you're Blacklist International, you just continue what you've been doing. Don't overthink it.
You lean hard on it.
Yeah. You have to do your best to make it simple.
yeah, don't be Mr. Clean though.
No, don't be Mr. Clean. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with Mr. Clean. He keeps things clean, and he looks good in a white shirt. By the way, welcome to the draft of game number 1. MNNE EVOS versus Blacklist International. Again, it's going to be a tough hill to climb for the young squad of MNNE EVOS. But they have history. Outside of the MPL together, they've grown together. Let's see if they can show off and take down Blacklist together.
And one thing that they did not mention, or that we haven't been able to mention as much as I think we should, is their coach. They are saving Bitoy AR for the very, very clutch moments where they need that pivotal win.
Yeah, and they called him a secret weapon also.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Here's my theory. Maybe Bitoy, Coach Bitoy, handles this squad. And it's Coach Ison who handles the S11 squad.
We've seen
There
that
you
before
go.
with other teams as well.
Right?
That makes a lot of sense. So maybe that's why he is showing up now. He knows this group of young men much better.
That's right.
And familiarity breeds, I don't know, it breeds something.
It
What does it
breeds
breed?
excellence in the right
Breeds excellence, there you go.
circumstance,
That's
but still,
breeds
look,
good stuff.
it's still him, but DJ next to him.
I mean, you know, you got a veteran player on your roster, you got to use him. I
mean,
guess that's the best way to
That's
do
my
it.
boy Douglas, right? Douglas has been here for years now, several seasons. Let's talk about the draft.
I want to talk about this Baksha pick because, oh my goodness, it is Sensui's 4th straight Baksha game. One game, he used it. The moment he used it, they were on a win streak.
Yeah.
And I don't know how this keeps going off into the draft here, man.
It's actually MNNE EVOS. We played the
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
He turned it the other way. Sorry about that.
No, it's all right. We've gotten so used to seeing Blacklist and Sensui play that Baksha.
Yeah.
That
That's why it was him again.
Yeah, dude, dare I say, that's a good move. You're up against Blacklist, you take away the Baksha.
Take it away. Thank you so much. I started that off a bit frustrated. Why is it still there? And then I realized it's on the other team. There you go. So, what about the Airfield though? I actually just have a little bit of a thoughts about the Airfield. Although they are starting to form into that lineup that just wants a hidden move.
Yeah.
They got a hidden move. So maybe that's something that Blacklist has to think about here. They are going to be locking down the Edith, which I thought would have been perfect there. Maybe if you lock in that Baksha, lock in that Edith on the roam, you got all the front line that you'll need. But this time around, it's going to be Blacklist who's going to be handling that right here. Martis for Sensui. I would say this is comfort for him.
Something else that Blacklist is doing, even with their first 3 picks already in blue, they're not revealing anything specific yet. You still don't know where the Edith or the Novari are going.
There's no
That's perfect.
Lot of
Edith with Edith to the roam, Novaria to the...
Exactly.
You know? It's so many, it's so good for Blacklist right now. Permutations that, you know, Bitoy is going to have to think about. Mr. Bitoy here really being put to the test. His first day in.
Yeah, and it's a good understanding of the current metagame for Blacklist International. While MNNE EVOS, it's a good understanding of the Blacklist playstyle, that they're doing their best to take out the possible pieces. You mentioned the flexibility that could come out from the side of Blacklist. Well, MNNE EVOS are thinking, you know what, there's still room for a Gord, we'll take it away.
Yeah, we see you, Hodge.
Oh, man.
Hodge, yeah, my boy Hodge.
We see you.
Gord, by the way, 100% win rate so
5-0.
far. 5-0.
Call the Popo. He's sitting at 5-0.
That would have been a sight to see. And MNNE has been, you know, they played it safe. They made sure it's not going to make an appearance here, which means they probably want to create a lineup that wants to stick together as much as they can to get that, you know, small advantage when you get a 5-man team fight going.
Yeah, so now MNNE EVOS take away the Paquito, and it's so strange seeing Blacklist International ban out an Estes, but that is good understanding of MNNE EVOS / the former members of Archives Esports, because that's something that they've shown to play, and that's why in MDL Philippines Season 1, Archives almost made it to the playoffs because they spammed the heck out of Estes.
Tis true, yes, and I love that you brought it up, man.
Yep.
It is a sight to see Blacklist banning out these healing heroes.
We see you.
Oh,
We
man.
understand what's going on.
They do.
Now, Blacklist looking to close up shop here. They still need a gold laner. And I really do feel that this is going to be a roam Edith. Like, that's just mostly what's going to happen here.
Or
like it now.
Novatrix. Let's go it. Let's do it for the Novatrix.
Yeah, Beatrix still open. Oh, good call on the Beatrix. And it's going to be
Cho?
a Cho for Renegade.
All right, I eat my words then. That's an XP lane Edith.
Baka Renegade Cho.
Baka Renegade Cho. Perfect.
I hate myself.
Hey, man.
No, that was fantastic,
This
brother.
is a signature Renegade hero.
Yeah.
I love it.
He can pick a gold laner right in the middle of what? A 10-man brawl. Like,
Yeah.
that's not impossible.
And this channels back to Renegade's past when he was still a side laner. Rocking also
Oh
that
yeah,
show.
he did XP this hero as well.
Yeah, he also played that in the EXP lane, and I think 1 or 2 games as a gold lane even as well. Well, that's ancient Mpl-Ph.
Deep lore.
Deep lore.
Deep lore.
Yeah.
The Bataan local has been playing for the past 7 seasons now. So.
Yeah. Okay, so second game for Lolita, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, Lolita was picked earlier. So
Today,
this is
yes.
The second Lolita game, and that was the last pick of MNNE Evos.
Yeah, I love what Minana's doing. Personally, it is a pet peeve of mine that if you're drafting, right, against a lot of range heroes, people just don't like using Lolita recently. I love that, you know what, I like how the Coach of Toy is thinking here. That's exactly what you need to do against a very strong Astral Recall, against all these snipes. Man, just block it. It's not even reflecting yet, which is something that we'll talk about maybe someday, but not right now. But yes.
But there is one thing that's worrying me about MNNE Evos' draft here, and I do believe that, yes, this matrix will show us, right? Check it out. For MNNE Evos, they got great burst, great team fight, late game potential, when you get that Irritel all suited up.
Yep.
But you're so short on range. You're so, it's dive on dive.
That is true, though. It's going to be hard to really reach that, the other heroes on the side of Blacklist unless you go on a full commit, which, again, it's either you win or you lose on that one.
Blacklist International has range, has poke. MNNE Evos says, with a lot of them debuting, this young squad wants to take it to the face of Blacklist International. Folks, welcome to game number 1.
Now, it seems that it's going to be a duo on the top side between Edward and Haji. Never thought I'd see that, but looks like a good way to start that off. Just make sure Edward doesn't get bullied here by the Paquito. Very strong early game level 1 burst. If you combo up the champ stance and all that.
This is just a big fight waiting to happen. A scramble for the Little Wanderer. Blacklist scores.
Yeah, quick, folks. Actually, they're going to be the ones to get the Little Wanderer. I believe it fell into the hands of Renegade, actually, as a Cho was able to get the last hit onto there. Or JM, though, look at him. Even though he's down to like 1 bar left, he's still taking it real close to that Edith.
Yeah. I gotta say, it feels good to see Spider Miles AR not really looking too flustered. At the very least, he's making sure that Blacklist is still visible on the map. Although he is gonna be suffering against Sensui if he doesn't make it out there.
Forcing out the flicker already at the 1.5-minute mark. It's going to be a tough turtle for MNNE Evos.
For sure.
Yeah, seems like they really needed to do that, though. You wouldn't want to give that Martis an early kill. First turtle, they're going to have their Lolita back. Does it look good for MNNE to try and contest?
And of course, for MNNE here, it's a long ticking clock for Sumpak on the Irifel against, I would say, one of the players he plays a lot of MLBB against. That's Oheb as well. So, Turtle, you mentioned it. They're going to go for it. Huge advantage for Blacklist, in my opinion.
But MNNE Evos first to the scene. There's 3 men here. Now Blacklist just up in their numbers. Slight pull by Kaizen. And there's the Astral Echo. 3 spotted. Who can they find? The Onward! Knocking Lancey up into the sky. And the turtle scored by Sensui. Edward very low. Here comes a Primal Wrath. They disengage. Blacklist happy with the victory.
And we talked about the small advantages that Blacklist has been getting in the past minute. It really showed in that fight. Multiple MNNE members were not level 4 yet, which resulted in the Blacklist, even though they were first to the scene, they did not have the guns to back it up.
Yeah, it was also still good to see, though, that MNNE Evos, despite that, they still did their absolute best to try and contest it. Again, I believe that's been the key theme that we've been looking for MNNE Evos all throughout now is that they should not be flustered. That even though it doesn't look good, try to make something happen.
Yeah, Kaizen, though, he's had some experience already playing against these players, for sure. So he got some mix there. Oh, look at that, Sensui. very deep in the territory.
And understanding the way that timings work, he more than happily uses the retribution. Look how deep Lord JM is. Again, this is just a sign for us to say that, yeah, MNNE EVOS, they're not letting the whole nerves situation get to them because they're crossing the river and they're putting up a fight when it matters.
Right now, it looks like it's going to boil down to someone making an error or making a really good play. Different rotations. Now, this Blacklist will commit 3 down bottom.
Yeah, for real. It's a really strong committal here for Blacklist, which means Sumpak, you got to make it out of there. A lot of, he's smelling blood right now.
Yeah.
I love that. And of course, that's with the help of Spider Miles.
Might go ahead and sandwich Sensui, forcing out the Mortal Coil. There's the Puisan Sumpak. Puts a few beads on him, and Oheb goes ahead, uses the ult. First blood drawn by Sensui. There's another double kill. Taking down Spider Miles as well. 2-0 at 4 minutes.
You know what? The Guardian's Bulwark can do a lot of things. It can't block Decimate. And that's exactly what Sensui was banking on there. And if you see Oheb dashing forward, oh my god.
Yeah.
That's a sign.
Yeah, you know you've probably already lost one. Maybe even 2 in that sequence. So watch out for the marksman of this game against Sumpak and Oheb. And yeah, MNNE EVOS, yeah, I like the bravery, but now you got to mix in a little bit more of calculations in there. That was a little bit too greedy.
Here we go. Second turtle of the game, up for grabs. And the way of the dragon plus the full-on combo. Sensui pops one more. Lord JM bends the knee. And now Spider Miles once more. 2K for Sensui. MNNE EVOS calling it off, surrendering to Blacks International, the second turtle of the game.
That is 2 double kills in a row for Sensui and the turtle debut. Obviously started by the Hitman. You know what it is, man. Renegade, he looks on form right now.
Oh, as you said it earlier, Rockhard, Baka Renegade Cho. And it is Renegade's Cho. But yeah, that double kill onto Sensui, that is what you want to see if you are a Martis. At this point, Blacklist have completely ticked their early game conditions. Welcome to the mid game where Blacklist is at, but where MNNE EVOS is trying to still cross into.
Yo, this is crazy. We're calling 5 minutes mid-game?
Yeah.
We barely just left the laning phase. That's how fast the Ube Express, as I like to call it. You call it the Uber. But wait, Edward here, sandwich in the middle of a rock and a hard place. One of them called Lord JM. Lancy AR, a little too late to the party, but nonetheless, MNNE EVOS on the board.
Yeah, a bit too late there on the Primal Wrath. Couldn't really proc that additional shielding that you get from an Edith. Even especially at full charge, which he did absorb a lot of damage there, and his bar was completely full. That would have been something that could have been turned around there. Really close here for Blacklist. MNNE getting one on the board.
Yeah, 1,500, the goal difference between the 2 marksmen, though. That's a good sign of where they are at right now. Gold earnings chart on the right, a lot of it mostly Blacklist International atop. Now their jungle's getting invaded. But Case is still going to be able to secure that, so that's good news for them. So MNNE EVOS right now, they've just converted it into, all right, yeah, we've already lost the early game. Let's just do our best to make sure we're still securing our own resources.
Oh, look at how deep Renegade is, cutting right behind the tier 1 in mid as it's blown up by Blacklist, ballooning that lead up to 5K.
Yeah, Sensui definitely looking a lot more pronounced compared to last week here on his performance. All of that definitely because of a very cohesive draft created by Blacklist, who seem to be unafraid of this.
Here we go! That's the full-on 5-man engage, cancelled and denied. 1-for-1 trade though, Oheb for Lancy. Great trade for MNNE EVOS, but Blacklist ain't done not so fast, says Sensui as he scores another kill. And now Hazen here. Oh, he's in no man's land right now. You don't want to be here in the middle of 4 members of Blacklist as Sensui scores another.
I'm a little stunned by how well this lineup of Blacklist is isolating the opponents right now for MNNE, who of course will get a turtle as a consolation prize, but they lost so many members and a lot of resources because of that.
Oh, there you go. MNNE EVOS counters it up. They get the turtle, but yeah, Blacklist International, that massive Earth Shatter knockup by Edwards set things up, but at least MNNE EVOS was able to take down Oheb. It was expected that after that engage, though, that was just them just trying to get a small win. It'll be hard for them to get the total win, but a small win at that. Still, Blacklist in the lead. See how MNNE EVOS will make a comeback for Blacklist. You mentioned it again earlier, Rockhard. The key word for them is cohesive.
Oh, here we go. Did he do it? Oh, that's 1 count. Sensui guilty of Grand Theft Orange. Renegade looking for one. Does not use the flicker. Putting Lancy in a weird and precautious position. Oh, no dice. All right, Blacklist just taking their time.
Yeah, so Blacklist's isolation line right now is working, but what really bothers me is what's going to happen when MNNE gets into some sort of itemization peak here, and then they go for a 5v5. Because this lineup works well with ISO, again, with the kick, and everything else, with the onward, a single target, crowd control. So I wonder what that's going to look like in the 5v5.
Yeah. Let's see if Blacklist can continue to do what they've been doing. The isolation, the cohesiveness. Again, in the English broadcast, we call it the Uber, Ultimate Bonding Experience Remix.
It's the Uber.
It's the Uber. And it's shades of Blacklist International's playstyle in MPL Philippines Season 8 when Haji first joined in. It's that same kind of energy that they bring to the table.
It really does feel like it, doesn't it? Right now, though, damage received, obviously, Kaizen, surprisingly enough, he's not really falling as much as I thought he would.
Oh, yeah.
Considering how many slip-ups MNNE has already had, that's something.
Slip-ups, good reads by Blacklist. Now let's talk about the conditions here. We know Blacklist just needs to continue this. But what do they have to watch out for here against MNNE EVOS to avoid MNNE coming back?
Just make sure that you're always S5. If someone goes on a 4-1 split, I mean, that could be trouble, wouldn't it, Leo?
Yep, and with that, MNNE EVOS biding their time, staying to their quarter of the map, not even their half, because Blacklist has drawn a line clearly where they can cross. Quick lord take by Blacklist at 9 minutes, 56 seconds. 10 minutes in, man, there's one turret left standing, and that's mid-tier 2 for MNNE.
Yeah, Edward, I love how Edward was positioned right there. He was like, here, line's here, no further.
You have to be this tall to cross.
I wouldn't be able to go in there then. I'm not the tallest.
I'll talk about levels.
Like. Oh, levels. All right, cool. Yeah, then yeah, I can go in. Woo!
So yeah, Edward really showing that aura. He got as a Legend.
Oh yeah.
I can really feel it right here, all the way from the stages, and I got. Oh no, I love the sticker play. I did not know that sticker existed.
Wait up! No! I don't think even Sumpa expected that.
No, that's classic Nova tricks.
That's just Nova tricks combo. We've seen it. Oh man, here we go. Blacklist looking to penetrate up top. Renegade finds one. It's Kaizen, kicks him right up to Blacklist International, serving him up, but he gets punished as Kaizen gets the kill. But Kaizen trades out for Sensui. Right now, the Lord is wailing away at MNNE EVOS' base. Tier 2 in mid-folds as well. Here comes Sumpak respawning just in time. And they clear the minion waves because Blacklist looks like they mean business. It's a 4v4. Astral Echo's out. Oh! It's taken down. Haji point blank. And now the base up next. Blacklist International counting the moments. 3, 2, 1.
Ring the bell right now.
Ding, 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 ding.
This man's had enough. Blacklist International takes game 1.
Poke damage. Burst. The range, ultra fast. The winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. And dominant, to say the least, was that Game 1 performance.
Oh man, that last snipe, by the way, I know that Team 5 was great, but that last snipe, the combo, it felt like one single bullet.
Yeah.
I don't know how they did that. That just,
And what was actually rocking Nibiru? So you couldn't say it was Renner, you couldn't say it was Wesker.
Yeah.
So it was clearly just the Novaria for the most part, I think.
Yeah, the Novaria burst. And then it was the Nibiru.
One tick.
Yeah.
Oh, it was a tick from the
Nibiru. Was a tick.
Wow.
Yeah.
The burst. That, I mean, just goes to show how fast Blacklist has scaled with Haji already doing damage. That huge. 11 minutes in. By the way, purchase the weekly Diamond Pass and enjoy a diamond rebate of 455%. You can claim 100 diamonds on the day of your purchase and another 120 by logging in for the next 6 days.
Worry about missing the rewards? Just log into the game every day and Layla's saving box will automatically save them for you. She's got you, fam, don't worry. Besides item rewards, over 280 diamonds are waiting for you too.
So cool because the offer is just too good to miss. Unlock that pass and enjoy the benefits now. Personally, I used it. good.
Solid.
So good.
All right, let me get that in right after this match. Okay, let's talk about that moment one more time. How Sumpak just saw his life flash before his eyes in no less than 2 seconds. All right, here's the situation. As I'm gonna put myself in the shoes of a member of the Hokbo. All right.
Yeah.
Sumpak was my one insurance policy.
Yeah.
Sumpak was like, yo, as long as Sumpak don't die and they can hold out to like maybe 14, 15 minutes, Minana can still turn this around. Minana Evos might even take game 1. But after that moment, right underneath their turret, right underneath tier 3 in mid, I don't know how that happened.
I saw a split moment where you're right. Sumpak was the insurance policy, and everyone was like, oh my god, what just happened there? It's like that meme where everything's on fire. Like, yeah.
Yeah, it's like,
it's
like you're watching a movie, and finally, the good guys pick up the MacGuffin, right? That one thing that they need, and then somebody just drops it. Like, what? We went through like 90 minutes of a full arc, and then you're just gonna... That's what happened.
I mean, there's no other way to do it.
It was difficult. It looked jittery. It seems like after or slightly before the second double kill for the Martis, that's when it looked like things were just changing and going towards Blacklist's way. Nana Evos and Blacklist Internationals game number 1. Rockhart, say something smart. Analyze it for us.
Oh, you gotta put me on cue, man. I love that, but I have to say that we are approaching a point where Blacklist's win conditions here, it seems to be so apparent that it's a surprise that we didn't see that being addressed on the draft. They went for a full isolation lineup, where normally you would love to do that by, being very cohesive on your own. But we saw Minana Evo split up there, Sensui finally shining the way that he should have from week number 1 on that Martis. Again, consecutive double kills. He didn't even complete this Molten Essence and the Fury Hammer. Just went straight to the tanky build. And that's exactly what he needed. You got Decimate, you got True Damage. You don't need these damage items. He's 7-0 into with 69%. A very nice skill participation. Again, compounded with some pretty good setups made by the Hitman himself. And of course, the follow-up with Oheb's confidence this game. It is sterling, by the way. See Renegade, the way that he plays, it's Renegade's show. And at this point, you have to think, what's Spider Miles gonna do against a Lolita? That's probably one of the reasons why they were thinking about, you know what, it would be great to have a Lolita to stop this Novatrix combo hitting us. But it wasn't the Novatrix, man. It's those spicy decimates by Sensui, who seem to be just having the time of his life, being enabled by the rest of the lineup of Blacklist International. Navaria definitely being shown why he is the top first pick material for a lot of different lineups. Not just this one, not just this very strong isolation lineup. Definitely a plug-and-play pick for most lineups, and it worked them very, very well this one. Yeah, big props to Edward here, Mr. Legend Zero himself, for as well maintaining or making sure that Minana were not able to get too down in the dumps or, where they shouldn't have been. And that's Sensui. This is the heat map from 0 to 11 minutes. Very, very aggressive as this entire game. 11 minutes and 34 seconds. So easy for us to lose track of where Oheb was and where Haji was. You heard me mention it over and over again, right? Renegade just keeps going with these very flashy plays. Same with Edward and Sensui. You don't know where Haji is. No one's been talking about Haji. Even the enemy doesn't know where Haji is. That's how difficult it was to deal with the Blacklist lineup that we have. Maybe their way to do it would have been to... Maybe the way to answer this as Minana would have been to use sustain. Like we said, cohesiveness is the way that you deal with isolation lineups like this. But nope. It was denied by Blacklist in the draft as well by banning out the Angela and banning out the Estes. Beautiful drafting there, Mr. Master the basics. 0% team participation, team fight participation there for Sumpak. It was like a candle, waiting for a candle to reach the bottom, and you never saw it go out. He just literally, the whole candle disappeared there. That was, of course, the key, the analysis for that game. Guys, it's Renegade's show. What else can I say?
It's Renegades Cho. It's a debuting young squad. I feel like there's a lot of factors in there that goes against what MNNE EVOS really wants to do. Some decisions as well quite questionable in the draft. But then I feel like the way with how they drafted, they also wanted to lean in on the idea that we presented to them. Be as comfortable as possible.
Yeah, but there was something that you mentioned that we really didn't get to consider much, and just only in hindsight we're able to go like, oh yeah, that should have played a big role. Wherein Haji on the Novaria makes you all like, oh wait, what? There's a Novaria somewhere? Never mind. You know, it pulls you out of your flow, and you're like, all right, I got to get rid of this Astral Echo first, and from there, you know, it just doesn't spell much of a mid-game to late-game transition.
Yeah. All right. By the way, there is an event going on in-game right now. The Nostalgia event is now live in the Mobile Legends Bang Bang in-game app. Complete tasks to get one of the 4 skins for free.
You got Yusen Shin's Roguish Range, Tigreal's Dark Guardian, Hanzo's Undead King, and Cyclops' Super Adventure. Which one would you like to pick? Let's join the event now and grab your favorite. I believe I have all of them, but if I were to pick one, I'd say it's that Tigreal.
Yeah, if you want skins, we have it. If you have stickers, we also still have that too.
Hanzo for me. Show your support for your favorite MPL teams by purchasing their limited edition team notification effects for only 58 diamonds. You can stock them up. That's what you can do. Stock them up. Limited edition. You got everything.
Yeah, you can buy multiple ones and then set one differently, like for a hero. Maybe if you have a signature hero, there's that. I love the art of the team notification effects. By the way, if you're wondering what the team notification effects are, it's the one, let's say, the kill or the double kill up top. Yeah. It's either on the top middle, or people like to put it below the map sometimes.
You can adjust where it goes.
Yeah, you can adjust where it goes. Yeah, it's team-based, so show your support.
Where is yours?
Oh, mine's still just, I don't move it.
Oh, where's yours?
On the upper left, near the minimap.
I put it under the minimap.
Under the minimap.
Yeah.
Good
so
choice.
it's like near my thumb. Like, yeah.
It's like under the scores for me. So I know what you mean, though. In the middle, it's very obtrusive sometimes.
Kinda,
really,
yeah. You're trying to read the situation, yeah.
And you can't click on some stuff anyway.
I'm just lazy to change mine, honestly. I mean...
you reached Mythic Glory at least, right? Sorry, Mythic Honor. At the very least.
Mythical Glory last season.
Last season, right.
I am hard stuck right now.
Imagine, by default, he uses default and he reaches Mythical Glory. Why not? Right?
Yeah. I just got lucky. I don't know. But now, I feel like now on the side of MNNE EVOS, even, they're going to need a little bit of luck on their side to get through this. Because it seems like right now they're going up against a team that have just the understanding of the draft, top tier. In-game movements, top tier. But there are a lot of, what do we call this? The single target, hard to hit skills. Heroes.
Skill
shots. Skill shots. There we go. Thank you. The skill shot heroes for the side of Blacklist International. But I feel like also another thing as to why Blacklist International played a really great game in that game number 1 was they were just landing everything. It just so happens. Everything was just landing for them.
But again, why, right? It's because your opponent's playing a dive comp. Your opponent puts themselves in a position wherein they're catching everything because they want to overrun you. But against a lineup that has such great vision and such great counterplay potential like Blacklist with the whole Cho and the Edith and the Novaria, it just won't work. So again, it's one thing to have a plan going into a draft red side with 2 strong picks and then closing up. And you know what happened? I think they just said that this is what we want to play. We'll just play it better, even if we kind of know that it might not work against what they're building. You know
I think, you brought that up earlier, right?
Yeah.
Like, this lineup of MNNE created, it would have been great if you had an Estes, maybe, you know? But yeah, no. They were really completely against their win condition in that lineup. Yeah, for sure.
So we learned also something new today. If you are up against an Edith, a Martis, whatever roamer is there that has control, maybe it's not best to play dive comp. Because it's difficult for you to dive. You're getting interrupted because they're also knocking you up, or they have heroes who can stop your dive.
And they see the dive coming from a mile away with the Astral Echo. I wonder what else is in the bag for MNNE EVOS. I wonder what Coach Bitoy, Coach Imba DJ, in the back once they talk to Coach Ison, to Coach Hayes, like, what you guys got? Like, we can't go dive anymore.
What's in the playbook? Come on, bring it out.
Yeah, it's like they went into this knowing they wanted to play dive comp and just tunnel vision onto it so hard.
They woke up and they chose dive comp.
Yeah, they woke up and they chose dive comp. That was like this morning. They woke up in the boot camp and chose dive comp. And even though the Novario was the first pick of Blacklist International, and though Martis and Edith were already picked up by Blacklist, they were still like, dive comp. That's what I saw today. How would you two feel if going into this, MNNE Evos is still thinking the same way?
You know what? If that's exactly what they're good at, go for it. But make sure to, secure the key portions of that dive comp. I think Angela is something that a lot of pro players are thinking about right now.
Yeah.
And the S12 as well, and maybe a little bit of Florin. Maybe next time around.
So maybe pick those earlier instead of waiting for it to get banned by Blacklist?
Yeah, there you are.
Could happen, maybe. Since they're on the red side, it is more likely that they can, since they do have the 2-pick swing. But yeah, no, I'm hoping that they have a change of heart. I'm hoping that they come in the game 2 with a different game plan, or at least a more flexible game plan. Because if not, if they force dive comp, man, they're gonna have to hear a word from a good friend of ours, Vas Montenegro, talking about, you wanna know the definition of insanity?
Oh.
If you know the answer to that, then you know.
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know. And let's see if MNNE's performance here will be a far cry from their performance in game number 1. I like this approach though here, Rockhart. Instead of someone else banning out or picking up the Edith, MNNE said, yeah, we really don't want to go up against the Edith. So are we going to see another dive comp by MNNE?
Oh no!
Oh, no. Leo's worst nightmare.
I mean, not just my worst nightmare. I mean, the whole ball, all of them, just collectively rocking purple, black, and it's pretty jersey. I lost myself. Anyways, again, be more flexible. You have the 2-pick swing.
Come on, man.
Utilize the 2-pick swing.
I even forgot. Like, my mind automatically went after Blacklist banned the Estes and the Angela. I'm like, Rafaela. No, there's still the Florin.
Yeah, there's still
you don't have to automatically go Rafaela. So yeah, I don't know.
It could have really went a different route, didn't it? Yeah. And right here, now that they've opened up the auction, definitely an option here for Blacklist. Not first pick, maybe second or third, but no, they picked it up. First pick, really? I was banned out. Sorry, I thought we were already on picks. Yeah, I was so excited.
Are we gonna see a Nova?
This box is really hitting me.
Oh, Nova.
There's a Nova. Yeah.
Oh no.
Nova.
Oh no.
All right.
That wasn't me, by the way. That was someone else.
Surprising? Yes, that wasn't.
An Australian fan of the crowd.
I don't believe you.
So right now, yeah. Why you gotta do that?
All right, so first, again, 2-pick swing, fam.
You're gonna go for it.
Would it be too much to lock in the Florin here?
Yes.
Okay, maybe third pick.
Yeah. These first will be better.
Oh, they have better long-range control now with the Eve, though.
Great box. Awesome.
And by the way, it's so rare to see Eve picked up because she's constantly banned out.
Oh, yeah.
So welcome back after a long while, Eve.
She's in at least top 3 bans from last week.
Now, is Purple going to be it? Maybe Selena's going to come out. Just kidding. I mean, Hayes would love to see that, but no. Joy is coming out. Love that from Edward.
Yeah.
And no Baksha means, Sensui is going to have to flex his hero pool here.
He's fine. He's great on the Akai. I honestly don't see a world unless it comes down to it. Again, unless Blacklist hand is forced, wherein Renegade has to play the Akai.
Yeah.
This is more likely, as clear as day, a jungle Akai.
We usually see that as a response. And going back to the tendencies of Blacklist International's drafting from last season, usually they love picking up Akai in the first phase when the first 2 picks are Martis and Eve.
Yeah.
So if it is a roam Akai, then something went terribly different in the draft.
That's right.
So
MNNE Eve was forced.
So same picks, different season though. Different player. For the junk.
Same playstyle.
Same playstyle though, yeah, I gotta agree.
Okay, there's the Brody. Not exactly as full dive anymore, but the range though. They seem to be investing so much in the Eve.
Yeah.
Right?
So now it really looks like MNNE is going to round it out with more tankier frontliners.
Yeah.
I love what Master Debase is going to be thinking up here. Great range line that you got there. Be a shame if I banned out these tanks.
Yeah. Oh, you need someone tanky? Oh, it's gone. Let's see if that'll be the play.
Definitely.
Okay, so they're taking out the Kadata. Still putting in the possibility that it's going to be a double mage setup here for Blacklist.
Yeah.
I wonder what are the chances, though, if it's going to be double mage for Blacklist, but it's Joy in the mid.
Ban the gourd, ban the gourd.
Ban the gourd, do it.
Do it.
Gotta ban the gourd here.
Again,
Do
similar to how if the Akai suddenly goes roam, something went very different.
Yeah.
If the Joy has to suddenly go mid.
I love that everyone watching on video right now will know we are in season 12 when we say ban gourd.
Yeah.
The only season you'll ever hear
There
us say
it
that.
is.
There it is.
There it is.
It had to be gourd.
It had to be gourd, man.
And again, this forces Blacklist to pick up the Farsa if they want to, right?
Yeah.
If they want to be able to reach or at least go toe-to-toe with the Eve in terms of range.
Yeah, if Blacklist are gonna lean towards the Farsa though, the XP lane needs to be their last pick, Minana Eva, so it could be like a last pick Yuzong. Or
Yuzong, yeah.
even a last pick Martis. I don't need to force it. But
Martis.
I'd also sorry, not the Martis.
XP.
Terizla, there we go.
Oh yeah, no, the Riz is still out there.
Yeah, the Riz is still out.
Oh wow.
And this Blacklist
Not to
banning
mention
him.
the Borg.
Oh, the board.
The Borg is still out there too.
Love these XP lane picks right now.
It's wide open, man.
Yeah, hugely wide open. Lapu Lapu. I miss Lapu Lapu though. I wish we could get back to those days.
Yeah.
Yeah. The pack is still open.
The pack's there.
Minana Evos needs more control. They need more peel for their Brody and their Eve. Even though we know Brody has that son, one more really good hero for peel. I wouldn't mind if they pick up the Grok, just so that they have someone with an easier knock-up if ever the members of Blacklist want to go in.
They kind of need an answer for the Joy. No one holds down the Joy quite yet.
Yeah, so a Cho or a Cho as well. A little bit too single target for my taste, but yeah, they need it.
That's the only one available. They banned out the Franco.
Oh, wow.
Rafa.
All right, this is...
That was a...
Again, I'm not so sure if this is the right call, but it's the next best thing to an Estes, right?
Yeah.
That's different from a Florin. Has the summer of Florin ended so quickly?
I know, it's weird. It's still really strong, though. I feel like it's still really strong. Maybe gameplay, maybe comfort-wise, right?
Yeah, Spider Mayo's here.
But one thing I know, you breathed this into existence.
Yeah.
I manifested it just
last
now.
game. Yeah, just a few moments ago.
Maybe they're really just looking for the, how do you say this? The movement speed increase.
Yeah.
Provided by the holy healing.
So it happened. They're going dive again.
Yeah.
It seems so, bro.
On the spectrum of poke and dive, they're closer to dive.
Oh, it's a crew for
All right.
Very comfortable Blacklist lineup.
Here.
What could the last pick be here, Rockhart?
Yeah, definitely need more front lines here. Who's good? A huge XP would be Glue, maybe. Someone that can really kind of...
Oh, I wouldn't mind.
I can dig it.
But
the Glue would be great.
You go hunt the Navaria down.
Yeah.
You try to move the Joy out of the way. You make it weird for Oheb.
But big question is comfort. Are they going to be comfortable with that? Because it's going to tank so much damage.
Oh, the Glue just seems so good. Yeah, if ever they're not thinking of Glue, what? Are they thinking of the Grok XP? Are they thinking of Terizla? Glue is just would round it out really well.
Glue is perfect, but on a personal basis, I know Lord JM is a mechanical savant. It's a relatively odd hero to pick, and that's
there
right.
You go.
There's the pack. All right, so they'll say burst.
Burst. So they're still sticking to that identity.
Dude.
It's who they are, man. You can't deal.
They're CC shy, man.
Yeah.
They don't care much
That's
for
what I was
CC.
thinking. And there you go. So isolation definitely still high for Blacklist. Their burst is way low now this time around. And that's something that maybe they can utilize. The burst here for Minana is, for early to mid, is actually pretty good.
Yeah.
I gotta say, they got some win conditions here to really hammer their points on.
Yeah, but the isolation for Blacklist International, and you mentioned isolation as a key theme of Blacklist lineup last time around. It still is that case for this game. They have pieces here that, yes, will shine together, but if ever two or just three of them try to make a play together, then it will still be really good. Minana Evas, though, playing with an Eve, need to play together.
Yeah, that's the key here right now. As you can see, very much straightforward. Edward been having the time of his life on that Joy. Been making me want to practice that hero as well.
All right, welcome to game number 2. Will Minana Evos be able to force a game number 3? Shake off the experience that was game 1, or will Blacklist say, yeah, we're going to continue the win streak?
Yeah, remember what I said. They only need one. One win against the top dogs here is going to do wonders. One game win, not even a match win. One game win against the top dogs.
Yep, Blacks International currently on a sweep streak. If they go ahead and win this here right now in game 2, that'll make it 3. Renegade playing footsies with Spider Miles and Lancy, and that's 3 men from Minana Evos securing the Little Wanderer under 1 minute.
Definitely a better start here for Minana. Looking at how the map is going, the Joy is also getting cut here by Lord JM. Like you said, mechanics is his very bread and butter. And it would have been definitely wasted on the glue. I would have to agree with that one. Yeah. But again, they go a different route though with this one, right, Renmar?
Yeah, if he can land combos, it'll be incredibly impressive. Because right now, look at the pieces of Blacklist. It looks difficult to land a combo as a Paquito. It seems like the easiest target to get will be a Kufra just right in front of you or the Beatrix.
When you say it like that, it's like Paquito's like a walking skill shot in that regard, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're right. And instead of in one way placing a skill, you're looping and you're chaining your skills. Again, it's easier said than done, definitely.
Yeah, throwing your body in the process.
Definitely. Presence down bottom, forcing a flicker out of Renegade. He's going to need to use that to save his life. He understands that the next turtle is where he's going to be needed. But they are down to flicker, so less combos at Blacklist disposal.
Nice try there from Minana. I would have taken that dive the moment I saw it. But again, Blacklist kind of read through that and saw them through the bush.
Yeah, I really thought MNNE would actually try to force the issue there. I was like, oh, this is going to be spicy if they try to go for that. Emblems-wise, though, wow.
It's something that their S11 counterparts, the older lineup from Minana would do,
yeah.
right? Remember? Remember last week? Yeah.
100%.
They love diving the towers there. Now, first hurdle, though, despite all that, Blacklist, wow, the rotation, the timing was just quite off there from MNNE. Blacklist gets in without a problem.
And again, all of that stemmed from that attempted dive there on the bottom side, which made me wonder why they didn't go for it. Maybe they're a bit too cautious, right? And maybe they needed to do that to kind of prolong the game into a point where they think they've reached their power spikes. As you can see, no one definitely going to be reaching their power spikes anytime soon. So maybe Minana said, let's not give away any kills. Let's not give away any deaths. If we screw this dive up, we might be toast.
Oh, stolen by Haji.
That's going to hurt.
Astral recall to the purple buff.
I don't know how to describe the feeling of that when you lose that.
Kaizen is just trying to shake that off right now, actively saying it's okay. You'll get the next one.
It's all right, yo. Reset. But deep down, if I'm his teammate, I'm just whispering to the mic, bro. I'm sorry. There's no other way to say it. That sucked. that really hurt. Hell of a catch there by Haji. But now, yeah, Minana Evos needs to regather their bearings, and the call of their play seems to be to continue to pressure the gold lane to take Renegade out of the rest of the map.
Man, shades of Seacat from MSC against Outplayed.
Yeah.
The literal same situation. Your maybe second or third purple buff taken away just like that. Now Haji throws up an ult, and Sui trying to draw a line between Blacklist and the 4 members of Minana Evos down bottom. Y'all fellas notice both teams have been down here in this lower quarter for quite a bit in the past couple of minutes.
Yeah, and it's surprising that Blacklist has been having the time. They've not been suffering any casualties because of that. Either way, it would appear the Blacklist's comms is improving. And Minana right now, obviously they've lost some buffs, but they have to keep in their mind the gold is not that far off.
Oh, Renegade misses a revenge. Sumpak putting a couple of beads on him. Torn apart memory, no one home. Sui gets the headbutt. Here comes the answer from Lancy AR. Real world manipulation. Oh. And from down bottom, Lord JM knocks out the MVP machine. Heavy spin coming in from Sui. K's and AR and the rest of Minana Evos asserting dominance in the turtle pit.
Yeah, I wonder if it's going to be enough to kind of tilt Minana's tempo here. Definitely, they're relying so much on Lord JM's mechanic in that last one. Like you mentioned, definitely Minana knowing their strengths, they're not forcing anything weird. And yeah, if he keeps this up, this might be good. But you know what's the answer for Blacklist? Let's not answer it straight up, because I think it hurts to answer Paquito face to face. They're doing it on the turret.
Oh wait, did he do it? He got it!
He got it!
Kaizen steals the orange away from Sensui.
He gets his revenge, and Minana Evos are taking their conditions to continue this lead that they've built up for themselves. Much more controlled, still has the confidence in there despite what happened to them in game number 1. It's looking good for Minana Evos. They're making the right calls. They just need to watch out for Edward's Joy here, because so far Minana Evos have been able to do what they've done because Lord JM is all over the map.
Whoa, come on.
Off camera. That's the duo down bottom. Renegade and Oeb taking down Spider Miles.
That's
look at this.
difficult. Oh, wait. Will they find revenge? Kaizen. Oh, he's trigger happy with the decimation. That's the ult coming in from Hodge, and they let go.
Yeah, Sensui is definitely strong enough to kind of withstand that onslaught coming in from Kaizen and Lancy. And I gotta say, it feels different. It retrospectively, right? It feels different to see Blacklist like this.
Yep.
They've never had the option to play Kufra on the roam, so watching out from that roam position for any big.
Oh,
no!
Off camera! Edward Joy, the pod up, gets one over Lord J 1v1. Heavy spin jumping in.
They're not going anywhere.
AR is in trouble. Oheb gets his carry, but traded out for with Lancy AR's RWM. But this tier 1 down bottom in jeopardy. Oh, they are going to survive. Kaizen almost picking a fight with Edward up top, and they both retreat. 3-2 with Blacklist with the kill lead.
Bit of a nice sidestep there, and don't forget, Renegade, he's one of those really eager roamers, so you can't really blink here if you're Minana. Even if you think no one's there, you gotta assume someone's near Renegade. And Renegade is actually maximizing that so much by flexing his Tyrant's Revenge so often in this game so far. Oh, Turtle Pit.
Here
this could be 50-50.
It's a big one. Minana Evos, 4 members, now 5 approaching here. And there's a jump by Renegade. Astral Echo, Sensui able to score the last turtle of the game. And they're going to try to punish the Dragon Warrior. But he does get a heavy spin. Going away, retreating Renegade with a bouncing ball off. No beads on him. And just like that, underneath the RWM, Spider Miles steals a kill away from his allies, making it a 1 for none. And now they're looking for more. All this while, amongst the chaos down bottom, the Filipino sniper takes down that tier 1.
Yeah, and you know what I was wondering, what I was observing while all that was happening is their player cams. They don't, especially the Blacklist, they did not look flustered at all during that engagement. And it would seem that they kind of predicted the trade would happen. Either way, for the past few minutes, it's been neck and neck on the gold, guys. Look at the damage dealt by Lancy, obviously very mid-centric right now.
Yes.
That is Minana.
And no surprise there, looking at the index stats earlier, those little, the bars that we had. The graphs, there we go, thank you. Was that Blacklist has strong isolation, and that isn't just isolation 1v1, that's isolation for objectives. Banana really need to play together. It's a 4v1 down bottom, Edward! Upon Jing Jing survives. Bounce the vengeance. That's the swipe. Out! Just like that, take a nap, says Lord JM. But up top though, again, Oheb, the prince, able to keep on pushing. And again, back to what you just said, Rocket, it might all be according to plan.
It does feel like it, although I'm not sure if they plan to give away this turret as well, but the re-engage looks like it's gonna happen.
Oh, Sensui looking for a great heavy spin, isolating Kaizen. But Kaizen goes for the Mortal Coil and displaces him. A few stacks from Sungpak, not able to take down Sensui. And there you go, finally, Lancy AR pulls the trigger, takes down Blacklist Jungler. Renegade re-engages one more time. Both teams call it off.
Whoa, Minana Evo, Lord Jim, no way. Oh, okay, Minana Evos still taking it to Blacklist International. Blacklist still also just fighting back. It's sort of like you cover it up. It feels like I'm back in an alternate universe Season 8. Blacklist is playing the banana split, Minana's playing the ube.
Here we go, Lord up. Oh! Catches one. Where's the Lord going? It goes into the hands of Sungpak. And Lord JM taking Renegade and Edward along with them. A clear win for Minana Evos.
I love the way that Minana actually played around the death timers of Sensui, making sure that there was no way for Sensui to contest that.
Exactly. Minana Evos learning, adapting, but will they be able to overcome? It suddenly ballooned to a 4,000 gold lead for Minana Evos. Blacklist International have the pokes and have the damage. Let's go, Jam! We went in!
Oh! Finds Oheb, but gets punished on the way out with a heavy spin. Haji shuts him down.
Huge punchbacks here coming in from Blacklist, but it looks like it's not going to be enough to completely push away the Minana squad.
Oh, now Minana Evos capitalizes, converts right into a tier 3 down bottom. Oh, they're short! Oh, the Lord just got extinguished. Up next is going to be mid. Can they do it? Blacklist with a miraculous defense.
Man, Lord JM started that, flickering forward, and there was even a slight delay before he got the full combo on out. It's like he went for it, hey, I'm here, what's up? And then he went for it.
You gotta put it like that.
So now we can say they're getting into the groove, right? And yes, folks, I'm doing the dance. This is it. This is what that looked like for MNNE EVOS.
Yeah, right now MNNE EVOS definitely hit their power spikes, like way past it actually. And it really did result to that gold lead ballooning from 1K to 4K in a matter of seconds. And now we're going to see whether or not there's going to be any change in tempo here, as we do see Blacklist starting to really get into a more defensive position this time around.
And now for MNNE EVOS, it's getting to the point where Blacklist are getting forced to fight MNNE EVOS' game. MNNE still has to watch out for a potential split push though, but as much as possible, they can bank on the fact Blacklist will be looking to fight S5 as well. And when that happens, it's MNNE playing their game.
So it's safe to say, for the first time in this series, in week 2, day 1, MNNE EVOS in the driver's seat. So this is exactly where the whole ball wants to be.
Yeah, the army of MNNE EVOS sharpening it up. And I would say this is a fully, what's that?
I felt that, dude. No, you see how even if Blacklist is losing, Haji's damage is real. Lancy just felt that too.
So we are seeing a Blacklist that actually haven't hit their power spikes yet, interestingly enough. So I wonder what's going to happen in the full 5v5 clash. It seems like Blacklist, despite having a high ISO meter on their comp, wants to go for that 5v5.
Yeah.
Still.
They're forced to now, though, with the Lords already up. MNNE EVOS, what a turnaround that they've shown to get it this close. Still, though, it's not so far that Blacklist can say that they're fully behind.
No.
It's still close enough.
You see that river bush up top? Talking about that western river bush. You see how Edward Joy, the pop-up, is just waiting for prey. Might be Lord JM, might be Lancy. Blacklist and Sui here with a pull. Renegade No Web holding this bush. There's an RWM, an early pull from Lancy. And now he gets sandwiched, but he pulls the trigger on the flicker. And right now MNNE EVOS recovering, forcing out something from Sensui and Renegade. Bouncing ball, Astral Echoes hits all of them. Even MNNE EVOS' uncles felt that. And right now Edward coming in, isolating the rest of them. Heavy spin from Sensui. Can Lord Jam find the target? Looking for one. A Luminous Lord. And here's the turnaround. They turn on the 2. Renegade and Sensui down. 3v2, folks. 3v2, KZen, Lord 1 finds Oheb, Lord JM pushes in, knocking out a turret like a boxing bag.
Is this endable? Is this MNNE EVOS' time to force game number 3? Can they actually do it here?
Down in mid, Lord misses the mark, he ignores MNNE, and then RWM coming in, taken out, watch the base, Edward defends, can he find a punish? Lord JM looking to knock him out, down goes Legend 0, HP at 0, waves coming in, MNNE EVOS takes us to game 3.
Say the name! Say the name!
MNNE!
Game 3 forced. Despite being overrun in game 1, they have done it. 4 members debuting this season. It ain't over yet.
Let that sink in right there. Everyone just flooded into the booth there for MNNE. Definitely ending the streak that we've seen so far from Blacklist International.
That winning moment was brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. Rockhart, this is what you were talking about. This is it. This is the moment.
Only need one.
They only need one. And they got it.
Hey, denying Blacklist a sweep streak like this, that's gotta feel something, right?
That's impressive.
What your older brothers in the older lineup couldn't do. MNNE EVOS on the board, fam. This is amazing.
Yeah. And this is exactly what I was talking about. You get to a point where you get a win against one of the undoubtedly strongest team from last week.
Yeah.
Anything can happen now. That's all. That's
literally
all
anything, dude.
Literally anything.
Rafael, 100% win rate.
In the season record, there's a 100% win rate. Rafaela is too.
Coming into season 12 is like, just throw paper everywhere.
Healing
what is
for
this?
everyone.
What is this?
And
everyone got it. Wow, and MNNE was no wonder why they picked it up. Again, we brought it. That was their main condition going into this series. From us, we mentioned be as comfortable as possible. This is them channeling their understanding of not only the game as a whole, but their game, themselves, in MDL Philippines Season 1 and translating it to an MPL level.
I love that. I love that what we're doing here, we're seeing here is a big rise of a huge underdog, and everyone loves an underdog story.
Yeah, and of course, everybody loves FWD Life Insurance. They are the official insurer of MPL Philippines Season 12 in the epic adventure of life, and it is epic. FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories and celebrate living with FWD. MNNE EVOS, wow, at this point, they're no longer looking down, they're looking forward.
Looking forward. Right there.
They're looking FWD.
FWD.
Yeah, they're looking at FWD. Just like, whoa.
Yo,
Guys, it's
truth
bright
be
again.
told, with FWD, life, the journey, it's mythically glorious.
Mythically glorious. I was about to say that. That was
Right?
beautiful.
All the way up there.
Connection.
All the way up there.
All right, let's see. Just a bit, though. We're also going to be getting some more things coming up here. We might be hearing from the teams behind the scenes. We also still have Rock Hard's analysis coming up. But yeah, how MNNE EVOS suddenly swung it was surprising. But then they just stuck to their strengths. If I'm not mistaken, that Eve did not have a death or only had one death this game.
Yes, despite everything that Blacklist threw at them.
Yes.
But you have to admit and you have to consider, a lot of this was off the back of Lord JM and KZ.
Yeah. Bro.
Right? To start, from the first 1
down.
to 6 or 7 minutes, that was them. And then everyone else followed.
And I think from Lord JM's perspective, it's exactly what you need to do.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
I love what he did.
He was one of the bright points from their series last week. Now Lord JM helping MNNE EVOS here. Rockhart, please explain to us more what happened in that game 1.
That was Lord JM saying, "What glue? What is this glue that you press 2 buttons? It's not doing anything." He wants to go for those really high mechanic heroes, and he played it like a champ. Right there, using the Paquito's champ stance to proc it over and over again, just giving so much burst. And that's going to be definitely something that MNNE used to get that victory. Aside from Lancey, who, I gotta say it, Lancey, who did everything in his power to make sure that MNNE stayed in control for a majority of that game. I would say they were not completely in the lead for a big part of that, but they kept it close. And who knows? And, you know, that's exactly what they needed. That's exactly what MNNE EVOS needed to get that game under their belt, apparently. Basically going off of very big tempo plays coming in from obviously the mid lane. Lancey made sure that if someone got caught by the real world manipulation, you know what? There was barely any turning back. It was very sticky, especially with the fields that he was creating. It was so difficult for Blacklist to actually maneuver into these games. And even with the pickup of the Akai, it was also very difficult to pin down members of MNNE EVOS because the biggest front line there was obviously the very mobile Lord JM Paquito, as well as a crowd control immune Martis when he goes on that Mortal Coil. Now, Sensui, I don't think he called that JM would do that, but he did right there and then, and that was the beginning of the end for Blacklist in that game. And it was a very nice attempt for Sensui. Actually, he got the Lord here. But you know what? Like we've seen so many times over and over again throughout the seasons, winning the Lord doesn't really always mean that you win the game. That's what MNNE EVOS kind of banked on here, making use of the flowing minions to go straight for the heart of the base of Blacklist International, netting MNNE EVOS their first game win so far of the season. And that it really is saying something, considering they are doing it against a team that was top of the standings in week number 1. Now, the stats really are going to show a lot of skewed stats, advantages here for MNNE. Especially around that jungle area where it was actually a little 50-50. A lot of you guys were watching the way that Haji would normally steal that the buffs, the way that Sensui would also pressure the same way that Edward would pressure the buff-taking capabilities of Minana, which were not really big hindrances to Minana in the end. Whenever we were talking about the team fights, which were controlled very much by both Lancy on that Eve and of course Spider Miles AR on the Rafaela. By the way, if you're just tuning in right now, Rafaela has a 100% win rate in MPL Philippines. Let that sink in slowly, because for sure a lot of other teams are looking at that 92% kill participation. He's always in the thick of it, especially Lancy, which is the reason why he is MVP. Damage is actually quite decent here for Blacklist. I would say phenomenal in some scenarios, but like in Game 1, what they did not really have was what we needed to do when everyone was grouping up. That AoE advantage. Renegade was not able to pull off any major game-breaking plays here on the Kufra, but I would say that he did as much as he could just to make sure that the lanes were actually surviving. The big question was whether or not what Blacklist was going to do coming into that late game. They had a plan, and they just had a very minor slip-up. They had the Lord, but they were not able to completely utilize it. That's the analysis for game number 2. Now, I know that Leia's very happy still because he's going to be able to see more Renegade coming in game number 3.
One way to put it, I guess. Exactly. No, my hair is like getting all over the place because it was a hair-raising action that we saw in the last one. And I'm excited to hear more from the teams. Fantastic analysis as always. Rock hard. And I'm looking forward to how Banana Evos will continue it, because we know Blacklist International, they will continue up the quality of the team fighting and all that. But Banana Evos, they're showing that they've learned and they've adapted in terms of fighting back.
Yeah, and again, it's one thing to say it's all according to plan, given the body language that Blacklist International displayed here in Game 2. But for Banana Evos, it's so hard to fight a team that knows who they are and are not afraid to use that as a strength to just run you over. So that's great. Again, gloves are off, pal. Game 3 is either team's game right now.
In a way, it's kind of poetic. That's one thing we've always known about Blacklist International, playing the game their own way and winning around it. Now Banana Evos, they're channeling that spirit as well, playing their game and how they know how to play it to potentially end the winning streak, series winning streak of Blacklist International from this young squad. Before we go into Game 3, let's hear from behind the scenes.
At alam nyo, dapat talaga nanonood kayo dito sa venue live na live dahil bigatin ang ating mga guests. Nandito sa katabi ko, Leia Bernardino, Hypits, and Eruption. Hi guys! So, kamusta na? Kamusta?
Ako okay lang ako. Okay ka ba?
Ako okay na okay. Oh, what's up with you?
Gusto ko lang sabihin is, check muna MPL. What's up MPL?
Oy!
Diba? Gising na gising lahat.
Gising na gising kasi grabe naman.
Totoo.
Parang batong-bato to ah. Pwede ka bang mag-point that way? Nasa yung CR. Wow.
Diyan ang CR.
Nakakatakot. Parang kasing laki ng ulo ko. Pero may bago akong balita. Meron akong nalaman. Meron daw tayong correspondent dito, katabi
Sino
natin.
Sino kaya yan?
Siyempre, ako nga pala yung bagong MPL correspondent ng Minana Evo. So, Minana, busyan.
Oh,
yes, sir.
Sige nga, sample. Okay, alam ko na nandito siya the entire time. Pero kung ikaw yung magiging correspondent, kasi next week pa siya magsisimula, isample mo nga, bigyan mo kami ng balita tungkol sa Minana.
Daspat Yon, ako nga pala si Hypebeast, ang inyong MPL correspondent ng Minana Evos. So currently ngayon, 1-1 ang score. So medyo pumantay kami ngayon. Pero itong next round, I'm pretty sure. Hindi, ayun. Ito, abangan nyo next round kasi itong bagong roster ngayon ng Minana Evos is pinagandaan talaga nila to. Binigyan nila ng time, pinag-isipan to, kaya ayun, panoorin nyo itong game na to.
Pwede na. Wait, patingin nga. Sige nga, i-point mo, nasan yung CR?
Ito lang yung ma-flex ko.
Softest butter. Okay, so, Leia. Okay, ikaw.
Go, Leia, kaya mo yan.
Leia, okay, kilala natin lahat ng mga players, right? Sino yung favorite mo? Ay, no. Instead na favorite mo, let's rank them, okay?
Meron akong favorite, pero
Sige
kaya
na nga.
ko silang i-rank.
Oh, sige. Okay, first, i-rank natin sila sa pinaka-pogi.
Hindi, cute tayo magsimula.
Sa cute.
Kasi walang pangit sa Minana.
Oh.
Oy,
Okay. Alright.
Alam mo, Mara, itong interview na to, lagi ako napapahamak. Last time na tinanong mo ako sino yung crush ko.
Okay.
Nandiyan pala yung jowa ni Kelra.
Pumili ka ng walang jowa. Okay. Sino yung pinaka-cute? Okay, pinaka-pogi to cute.
Mamimili ako ng top 3.
5 na, tapos jojowain, totropain. Go!
Sige, top 5, si JM.
So, yun ang last.
Oo, siya yung, kasi
Sorry.
tatanda
JM, last
pa
ka!
yan.
Tatanda ka pa.
yan.
Bata ka pa ba daw?
Mature
Bata ka pa.
yan.
Okay.
Masyado na akong matanda.
Okay,
eh.
jojowain, totropahin.
Tutropahin.
Okay,
Oo.
next.
Ano
5,
pangalan
4,
si-
4,
Ano katabi ni JM?
4,
Sige, ano?
4th.
Si Lancy.
Si Lancy!
Hindi yan.
Sino
hindi
ba?
yan. Si Spider-Man yung
Ah.
pang-4th.
4th.
Pang-third ko si Casey.
Oh, jojowain, totropahin, number 4.
Jojowain.
Oh, woo! Okay,
Sino yan, si
number 3.
Miles?
Oo, si Spider-Man. Matangkad. Alam mo, mahilig ako sa
mahilig ka sa
matangkad.
mga-
Wow. Okay, kaya pala naging magkaibigan lang kayo. Okay, 3.
Pangatlo na.
3.
Uy, walang si Eleanor dito.
3.
Number 3.
Si Kaysen.
Okay, jojowain, totropahin.
Jojowain. Jojowain ko na lang silang lahat.
At the same time?
Grabe ka naman. Fast.
Grabe naman
Walang
sila
pass
yan.
dyan.
Okay, number 2.
Number 2 ko si Sumpak.
Oh, si Sumpak.
Oh, kasi alam mo ng pogi siya eh. Somatic dun siya sa 2.
Gusto mo yung confidence.
Oo, pero yung love of my life ko kasi si Lancy.
Ay! Bakit si Lancy?
Meron siyang kagapuhan na ako lang yung nakakakita.
Oh. Anong pinakita
Grabe yun,
niya? Okay, alright. Yan ang top 5 ni Lea Bernardino na totopain or jojowain. Okay, eto guys. Pansin ko, ang daming supporters ng Minana Evos. Sige nga, sabihin niyo sa akin, ano ba yung meron yung Minana na wala yung ibang team?
Actually, ang masasabi ko lang is, I think, ang nakuha nila is last week, right? Talo kami. So I think nagkaroon sila ng unity. Kasi teamwork ang pinag-usapan. So I think that's what they had here. They were
Tagalog
gathered-
lang.
Yan na.
Tagalog lang.
Nagtipon-tipon silang lahat. At
Hindi ko
syempre,
alam yun.
napag-usapan kung anong mga kailangan nilang gawin at ayusin para sa Game 2.
Okay.
At kaya nanalo kami sa Game 2. Saya, very, very masaya lahat. Masaya lahat!
Masaya ba lahat? Masaya
Syempre,
lahat!
Masaya lahat dito sa MPL. At syempre kami dahil nanalo kami sa Game 2. At syempre, Game 3!
Oh, ayan na, Game
Siya.
3. Magsisimula na. Leia, do the honors. Babato na natin sa ating casters.
Anong sasabihin ko?
Ano?
Casters, pasok, gano'n. Casters!
Pasok!
Thank you so much to, of course, our guests in the crowd from the side of Minana Evo's Hype Beats, Leia B, in Eruption, who is man's erupting out of his shirt, and I've never felt more less than of a man than I've seen Eruption. By the way, thank you. That was fun. Gentlemen, how y'all doing?
I'm good. I'm great.
Excited?
I fully believe that the Hokbo is more united than ever. Right? Especially now. I'm a believer. Nothing against the older Minana Evos lineup, against the S11 veterans. But something with this young squad, with their very unique draft and their play style, I'm here for it.
It's very different, isn't it? It feels, what do you call this? It's fresh.
That's right.
It's a lot of fresher, especially in that game too. Obviously, very pronounced. And I would say that I loved what I saw when the winning moment. Everyone just streamed into the booth. I mean, they didn't even care who it was. Everyone just went in.
Security's like, no.
It felt like a championship at that point. You know, I love it. I love what they're doing. And if they keep it up, I mean, they're definitely gonna reach places. I love this theme that they have of family and being an army and everyone unity, like Eruption. They bring it up there. Who again is a great friend of MPL. He's always there, by the way, in the playoffs. You guys don't see this as much.
Yeah.
He's a big fan of the MPL.
Literally, big fan.
A huge, humongous fan. Always been, like, ever since for the longest time, he's always just there.
time.
Not just in the playoffs, multiple times in the regular season, but he's always super supportive of Mpl-Ph, and of course Hype Bits and Leia B as well. What I liked about Minana Evos in that game number 2 was that the pick that I thought would be their nightmare, they kept in check. They kept the Joy in check so well.
Joy, yes.
So now, if ever MNNE picks up a lineup that will get countered hard by someone like a strong diving XP laner like a Joy, they just need to continue that. They can check those kinds of heroes, but now on the side of Blacklist, if I'm them, I would not give the Eve anymore to MNNE.
I love that intense blinking action there on the camera.
The build-up.
The build-up here for game number 3.
Yep.
It's tense.
They read into the situation and said, no, we can't give Lancey that Eve. And they ban it out alongside a Diggy. MNNE EVOS though, what's left for them open? The Valentina, that's there. Man, we haven't seen Fredrin in a while.
That is true.
Yeah.
Has been bypassed in this series.
I miss our appraiser.
Your favorite appraiser.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Gonna show you how much.
How much? This much.
How much something's worth.
Plenty. All right, so there's the Novaria ban. What does this leave open again? The aforementioned Valentina.
They can pick up Fred.
Gord's open, but again, Gord has been second pick material.
Yeah.
Edith's open!
Edith. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That might actually be really good for MNNE.
Love
they
that.
picked it a lot in MDL Philippines Season 1 when they were still archived, that squad. If it's not going to be an Edith, might be a Fred.
Why don't you go pack? Flex it on the jungle.
Ah, as an option. Yeah.
Kazan has been very... he used to be a really prolific assassin player, by the way, back in the day. Loved to play that lane. Obviously not an option here today.
I'm actually glad that you mentioned that, although we might not see the lane because the Fredrin was picked up. But usually, if a Bruno and Baksha is off the board, that means the chances of lane getting picked up is much higher.
Ah, there you go. Yeah. And there you go. And I think the appraiser praised himself.
Yep.
Coming back on the field. Definitely first pick material. We have not yet to see it get reflexed in the XP yet.
Not as often, no.
Nah, yeah, but there's always a first time for everything. You never know.
Yep. Again, it's not impossible that Lord JM puts this into the XP lane, but here comes the Edith. Again, hot picks still available. The Valentina. Definitely got to watch out for that. Martise, do we see a Martise here?
Yes.
Is it an early Martise? Because again,
I like the Martise.
Oh!
100%!
Wow.
This is dangerous, man.
They just love the Gord so much.
It is an early Gord.
They do, don't they?
Yeah, and that means MNNE will need to pick up a lineup that can also scale as fast. Lineups that pick up Gord and even an Edith want to win the game quickly.
Turbo from minute 1.
Yeah.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, because they're going to hit like a sudden power spike, I think, like around after the second turtle.
Yep.
Right before the third turtle, where it's just like, oh, where's this damage coming from? Wait, what?
No way. That's a Lilia on the debut. I mean, there's a reason why she fell off, but it's interesting.
Are they trying to get the Neo Beast skins up on
Yeah.
It's a promotion for the Neo Beast skins. Because it's both of them, and it's an Earthel too. Wow, so this is really MNNE EVOS leaning on their, this is what we're comfortable with, we're going to play this game this way.
I love the pick, but is it really like first phase material? That's a big question for me.
Right. No one's expecting the Lilia, but
you can pick it on 4th and 5th.
Big dive energy.
Big dive energy. I love that.
They're always diving, fam. It's like they're from Siargao or something.
Great place, by the way.
Do they dive a lot? Oh, yeah, I saw you. You were there, right?
Beautiful place. Planning to go back next summer.
They dive there, right?
Yes.
There's a big lake where you can dive.
Yeah, we dove with stingless jellyfish.
Oh my god.
We could hold jellyfish in our hands. It's great. And now without the draft, it's like Blacklist, have the comfort in their hands.
There's the Martise. All right.
Martise.
Yeah, they weren't in any rush.
Yeah. But I don't know. You know what? After what we saw in game number 2 with MNNE EVOS delivering the 100% win rate Rafaela, I'm not going to question it anymore. If it works for them,
throw it out.
It works for them.
Do it.
Yeah, but aren't you pushing it by forcing a 100% Lilia 2 in the same series?
I mean, Renmar from before game 2 would probably say, oh, definitely yes. But now I was like, nah, it's fine.
And they've definitely proven that they have, they got the guts to do it. I don't mind. I actually don't mind.
All right, here we go. Second phase. Blacklist still on to MNNE EVOS old tricks. They know what's up. They know what Spider Miles is capable of. Still taking out the Angela. Are they going to take out the SS too?
Huh.
He might.
Estes is
Or the Rafaela?
all 3
One
games.
or the other.
Banned out in all 3 games. That's gonna be something here. Ah, there you go.
All right, all right. Oh,
respectable.
First time in this series, S is open.
Ooh, that's gonna be something. I would think that if they do that though, is this a lineup to do it? That's a question, isn't it?
For MNNE Evos?
For MNNE Evos, yes, right?
Okay, as someone who has recently played a lot of Airthel and once a long time ago loved playing the Lilia, these 2 heroes love playing with the Estes. It feels really great to do that. All those slows that you're gonna dish out. If anyone's gonna play the lineup of Estes here, it might be MNNE Evos. Blacklist International though?
And they can still kind of do it.
There's also still
Yeah.
room for an Estes.
But it doesn't, I don't know if that's going to be around the wheelhouse of Mr. Red and J here though, right? Is that going to be, I picture him all the time with very hyper-aggressive heroes.
Yeah. No, but did the Novaria not change things? Did him playing the Novaria not change things?
That's a good point. That's a good point.
I wonder if their XP laner here might end up becoming either a Grok or a Terizla. Because them banning out the Joy means their last picks might not have enough catch and hold for heroes like a Joy.
Well, definitely last game, the impact of the Joy was questionable. It was able to stave off some offensive, but it was not able to secure kills.
Again, I'd like to think it was more of MNNE Evos' prowess in crazy and wild team fights.
The mechanics,
rather than
the hero pick.
Yes, rather than the Joy not contributing. Now, going into the second phase, they secure a hero for OHEB. We still don't know what's up. We still don't know where this Edith is going.
Still very flexible, Edith. If Edith goes on Roam, though, a good XP option. What you thinking about, Benedetta?
Terizla.
Terizla
yeah.
is definitely the one
Done
that
her.
everyone's speaking about right now.
Or
but-
Lapu. Could be Lapu Cho for their last 2 picks.
Yeah. Oh, all right.
Or Lapu Kufra.
Because of
No,
course,
their dive, man. Again, and
it's
again,
full
the Estes is
dive.
open.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the Estes. Lean in on that idea if you really want.
Do it, Douglas. Do it.
I mean, I love that Minana's looking for that identity as early on. That's
Yeah.
exactly what you gotta do.
Looking for it and establishing it.
Yeah.
Leaning on it.
And pulling it off.
Is it? Oh,
Fam.
that's a Lord JM pick. It's still Rafaela.
Okay, they're forcing it. Still 100% win rate, and they're pulling it all on the line. The young Spider Miles, one of the few remaining utility roamers left here in the league in Season 12.
I don't know what to feel about the Toms.
Same.
All I know is he's going to be rocking Vengeance. For sure.
Sure.
100%.
He's going to be planning himself right in the middle of team fight saying, this is where we draw the line.
Vengeance, Blade Armor, hit me now.
And the Rafaela, again, this might be pushing it a little bit. You're getting into territory where you're against a lineup that will go to your face and will not be afraid to dive past you.
Yeah.
And I don't know if the slows from the Holy Healing, the burning stuff is
The
not
Cauterin
good
Inferno.
enough.
Yeah, they're super mobile though. You can't deny that what helped them in Game 2 was again their capability to disperse whenever it got nasty in team fights. So yeah, no, Blacklist, you read into it? Might be the Cho.
Renegade's
There
Cho.
it is. Signature pick to go for the throat here. Deny the reverse sweep.
And that graph, it popped off for a little bit, but it did show the early game from Minana here.
Yeah.
It's gonna be nuts.
The early to mid stat of MNNE Evos was double the early to mid stat of Blacklist International.
They can go as early as level 4, and there's very little that Blacklist lineup can actually do. That's how impressive that lineup is, actually.
Yeah, but
because
this-
the impact of the ultimates.
Yeah. Thing is, it's all like paper and theoretical. On paper, yes, but it seems like it might not be the easiest thing to execute if you're MNNE Evos.
Agreed. Same with their scaling, because they also might want to hold back because of their Airfell win condition as well. So, all that considered, though, definitely looking like a beautiful game to have a Lilia on your lineup for sure.
All right, conditions have been laid down, and now gloves are off. It's game number 3, one game. Will Blacklist International continue their winning streak with their sweep streak now cut? Or will MNNE Evos finally get their first series win of the season?
Now, overall, I would say that Sumpak there's a potential for Sumpak to join the team fights earlier compared to OHEB, which might be a big advantage they will have later on in the turtle. Although I'm not sure how willing Sumpak is going to be to just walk straight up. And you have to note, by the way, everyone on MNNE right now is rocking the Purify. That's something.
No flickers on the side of
almost
MNNE.
everyone.
Yeah, no. They trust that their base mobility, their kit, is enough to close the gap. Something else to note is there's a few hero picks coming in from Game 1 that's making a comeback here. And notably the Irithel in the hands of Sumpak and Renege's Cho, right? Notice that maybe Sumpak now will take note of what happened in Game 1 and take care of himself a little better.
Yeah, that's true. Essentially, MNNE is like a ride or die lineup, by the way, with this one.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're going to go in. I'm not sure if we're going to survive, but we're going to try to purify our way into victory here.
It's like an action movie where you know the lead characters are always on the risk of just like losing, no matter what point they are in the movie.
Yeah.
But again, it's the underdog spirit of MNNE EVOS. Very reflective. And I wouldn't be surprised once that Gordo and that Edith have their skills out. That Lilius is going to be throwing gloom and the shadow energies all across their faces.
Yep. First turtle up already, and Blacks International able to keep all of MNNE EVOS away, with Sensui scoring easily at 20 seconds past 2 minutes.
Yeah, and that's a good read of the situation of MNNE EVOS not even contesting the first turtle. But, Rockhard, this means that the next major sequence around the second turtle, MNNE EVOS need to do something.
Not unless Renegade can pick up the tempo with his combo with Oheb. 2 ults spent, no dice, still 0-0.
And we are seeing right now the reason why they did start to pick up that Purify, and just making sure that Renegade, even though he will catch someone, will not complete the execution of the Wave Dragon, and make sure that he's able to get out of there, and maybe, just maybe, hit an advantage on the counter blow.
Now, Blacklist International with the... Okay, Wave Dragon is back, though, for Renegade, so they can use it if needed.
Slow cooldown, yeah. So I don't mind spamming it. If I was Renegade, yeah, I'd spam it nonstop.
Yeah, and Sumpak still on the timers right now for getting his first item. Haskwas, again, very quick to get. Yeah, it looks like, though, this is going to be the play that they're going to call, but Blacklist might be reading it, where MNNE EVOS will want to get a big sequence against Oheb.
Oh, look at this. That's almost a sandwich play, perfectly set into place. And there's a flicker kick. Oheb with the perfectly timed. Blazing duet, Sumpak AR bites the dust. First blood drawn on the perfect target. Blacklist, 0-1.
Yeah, they're really coming together right now. Very classic Blacklist, if you ask me. Just with a different header here. That is Renegade right now, who seem to be very comfortable flying under the turret below half HP and getting the combo that he needs to.
Yeah, really need to thread that needle. Oh, Sensui, they're still gonna chase.
Oh, how about we go again? Another Wave of the Dragon onto Kaizen, but the follow-up damage just isn't there.
Yeah,
oh, here we go. Mystic Gush coming in. Oheb with the punish. The true damage is coming through. Appraiser's Wrath barely misses. BMI out. And the decimation. Sensui scores one more time. 2-0.
You know what I hate about the Decimate? You know it's coming.
Yeah.
There's very little you can do to stop it.
It's inevitable.
Yeah, once you reach a threshold, it's the spirit of, yep, I'm out. Yeah. Sorry, guys.
Take me.
Especially if the Mortis has a move speed boost, which is being helped as well.
Yeah, it does. Quantum Charge.
Yeah,
2 words.
Quantum Charge.
Quantum Charge.
I love it.
It's an even faster Mortis, with the Mortis right now playing charades. MNNE EVOS cannot read the move of Blacklist International. Yeah, again, Renegade, man, on fire with the kicks. MNNE EVOS, I know they're excited, but they're losing that discipline, that patience that they had in game number 2 that allowed them to get that win. They got to get it back.
Oh, wait, Lord JM walks into a bush, forces out an early Cutter Inferno, knocked up here by Edward, and the onward. There's still enough damage on the board. Turtle here at a third of its health. There's the bouncing ball. There's the flicker! And an Earth Shatter one more time! And the true damage is enough to take down Kaizen, serving up a kill to the Hitman.
It's just so hard to measure the amount of IQ that you need, or the feel of the game that you need to execute that play that Edward and Renegade did preemptively before the turtle start. It's like the comms are like, it's flowing, you know, they flow in the game. And that's something that's really hard to measure with numbers and builds and stuff like that.
Yeah, they're drift compatible, like from the movie Pacific Rim.
That is true.
It's really a fast Martis that Sensui is building. He has rapid boots on him.
Oh,
He's playing an ultra fast.
He's like Speedy Gonzalez.
Yeah.
That's right. Insurance
Ka-chow.
policy as
Oh,
well.
wait, no, that's something
you know?
else.
That's something else.
Yeah.
Ka-chow.
I don't remember
I love
what
the way you said that.
That's Cars.
That's Cars, bro.
Lightning McQueen, here comes a concealed play. And they do find a few. In comes the Mortal Coil. And of course, the knock-up. And Haji's Mystic Gush never misses. Spider Miles already taken out, just like Uncle Ben. Now Edward drawing the line between the rest of Minana Evos that's left, with OHEB capitalizing on a push tier 1 down bottom.
Yeah, Leo right here leading with the emotional damage. Love that. Definitely something that
But one multiverse, bro.
Put up a stat line for him.
Get over it.
Easier said than done, man. So right now, Minana obviously they're reeling because they're really suffering from the lack of the flicker here, bro. I don't know what to tell you. They're out of the Purifies. They're still losing out when Blacklist dives on them.
And that's how you make it awkward for a team that doesn't have a Purify. You force fights on them.
It feels like we're watching a learning experience, a learning moment unfold right before our eyes for the young Minana Evo squad. Blacklist International, they just need to keep this up. It's going to be hard for them to lose their lead. It'll take a massive error at this point. Minana Evo has lost all form of discipline and, I would say, this foundation that they built for themselves in game number 2. But Blacklist is they just look pissed off. They look mad, they look angry, and they look absolutely dominant in this game number 3.
Yeah, in-game and on the player cams, by the way. You got to bring that up.
Yeah.
Because right now, Lord JM is definitely suffering from the lack of that Paquito, you know? When you have a hero that you can't utilize your massive micro. Oh!
Here we go. They find one. Lance AR out of his breath here. Purify on cooldown. Couldn't do much. Edward presses down onto Primal Wrath to help make this push speedy. And down bottom, Sumpak making the most of the space left.
Go!
And there's another kick. Catches one. Kaizen gets taken out. OHEB claims his bounty. Capitalizing, converting into a tier 2 push.
Just when you mentioned micro, Edward and Renegade come out with some really flashy maneuvers. And that's something that Lord JM can't utilize in this game. That's what I was saying earlier.
He's big and chunky, but not where it matters yet.
That's true. We've seen the Uber, the Ultimate Bonding Experience Remix. Now it's Uber X, the Ultimate Bonding Experience Remix Express. Another version of it, more fast, more aggressive, and just absolutely ruthless.
You could also say ultra fast.
Ultra fast, yeah, that's true.
If Sensui only picked up his signature box, then it would be more visual.
Yeah.
Agree. Right now, it does seem that Blacklist have a good read of what they need to do. Lancey definitely.
Oh,
that was close. Definitely a lot more predictable this time around.
Yes, and
Oh,
Renegade.
man.
It's not just Renegade, Edward, and sometimes even Sensui have been setting up really
Oh,
well.
oh, there it goes. They know that the black shoes are off, and they force one on Lancey, finding their mark, pushing down bottom.
You heard the expression, the gloves are off, man. No, the shoes are off. And it is showing
Everything.
everything's off, man. Edward right now. And the damage received from Kaizen is definitely something that you can respect here because he's been trying very hard. I can see him.
Yeah.
I've been tracking him. He's trying really hard to keep everyone alive. And even with the Rafaela, it's just impossible with the targeting priority of Blacklist.
Yep. Healing for everyone. It's hard to actually get substantial heals onto everyone when the lead is this big, and Blacklist International will get the Lord without a problem. First one of the game. And now Minana Evos, just have to hold on. Somehow, some way, punish a mistake. But with all the potential setups, with the lack of a flicker, and it's not just because the flicker means that they lack an escape tool. They lack a surprise initiation tool as well.
Or a re-engage.
Yeah, it's a very honest approach by Minana. Not just honest, a very obvious approach by Minana Evos every time that it's so easy to read for Blacklist.
And
there it is.
Again, Blacklist just has to understand the timings here because it's all in for Minana Evos. They're forcing the issue down here in mid. Oh, Mystic Gush enough to take down Lancey just like that. And even if Minana Evos does clear the wave in mid, There's a Lord marching up top. It's looking dire for the Hokbo as Blacks International with agents in tow penetrate up top. First inhibitor goes down.
Layers upon layers of healing and rejuvenation and precipitation just not helping MNNE at all. Blacklist reading through everything that MNNE has to offer right now. And I believe you guys are right. Where is the surprise factor from this MNNE comp? No, it's non-existent.
If it was a much closer game, Renegade, because he'll play.
And looking for a target.
Oh, it's
he still has a few seconds on. Not gonna need it. Blacklist happy with all turrets down.
Oh, you happy, man?
I'm okay. We're
I'm
calling the match, man. Under 12 minutes. Blacklist has a minute to burn here. Blacklist can actually just slowly let the lanes freeze and then let MNNE Evos kind of, think of what the next step is.
Small breathing room here for MNNE, obviously, but the items that Sumpak needs to actually get one up against heroes like the Martis, like even Edward right now is just, you're gonna need more than a few minutes here. You're gonna need a minute and some, as you would say.
At this point, MNNE Evos, if we're gonna be very specific about it, if ever they need 8, 10 minutes even.
So past the 20-minute mark?
Oh yeah.
At that point.
100%.
If ever it's not based off of a swing. If it's based off of a swing, 6 to 8.
A swing and maybe an error.
Like what they did last game.
Yeah, exactly. They can speed it up.
But right now, it does seem very unlikely. And again, how to catch Blacklist off guard right now with the lineup they have is a big mystery to me still.
It's only the third item locked in by Sumpak's Irithel, the Great Dragon Spear, paired up with the Haas Claws and the Berserker's Fury. So all the core items locked in, but because the lead of Blacklist International is that big, it needs one more item for Sumpak's Irithel. And most importantly, Lancy's Lilia needs to set Sumpak's Irithel up for damage. It's sort of like Lancy will deal the initial burst, Sumpak will clean it up.
Here's a quick Lord take by Blacks International. That's a Luminous Lord that will definitely jump onto the base when it finds its mark. 13 minutes, 15 seconds in, marching through mid.
Now, there is a scenario where they can come out on top here. Again, if Aji kind of gets caught off guard before the Lord starts it's doing its job. And again, that's going to be so much up to Kaizen to make a good play behind them.
Here we go. Another kick finds its mark. Kaizen taken out just as quickly. The Hitman strikes again. And the Lord still standing. All the damage laid out by MNNE Evos. And I believe it's an overload. That's it. Game 3 goes to Blacklist.
2-1. 3 games, but the win streak continues for Blacklist International. This winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance.
I think the last word that Leo mentioned there was perfect to describe the whole game itself. It was Blacklist overloading. MNNE Evos here in this lineup. Purify all you want, you're still getting damage. No matter what they did. And look at that, beautiful. You know Kaizen has history as well with Renegade, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if you brought that up.
This is a homecoming of sorts, a reunion.
Huge.
For the young Renegade Bacarse. But just the same, man, I'd like to think we're very close to what happened in Game 1 as compared to Game 2. Game 1, you can definitely look at the draft and even the battle spells and everything and say, yeah, this is going to be difficult.
Yeah, touching a reunion there, but it was an overload from Blacklist, and dare I say, as the young MNNE Evo squad, again, very young, bright potential, they took a point away from the current top dogs in the league right now. It's up and up for them, but the draft and their approach felt like an overthink. It was an overload for Blacklist. Seems like there were certain aspects of their approach into Game 3 that they overthought.
It was that weird second album in a rock band's career. It's like, let's try something new.
Like electro pop from Hard Screamo?
And then there's like a 9-minute track.
Yeah.
Basically the 3 purifies.
Yeah.
That just boils it down, right? And again, we mentioned it. We mentioned it during the draft. Guys, you might be pushing it a little too far here. And everyone, I guess us and the audience you guys you felt that as well. 2 times the charm, not really gonna be it. So we have 100% down to 50% for the Rafael.
0% for Lilia, 50% for Rafaela.
Hurts.
I'm not sad. Wait,
I'm hurt.
100% for Gord?
And up still 100%. He's still undefeated, my dudes. That's 6 now?
Yes.
6 and 0.
Oh.
Or 7.
Yes, 6 and 0.
6 and 0, yeah. Wow.
I know someone's happy about that. But yeah, definitely I think we are hitting Blacklist, they're hitting their stride still. But MNNE, they scored a critical game. They can say something. They're not completely out of it.
Should still be a morale boost. I'd say that they're not going home completely devastated. They're coming home. They have to pat themselves on the back and say, you know what, come back stronger. Great debut.
Yeah, that's something you can use as motivation for like what, the next week? Even it's like, yo guys, don't worry about it. We got 1 win over Blacklist. We got 1 win over Blacklist. Because they have 3 series to play this weekend.
Yeah.
So it's very crucial. There'll always be 1 weekend in a half that one team will play 3 games. This is a very crucial weekend for MNNE EVOS. And though they didn't get a win, hey, they got the point.
It's their proof of concept.
Yep. Yeah, proof of concept. Their POC.
It's possible.
It's possible. Yeah.
This is Rorno Zoro losing to Dracul Mihawk.
I'm only on episode 1.
What's that? Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay.
You've seen the anime. You know what it is.
I haven't.
Right? You didn't die, but you put up a good show. You impressed Top Seed.
Yeah.
You impressed the MPL audience. And now people are going to look for more.
Yeah, and everyone looking toward them right now is going to say, these guys have a future.
Absolutely. So, looking forward to what else MNNE EVOS will bring to the table for the rest of the weekend. And, of course, the rest of MPL Philippines Season 12. But for Blacklist International, in just a bit, we're going to be hearing from the victors of this match, their mindsets and all of that going into this game. And it looked like this is just going to be theorizing. We're going to talk about it behind the scenes because now we're actually going to hear from Blacklist International alongside Mara Aquino on the stage. So, I get to this. Mara Aquino, paso.
Thank you, casters. Another win for Blacklist International. Give him a round of applause. Rene J. Na-miss mo ba mag-show?
Sobra.
How did it feel? You did so well.
Masaya po kasi naging effective siya sa gameplay namin.
Naging effective sa hitlist mo. Kasi may hitlist si Rene J. Dinudurog niya yung kanya mga kalaban. So first, light sa RSG. And then yung isa mo pang listahan, si Chaknu from Omega. Pero, nakaisa sa'yo si Spider Miles. Is it because mas tougher siya? What happened there?
Ano po, siguro magaling din po kasi sila talaga sa as a team. Nahirapan din kami sa kanila. Kaya siguro nakaisa sila sa amin.
That's right, MNNE is improving every game. Pero kitang-kita, another check doon sa hit list ni Rene J. Give him a round of applause, guys. Sensui, hey, you're looking good in this Blacklist International jersey. Pero, yung susunod niyang laban, makakatapat mo yung former team mo at nandoon si Ryzen. Meron ka bang mensahe kay Ryzen na pumalit sa posisyon mo?
Ano lang, galingan natin, bigyan natin na magandang laban yung manonood.
Wow. Ano sabi ni Oheb? Ano daw, hindi daw ano? Ano, hindi daw what?
Di naman yung sabi niya sa interview eh.
Hindi daw! Ano ang sinabi sa interview? Ano ang sinabi sa interview? It's okay, you can tell the truth here. Hindi daw yun ang sinabi mo sa interview.
Yung dudurugin ko siya.
Oh, okay. Ano pa? Ano pa yung sinabi? Ano pa yung sinabi mo?
Hindi, ginaya ko lang kasi yung sinabi niya sa Omega. Wala kasi akong maisip eh.
Okay.
Sinabi ko lang din.
So, okay, ano ba yung tunay na gusto mong sabihin sa kanya? Nandyan ang camera.
Ayun nga, galingan mo kasi gagalingan ko rin bukas.
Galingan mo dahil gagalingan niya bukas. All right, now it's time to announce the series MVP. Let me hear some names. Sino sa tingin niyo ang series MVP? All right, let's take a look at the screen. The match MVP is... Ay, ikaw! Sensui! In-expect mo ba yun?
Hindi po.
Tell me, how is it now with your new team? How well are you fitting in? Not just in the game, pero outside. What can you say about this whole dynamic, itong chemistry?
Siguro po mas maganda po yung bonding po namin as a team kahit outside the game po. Saka mas parang komportable po kasama sila.
Sino yung pinaka-paborito mong kasama dito sa lahat?
Siguro po si Haji po.
Si Haji! Oy, Haji! Ano bang meron kay Haji? Sobrang bait nito. What makes him so good na kasama talagang you feel so comfortable and it makes your life easier?
Siguro po yung ngiti po niya.
Sige, testing natin guys. Maganda daw ang ngiti mo. Haji, pwede bang para sa lahat ng mga manonood natin, talikod ka muna. Tapos, slowly, okay, pwede kang magano ng hair. Kunyari lang, may nakita ka doon, tapos ang gustong-gusto mo yung nakikita mo. Slowly turn around and then ipakita mo yung napakaganda mong ngiti sa camera. Alright? I-zoom natin yan. Alright, Haji, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Tong, 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 tong. Ayan. They're all cheering for you. All right, everybody, once again, give it up for Blacklist International. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. All right, agents, let's cheer for the winning team. Blacklist. One more time, Blacklist. Congratulations. Tama nga naman. It feels so good at talagang nakakagana pag laging may ngumingiti sa'yo araw-araw. At yan, ang Haji effect. Pero ano nga ba ang nangyayari sa kanilang laban ngayon? We're gonna break that down for you. So we're gonna go back to the casters. Pasok.
You're definitely right there, Mara. Sometimes all you just need with you is a smile. And of course, the agents all over the world are smiling with the victory of Blacklist International. And of course, we got words from Sensui talking about how Haji is one of his favorite players in the boot camp because of his winning smile.
Here's what's crazy, right? We were calling how it's the whole Edward and Renegade connection or like the mid trio. But all this time, man, it was just Sensui motivated out of his mind because of how Haji is performing. You know what? Not because of how Haji is performing. How Haji is always smiling.
Yeah. You know what? Interviews like that make me appreciate just how hard pro players' lives are when they win. What? And Mara has to ask all these questions. I love it though. I'm loving it so much.
Yeah, you're gonna, you need a little bit of that extrovert energy when you're gonna get interviewed by Mara Aquino.
And you're such an introvert.
We saw, but hey, a lot of the players are breaking out of their shells. Like over time, like Super Marco especially, we saw him break out of his shell. Like
Relatively speaking.
Relatively speaking, yeah. So now in a bit, let's now talk to Rockhard. And I'm sure he's going to say something smart with the analysis of Game 3 of MNNE versus Blacklist International. Rockhard.
I don't know if that was how we wanted it to be. But anyway, that is basically going to be game number 3 for this series. I have to say, it was just something that a lot of us didn't expect to reach that point. I think the players themselves were like really super on point right there in that game, where I'm sure they planned it out so well, right? So they were game face on the draft. I mean, you guys saw it, right? Even I saw it on the player cams there. Let's throw it and show our MVP right now for this game. I think that the MVP definitely still feels around Haji, and there it is. There he is. Definitely a huge buff here for Black International to have one of the MV3 back onto the roster. I can feel it. And that gourd is still 100% Mr. Naisu. If you know, you know. That from Top Global himself, right? I feel like this is exactly what you want to see in a gourd player. I think that's the reason why they win so much in the gourd. It's just because his positioning is so excellent in this game. He did not die. Obviously, that's beside the fact that Sensui and Renegade have been eking. He's been itching for the attention. That, you know, it's just difficult for the opponent to look past whoever is in front for them to attack who is at the back. And of course, Edward with the plays here. I think a lot of these boil down to the, the champion aura that Blacklist really exudes. Every time they face off, they go off into the battlefield. You can really feel it, and the enemy, I think, can really tell. Because there were so many times, again, in the beginning of this series, at the bottom side of the map, where you definitely think, you know what, MNNE can make something happen here. We got 4 people from MNNE who seem to be itching to get a kill here, but they're hesitating. And because of that, Blacklist, over and over again, time and time again here in this game, has been taking advantage of. Even Lancy, on normally a very sustain-heavy hero like the Lilia, has been falling over and over again. That's a big sign to you that MNNE has been having troubles, not even just winning. Obviously, they've had troubles like getting kills. They've actually had trouble just staying alive all throughout that game. Now, it's going to be a big question of whether or not, what was the weak point there of Blacklist, right? I mean, 0 and 10. No one died. No one died in that Blacklist game. That's saying something, considering that most of the time, Sensui had to be so far up front, especially Renegade on that show, he was diving towers below half health. And it takes a lot of micro, it takes a lot of confidence, and a lot of communication to pull that off. And to do it without suffering any deaths is a hallmark of a high-level team. Definitely a lot of teams this time around will be looking at Blacklist and going to be trying to do what they are doing. And that's definitely something that we're all familiar with here in the MPL Philippines. All of you here at Dome definitely saw some lights there from MNNE, but man, oh man, Blacklist definitely showed a huge spotlight to where they are right now. Very highly deserved there. And 0% because, of course, no one died there for the team fight participation. Sensui and Haji almost always in the thick of it with this very highlight-heavy lineup they have, I would say. But I have to say, this 50% team fight participation does not show Renegade justice in this game. Same as Edward. And Oheb, as always, very consistent this time around. You know what I noticed about Oheb? As long as he has very confident teammates around him, he carries that over. And that's impressive. And whenever someone falters, you know, it kind of translates to him as well. He's basically the pinnacle goal later, if you think about that, where you would definitely decimate your opponents. No pun intended. If you have a very good lineup in front of you. But other than that, if you fall, then definitely Oheb's performance does show. And in this one, it was the latter. It was the up and up here with Sensui and Haji highlighting and headlining rather the stats, and Renegade, as always, with the play, highlighting the highlight reels on that show. That has been the analysis for game number 3 and for that whole match series. I hope you guys enjoyed. What do you guys think was the pinnacle? I was not expecting 0-10, by the way. What do you like best about that match?
The match as a whole, not just the game.
Yeah, I mean that.
It's good to see MNNE Evo's fight, man. I like their fighting spirit. Again, just gotta adjust a little bit with the patience, overthinking some specific things. But I like what I see from this young squad.
On the other hand, I like how Blacklist, after getting rocked in Game 2, maintained form and got to reset and then show us again how clean and how much you can punish and overload what MNNE Evos brought to the table in Game 3 to, again, get a reign on the series.
Yeah, and for them to show that they're capable of overloading, not just a single playstyle.
Yep.
They switched it up.
Yep.
And they made it win.
It's not enough to win by an inch.
Yeah.
If you can, you take the mile.
It's been a hell of a series and, of course, a hell of a day so far in MPL Philippines Season 12, week number 2. We've seen 2 matches. Again, we've already seen AP Bren take down ONIC 2-0. Blacklist International just defeated MNNE Evos 2-1. But now, coming up next, we have a hot match. It was one of the hottest matches last season, and now it's back again for Smart Omega versus Echo. Barangay versus the Orcas, the final match of today and our primetime match for week 2, day number 1. It's been great. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. And thank you so much for tuning in. Once again, We Bear Bros, Reptar, Leo, Rockhard is the OG3. We'll be back after just a bit.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. You can now watch the replays of MPL Philippines Season 12 matches on free TV. Together with the whole family, revisit the intense matches from Monday to Thursday, 2:15 p.m. to 5:15 p.m. on Pi Channel. Experience the Mpl-Ph Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin dito. Napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
The fastest speed. The widest coverage. Experience it all from the Philippines' best mobile network.
That's the power of smart. When you're in moment.
Perfect. Saktong-sakto kung makikita nyo, meron ditong window. Meron ditong window na makikita sa live at online. Itong window na to ay connected sa ating team player room na kung saan nandito ako ngayon. Itong team player room, dito ay nagdi-discuss ang mga teams ng parang ganyan. Nag-uusap-usap sila ng ganyan. Dito ay pwede sila mag-strategize dahil meron din dito mga maps, pwede sila uminom ng tubig. Lahat ng mga naggaganap internally sa isang team ay dito nangyayari. Kung mapapansin ninyo, last time ay wala to sa stage at nilagay itong team player room sa MP.
12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. You can now watch the replays of MPL Philippines Season 12 matches on free TV. Together with the whole family, revisit the intense matches from Monday to Thursday, 2:15 p.m. to 5:15 p.m. on Pi Channel. Experience the Mpl-Ph Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin kita na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
And we are back. It's unfinished business between these two powerhouse teams, ready to settle a score. And who will get that win? That's what we're going to find out here to round out day number one. Again, it's me, Naisu, joined here with Leo, Rockhart. It's us, another version of the We Rose. How you guys feeling?
I'm great. Finally, we're going to get this match underway. And there was no way we're going to end Friday night without seeing Omega versus Echo.
That's right. It's going to be a slobber knocker, folks, for sure. So hang on to your seats.
Hang on to your seats. And before we get into this matchup, I know you guys are waiting, but we want to go ahead and give an official shout out to our teleco partner, Smart. Smart Giga Arena is open to all Smart and TNT subscribers, where they can join an array of arcade games and esports tournaments like MLBB and many more.
To get started, you just have to create an account on gigaarena.smart. That's gigaarena.smart using your Smart or TNT mobile number.
Okay, so with that being said, again, I know you guys have been waiting patiently, hopefully, for this matchup. It's a crazy matchup because, again, this is two teams that, in a way, I feel like there's a score to settle here, right? We're going to be taking a look at the lineup here in just a second, but we've seen some amazing things just in week one alone, and I feel like that's not enough to really just kind of weigh things out. Or is it, Leo?
I mean, no team is as explosive and as edge-of-your-seat gameplay as Echo nor Omega. And here we have their, I'd say, you know what, I'm going to call this early. Their main five, right?
The main
five. Kelra, Andoryu, Etomax, Ryota, and Chaknu. I think this lineup, if you put it up against last week's Blacklist International, wherein, you know, the Doc came into play, then maybe you would have seen something else. But yeah, no, here tonight, this is what I was expecting.
I was talking about it. I actually talked to them about it a little bit. Now, they look like a team that really just needs to pick up steam. That's all this is to it. Obviously, Andoryu, a newer addition, but you never know what's going to happen with this lineup, right?
Yep, and speaking of lineup, Echo right here, you know, very familiar faces. It's Benny Cutie, we got Carl Teasy, Sanji, Sanford, and JP, who has been doing an outstanding job in place of where most people are used to seeing Yaoi, right? But we did hear recently why exactly. You know, he's not here, so to speak, but, you know, they're focusing on other objectives out there in the real life. But I think also he does eventually want to play, of course, right?
Yeah, no,
so,
there's no way you have Echo in Season 12 on the road to M5 to defend their world title without having the playmaker come in, right?
Exactly.
Something else to note, Echo is the only undefeated team in S12 so far.
Flexing it. You know what? That M4 buff is something that you got to keep in mind. And I think most teams that fight Echo right now have that in mind, which might be one of the reasons why Echo just unfazed right now, almost indomitable in each and every lane.
Yeah, I love it. And as we look at the team head-to-head here between these two, of course these stats are going to favor Echo because, like Leo mentioned, they're undefeated. You know, it's been a tough road. I mean, look at just the breakdown.
They can do almost anything.
Yeah. Look how full that is. So
everything but the kitchen sink, basically.
pretty much, right? We know, and if it's anything, Echo has literally mastered the objective portion of the game. I mean, that says it right there. Lord control ratio, the turtle ratio, and the turrets. That's really what they secure and focus on. They're not so much about the first blood.
You know what's so cool? When you think about Lord, you think about Carl Teasy, you make think about the junglers, but no! The way that Echo has been taking these has been through the excellent zoning capabilities of Daddy JP, who seem to just fit so well into Yaoi's shoes.
Which makes sense is because in the few games we've seen so far from Echo, a lot of their takes, a lot of their executions, a lot of their big moves on the map are safe, right? When they want to get something, they want to capitalize, they want to convert, it's usually a clear go. It's because they're so good at setting it up. And again, it's not a one-man job. So with that said, I'm excited to see how they're going to run right through the barangay.
And that's why I think the barangay, Smart Omega, they have to, in a way, step up. And then, you know, you're trying to think, like, how do they do that, right? And we are going to be taking a look at the keys to victory in just a second here. But in my opinion, it's what the barangay, Smart Omega, is known for doing, and that's causing a little chaos, right? We talk about how they're the last in a lot of times, that poison factor. Well, this is the time to do it. So, Rockhart, take us through the keys to victory here on how they could win.
These are the game's keys to victories, brought to you by Infinix. Infinix Note Series, ultra fast gameplay. For Omega, always be mindful of Sanji. I think that's putting it lightly. Be mindful of everyone on that lineup, because right now, the way that they take objectives is definitely around Sanji, but indirectly being affected by the roam. Again, Yaoi would have been a great set here as well, but Daddy JP, I have to say, two peas in the pod, super interchangeable. For Echo, disrupt the set to max connection. Just like Echo here, you know, Chaknu doesn't do his job by himself, always led by El Capitan himself, E2Max, who seemed to just add a rhythm, something that spice that we're looking for here for Omega. But like I said earlier, just might need to pick up a little steam. I mean, I think momentum has been such a big factor in so many teams right now. And for Omega, history has told us, history has taught us, that's the biggest thing for a lot of people. And of course, may the best setter win. Let the set games begin, right? Let the set games begin between the Chak Mamba, rather, and of course, who else but the daddy himself. That has been our keys to victory for this game, Omega versus Echo.
Thank you so much for the breakdown there, Rockhart. And yeah, agreeably, I really want to focus on Omega here because, again, Echo is the team to beat, right, for them, because that would be a big statement in Week 2 here. And we actually had quite a big statement even back in Week 1 from other teams, right? I feel like there's been a lot of these kind of mix-ups where people are just like, wow, okay, I kind of counted this team out a little bit, and now here's where we are. So if Smart Omega can lock this one in, it's huge. And also that last key to victory, may the best setter win, really it does come down to here for both teams, right? JP, Chaknu, the roamers here for both teams are going to be setting a lot of the pace for these early skirmishes and team fights.
You're onto something, Joseph. I'd like to double down on your first point, wherein you said if Omega does beat Echo here, if.
Oh, keyword.
Omega gives Echo their first series loss in Season 12 this week, then that shakes up all of the status quo. I did my best to try and predict what happens this week, and I said Echo takes this. So if Omega wins, yo, that status quo is turned upside down. It's turned on its head. What else? Things don't make sense.
I gotta say, that's pretty much the same that happened earlier with Minana. They didn't need to win the whole match
for one game,
but they made a statement.
They just have to make a statement.
And, you know, even if you look back at, it feels like a while now, but back in the first series, or APBR came out looking like they had the sleep that they needed, you know, after seeing them in Week 1 and dealing with everything that they had.
They're playing on PH time now.
They're back in the time zone, you know?
The correct time zone.
It was apparent, though, in their gameplay. And, you know, and I think even if you look at some of the stuff online that people were saying after Week 1, it was, wow, some people weren't actually expecting Blacklist International to be where they were in the standings. Technically, yes, you know, you have some big names missing, but darn, are a lot of people happy out there. These agents out there that see Blacklist International top of the standings, will they stay there? Well, this matchup will also be one of the deciding factors here for them as we wait to get into the draft. Again, a lot of this is coming into play on the shoulders of the roamers, but also there's a lot of other, obviously, roles and lanes that you should pay attention to for both of these teams, right? We know, even as they're on the screen, right? Chaknu, like we mentioned, but you start focusing on, like what I like to say, even in the jungle early game. You know, how do things set into place here? Because even priorities in terms of drafting has kind of shifted. And this is finally the jump in for game one. We're already through the first phase of bans here. We'll see what the priority for Smart Omega is going to be.
Now we're talking about priority. I feel like that priority shift that you're talking about has impacted Omega the most. I mean, if you look at this lineup, it's not that different from their championship form way back then. And it's not that different as well from their very competitive form. They're always playoffs ready for. I feel like they just got hit with it. They just need to maybe rearrange who gets picked first.
Yep.
And all of that really is a big burden to the drafter here.
Yeah, they seem to be on point. Again, it's a battle of minds here. It's Coach Tick and Trev, dear Lord, a World Championship coaching duo up against the lone Coach Stronger.
Yeah, and you know, I haven't gotten the chance yet, but there was I think it was an article put out, just an interview with Coach Tic Tac. It's like unraveling Coach Tic Tac, and I just saw it before we went live, so I'm going to definitely read that because, again, getting these coaches' perspectives, especially, you know, when they've accomplished this many things, it's always kind of nice to think, or at least read, where's their mind at? Where's their mindset at?
And how do they think? First pick here for Smart Omega, gonna be that Eve on point. I love it. The answer from Echo, the Valentina and the Paquito. Is this a right call? Do we pick up the Paquito this early?
I mean, like maybe they were watching the last game. They saw, you know what, that Paquito was super duper crucial in the victory that MNNE had in that game number 2 against, again, top dog so far, Blacklist International.
So likely a 4D hero. I'm guessing it's the 4D hero.
Yeah.
If you want to give Carl Tizzy the Paquito, there have to be very specific setups and circumstances. Omega with the answer, of course, the winningest man, the winningest in Bruno. And then I believe this is partly an answer to the Paquito. You kind of want to put up a wall. Well, not a literal wall, but a bouncing ball.
Bouncing ball. Across from him is going to be the Baksha, who has been a rising pick.
Huge rising pick. Actually, it has been a very much comfortable pick if the Fredrin is not available or if the Fredrin has already been taken here. So, yeah, definitely safety is still the priority of a lot of these junglers. And obviously, the setters that we're looking for, one has already been locked down. That's the Chak Mamba himself on a very OG pick.
Chak Mamba surprise.
Hey,
that's right.
You know it.
Throwback.
Chase you as like 2021.
That's right.
So now the big question is on the other side, what's going to be up with Daddy JP here, who again is no slouch with the Cho, which might be being, I think that's already in the back of Omega's minds here.
Yep. With that said, it looks like they're trying to lock out choices for both Andoryu and Ryota. One more ban for Smart Omega. What else can they take out here? Claude's still open.
Yeah, focus on some of those gold lane options. Again, you already locked yourselves in a Bruno this early on. There's the Claude being taken out here. So you're kind of forcing some of this situation from Echo, right? What do you want to put in the hands of Benny Cutie when before we were so used to seeing him take up that 1-1 or that Beatrix? Those picks necessarily, obviously, aren't on par with some of the better picks for the gold lane. And the fact, too, that across from you, you're going to have Calra rolling with the Bruno, as Leo mentioned, the winningest man, because 2 items, that's pretty much all you need on Bruno.
Yeah, the biggest thing up for debate right now is the gold lane. I think people are not set yet on the hard counters for whenever a team picks up a Bruno, for instance. Will you go pick a Layla? Will you go pick a Clint here? Sorry, not Layla. Leslie! Leslie!
I am hoping also.
Why is Layla the first thing?
Freudian slip. Freudian slip. Yeah. Leslie.
Yeah,
or
because
Clint. Or Carrie.
Yeah, between Claude and Leslie, it's the Leslie that's the predator, right?
Yeah.
All right. Let's see what Omega closes up with. There's the Guinevere. Dear Lord, the Guinevere.
Wow.
The Guinevere.
The Guinevere.
Bear number 5 is happy.
Bear number 5.
All right, that's Guinevere in the jungle, in the hands of Andoryu, most likely, unless, oh no, Ryota XP.
Ryota.
You think so? Well, let's see.
He's gonna
Coach
decide
Stronger.
it.
Coach Ron, what are you thinking?
He's gonna call it.
I will choose my own path.
Oh, wait. That's the Arlott. Wait. Okay. Arlott.
still-
Arlott XP.
Can
Guinevere
still
jungle.
can still
No.
jungle.
Yeah, I'd rather it be the prior.
Yeah.
Oh. And we're going to get another look at Ixia.
Whoa. First unleashed last week in the hands of Eman to a victory. And
100% win rate.
And then we go from there.
No, it's not.
Can I just say,
It wasn't, yeah.
I like this though. Like from Smart Omega, yeah, we're like maybe you weren't expecting this too much, but again, if we go back to it and we're like, okay, Echo is a very fundamentally sound team. There's a lot of information about them, how they like to play, how they like to execute, and we need some disruption, right? So don't forget that this is actually a lineup that could do that. So, keep an eye out as we take a look here at the breakdown from the index.
Yeah, this index is showing that Omega, as you guys know, love that mid game, and they also love the timer. There's just no in between.
Yep.
They want to go either super early or super late.
And it makes sense why their index looks like that. You
Yeah.
want to have good coverage to make sure that you have a good bridge from early, mid to late for you to secure Omega timers if necessary. But for Echo, I like how they just want to go fast, man. I just want to see them actually make this work. Baksha, Angela, Ixia. I'm a rapper, and I didn't even know.
I appreciate it. And let's go as we jump into the first game here between Smart Omega and Echo, looking to draw on the first blood in the series in this best of 3 to round out day number 1. And again, a lot of the eyes, I feel like, are going to be on some of these more unconventional picks from Smart Omega so far. And Doru on this Guinevere. Will it be enough to have success against Echo, against Carl Teasy, who is rolling around literally with the box shot?
I mean, that's a big question, isn't it? Like, how's that box shot going to fare against Carl Teasy? I love Carl Teasy's Frederian, but to be honest, I've actually been missing a lot of his other heroes. So this box is actually a very refreshing thing for me, but I have not really, seen how it works in this lineup, especially that we have Arlott back. I haven't seen Arlott in such a while.
Yeah, we all missed him.
We
man.
haven't actually seen him interact well with the box shot.
We missed him. The last time we were here in Shooting Gallery for season 11, it was all the rage. What was that little interaction? And Dory actually used the retribution.
I love Andoryu because I feel like he's trying to prove that, he's not the weak link here for Omega.
Yeah.
A lot of the stuff I've seen on social media trying to say that, but obviously Andoryu, he's solid.
I feel like, even with that, like Guinevere in the jungle, it's one of those heroes that, the way that it's played and whatnot, it's a little bit of a risk. It is a risk in a way that if you don't actually land the knockups and the violent requiems you're looking for, then, really what do you do as a jungler, right, for your team? So it could work actually really well with the fact that we are seeing this Arlott, and maybe you can just rely on following up the final slashes and moving from there, or Chaknu. That's going to be up to the execution factor, but you can already see Echo getting in position here. They might just take it.
Yep, Turtle already taken here by Echo, and then they're going to turn. Omega gets the jump onto that little bush, and Chaknu calls it off. Close call, but after the 2-minute mark, Echo gets a big dub.
One of the peeves I have as well for the Guinevere right now is you saw it just a few moments ago. The activation is so, aside from it's predictable, it's a little slow.
Yeah.
That knockup that you saw, the animation, these pro players just move so quickly that they can kind of respond to it very well. Same with the reason why we see the Arlott fall into favor here. The animation for the final slash just kind of can be dodged now.
Especially with that nerf on his ult where you actually see it, right? There's a marker. Y'all see that? Guinevere's actually rocking a tank emblem.
Yeah. Again, I think part of that is... Whoa. Okay, well, that's taken. So, again, you were talking about earlier, right? Even with the emblem here, I think part of the idea is Andoru either jumps in. If he doesn't land what he needs to.
All right, this can't go unaddressed. Carl Teasy just committed Grand Theft Purple, ladies and gentlemen. Stole away Andoru's purple here at 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
The funny thing is, it was straight to his face.
Right there, yeah.
He waited for it.
Yeah, no. Carl Teasy counted. Carl Teasy knows the retribution on Andoru's off.
No, because you mentioned it earlier, right? Like, Andorra went in, used that retribution as well. Like, and Carl Teasy was probably like, well,
yeah, weird with that little
I don't want you in my jungle, man. So that's the response from Carl Teasy there. So as we get a little breather here. That's the thing. I think one of the biggest obstacles here, or at least boxes that need to be checked for Smart Omega, is how do we actually utilize this kind of unorthodox Guinevere pick, as we have seen it be successful in the past, but really the work is cut out for Andorra here for this matchup here.
Absolutely, especially in this lineup that they have. Now, the biggest strength of the Guinevere, especially that tank Guinevere, you can definitely, you become invisible. For Christ's sake, you become invisible, and it's so easy to just survive.
Yep.
And with that survival, you can leverage that into getting a good retribution timing, which right now, Carl Teasy, he's flexing on it. So,
at least for now, yes. It's all about the objective. It's all about making that ramp up for your Bruno, making that ramp up for your cores in the mid lane. But one thing that Omega does have, like when we especially go into like more crucial spots in the game, I'm talking about like 8 minutes onwards, that time between 8 minutes and 12 and 13, leading up to the late game, they have amazing re-engage.
Oh yeah,
if they can leverage that, and if they can, again, recover from this, what are we looking at? About 500, 600 gold lead? Then yeah, we're looking at Omega timers definitely.
I feel like if they get to a point where, you're scary and Echo makes a mistake and you re-engage, man, they're scary.
Oh.
Here we go, RWM plus the Heart Guard, answering back, Sanji's still alive.
Wow.
The Eve is still swiping off, and there's a puppet on the strings. Chaknu putting Carl Teasy in harm's way, and the Tortoise Poison's gonna be enough to save the young goat. No one dies, no one falls, under 4 minutes.
So, you know, even when things fall into place for Smart Omega, they're not able to capitalize on it, unfortunately, because they just don't have enough firepower right now. And, you know, we can take a quick look at the items here, Rockhart. How's it looking at this portion of the game?
Yeah, not quite there yet, I think is the the way to put it. Not quite there, but we can, as you can see, Omega are very much capable of taking kills. And it's just maybe a matter of just one item, maybe, right? And that's what happens when you get even slightest bit of gold here in the most competitive region of MLBB in the Philippines.
I concur. Now, second turtle up. Echo scored the first one. They're going to go 2 for 2 here.
Yep.
Carl Teasy with the help of Benny, Cutie, and
he went to
JP
the purple buff
scores.
again.
Yeah, is he going to get it? Yeah, because he didn't
has
use
Retry.
He didn't use his Retry.
Yep. So this might be Grand Theft Purple again. And Dora gonna try.
Oh, I think he got it.
Oh, you see that? No.
Oh. I love that emote. I'm gonna get that.
Oh,
Is that
we
still
should.
available?
We should.
Don't forget to grab your emotes.
No. But yeah, I think we saw there a prime example of don't let the pro, don't let the veteran, use his status against you. That's exactly what Andor you should keep in mind.
Reminds me of the Dikembe Mutombo from the NBA. No.
No. Well, again, I feel like that's been kind of what's happening here in this early portion of the game, from Echo. A lot of times, and this is what you see Omega trying to do.
No, here we go! Forcing out the Heart Guard, everything but it gets this thing thrown out to kill Sanji, but he still lives!
No.
That's a perfect emote for that moment. And that's the perks you get with an Angela.
How?
Oh no! The Filipino Savage may be going down here, forcing out a flicker, and here we go, they turn! Sanford very low, using the sprint, I'm out of here! And now JP still wailing away. Sanji puts up the RWM! Where you going, Chak Mamba? He draws first blood, and the fight continues. Etherbox flickers out, Carl Teasy goes in, finds his targets. Andoryu here sandwiched between Carl Teasy and the rest of Echo. Ryota responds. And this is a fight going on for way too long. Violet Requiem finds Sanji. Andoryu doesn't have enough firepower. Off map. There's a push by Benny.
Yeah, I think Omega played that just about as well as you could in surviving with minimal casualties. Look at this!
Oh no,
the
re-engage! Great! Gets knocked up. Can he survive? The answer is no. Ryota slays him.
That's what you were talking about, right? Right there. Yeah, the re-engagement, it's brutal.
That's right.
It's
take a while.
Yeah, it's brutal, but also at the same time, it's like Echo spent a lot of time down there. You know what I mean? Like, they were there for a while. They might go ahead, look for this third turtle of the game. I'm wondering if Smart Omega wants to contest it at all. I mean, for the most part, they're still actually working up. There was about 1,000 gold lead, and they've kind of narrowed it down. So Kelra is picking up a Berserker's Fury, so he should have the 2 items now,
Yeah.
the Haas-Claws and the Berserker's Fury. So he is actually kind of where he needs to be on this Bruno to provide some of that advantage they need. But Turtle's already taken. Chaknu might look for something. Not going to be able to find it.
Might have to back off.
He's been trying, man. He's what? Failed 2 or 3 big attempts on Sanji?
Yeah.
And still the young genius from mid walks away like it's nothing. Oh, perfect steal on the RWM too. That's going to be held in for sure.
Ready
to
for the
max
fight.
duration.
Now, you know what? With all the turtles that Omega has conceded, I'm actually surprised it's only at 1K.
You know, and also this is just a flashback to that graphic, right, where it was 100, was it 100% for Turtles? For Echo right now, I think it was, or close to 100%.
Lords and Turtles,
Or Lords and Turtles. And similar thing here.
Now Sanji and Etomax just swiping away at each other. Eves on Eves. There goes his RWM. Benny Cutie takes down the tier 1 in mid. And just like that, Omega lost their big fortress. And now Andoryu looking for an engage. Caldizzi runs right into Ryota. Triggers a passive, and they back off.
For Omega, it's all about critical mass. When are you going to hit your critical mass? Now, estimations with some really rough maths from my brain, I would say around maybe 12 to 14 minutes, you can expect the Bruno to maybe start making the mark, making the dent there. But for now, yeah, Carl Tizzy definitely dominating. And even later on, maybe Carl Tizzy will still be able to survive a lot of those hits.
Yeah, I feel like that's why, you know, even looking at the damage received, and this is why teams have been opting for that Baksha pick. Not only do you have quite a bit of tankiness, of course his passive, but you can literally move across the map in a matter of just seconds.
Carl Tizzy right now, he's like a honey badger, man. He doesn't even care. He doesn't even care.
Oh, yeah, you know it.
Going back to week 1. Basically saying in Filipino, IDC.
IDC.
As Midnight put it.
Doesn't even care.
That's putting it lightly. He said it with a lot of contempt, by the way.
Whoa!
Oh.
Yeah, he has. And I think, again, it's nice to see Smart Omega getting in position. Maybe if they can contest this first Lord. It's only 2K gold, right? And that's not anything drastic or anything like that. But still, relatively, you have to be able to pull this off. Look, they're going for it decisively. So Carl Tizzy's got the information here.
Oh, boy.
The rest of the team is going to make their way.
Here we go. Final slash already used up. RWM plus the hard guard. Carl Tizzy barely alive. A third of his health in. And they are just wailing away at him. The kicks are enough. Balls in his face. Carl Tizzy falls. That's a 4. Before now as Chaknu falls. And Sanford steals the Lord from underneath Andoryu's face. And that's Etomax falling as well. 3 for 1 plus the Lord. Thank you very much, says Echo.
Just when you thought Omega pulled a fast one on the Echo, they punch back a hardest possible way.
I think that was literally the plan, though. Like, that was probably what they should have done, given the situation and way things have gone unfolded here up to this point. But look at this. I mean, it was just when everybody crashed down, you could really see some of the disparity in terms of itemization, some of that durability factor as well. So it was unfortunate that Smart Omega was not able to get that Lord the way that they wanted to. And even just looking at this, right, here's the item breakdown. Now they got to deal with the Lord.
Dealing with the Lord here might be quite easy here. As you saw, Kelra, the critical hits really starting to ramp up there. So, yeah, they're going to be able to deal with this, but can they deal with if they get -1 here, which can be the mission here for Sanford?
Oh, them balls, though. You see how Sanford feels it. He's reeling. And just like that, Echo just changes their mind. They're like, you know what, just back to business. As usual, we're happy to take down all the outer turrets.
Yeah, I think that's safest, right? They're happy with the tier 2s being taken down, some of the shields popping as well. They're still continuing to farm up. I mean, one of the things we really haven't seen much of, again, is Ixia in terms of multiple games, right? But Benny Cutie, for the most part, he's just been farming up. So his damage is already there that he needs. And so what I feel like Smart Omega is kind of struggling with is once they even get an initiation, do they have enough follow-up damage? Right now, even level disparity is something to consider here. And as we see the fact that not many teams like to take the Angela, but when it is locked in and played to perfection like JP's doing right now, it's kind of hard to deal with some of that shielding, some of that sustainability. So you obviously need to play around that, counter that the best you can. This is great, though. Keep putting your resources into Kelra. He hasn't died yet. He's getting the items he needs because we all have seen this before, where a stacked Bruno can turn the tide of a lot of these skirmishes and a lot of these team fights.
Yeah, you mentioned that earlier as well, man. Just keep stacking those, because if you're talking about damage, I mean, Echo's got that in spades with the Ixia. Honestly, I've been waiting for more pro teams to start playing the Ixia, because I want to see how it fares. It's one of the most lethal glass cannons in the game. If you're surrounded by really strong teammates who can front for you and who can set up for you, you're seeing the results right now. He's not getting the last hits, but Benny Cutie, I'm pretty sure his damage dealt will be through the roof later on.
Yeah, with that last big Lord fight, it's clear that his full barrage was definitely full. That was 100%. Like, everything was getting hit. Like, he was capping at the max 7 targets, right?
Yeah.
So that's all 5 members of Omega plus the Lord. So it makes sense. I wonder if they can set that up one more time, especially now that the Luminous Lord has spawned 13 minutes in.
But Keller is definitely not a slouch here. He is the biggest threat, and Echo knows it, but it's also very hard for Echo to actually reach him right now.
Well, again, I think that's what they have to do and why Kelra's positioning is so important here. Again, Sanford.
Here we go, talking about it. 40 tries to hunt him down. The Apex Predator has got Daddy JP in him, and they're going to try to burst down Ryota. Now at half health. Omega are comfortable in this position. They like the re-engage. No dice quite yet. Oh, puppet on a string, forcing out a flicker. Ryota tries to get one. RWM from Sanji. Ryota's gonna fall here. Sanford knocks him out. That's 1 down. 4v5 for the next big Lord fight. Echo scores the Luminous Lord.
It was all part of the plan, right? Put the pressure there in the mid lane. Get them into basically a portion of their jungle that you can just zone them out from even getting close to the Lord. That was Echo's plan. They executed it perfectly here. Again, this is the lead that they have. This is what's allowing them to do this, right? To set literally 2-3 people in front of Echo and in front of Smart Omega and keep them at bay.
Keeping them at bay is just so easy for Carl Teasy here, and you're seeing the result again because of the beautiful backline and the backline access of Echo in the form of Sanji, right?
And Sanford.
And Sanford, yeah, it feels so like a breeze right now.
All right, you know what's also making this whole thing easier for Echo?
What?
You remember that 2K Goldie we were talking about like maybe 5-6 minutes ago? Yeah. It's ballooned to 10!
That's what I'm saying.
I agree.
If you're a full item ahead of your lane mate, that's it.
And what's even harder, and something that's really apparent with Ixia so far, we've only seen her, this is the 3rd time I think so far, is when it's paired up with Sanji, who takes an RWM himself, has that, and then you have full barrage, you don't even want to go towards the team using that. So now they try to defend their base.
Here we go. Tier 3 up top and then mid. Carl DD very low, gets the hard guard in him, but it's too little too late. The overload of damage, Omega shuts down Carl TZ, and now the concealed play. They're looking for a clap back. No one home. Echo is already dispersed. It's surprising to see. I just noticed Carl TZ sitting at 0-3-3. I thought he had a better KDA.
Young Goat definitely bit off a bit more than he could chew there, partner.
I reckon.
I believe so. Thank you kindly.
Ixie has a heavy southern accent, by the way.
Ixie does, yeah. I mean, she's all part of the, the Western lore, basically, right? So Blazing West.
Much obliged, sir. Much obliged.
Blazing West.
You're not from the South, dude.
Sorry, I'm not.
Nice try there, though. I love
You're from Florida, dude. Get out of here.
Well, that's south, though. That's way south. That's up.
Far east.
Well,
still kind of south. Anyway,
again,
back into the game. I feel like, what surprised me earlier was the the damage received graph.
Yep.
Benny Cutie, he received just about 3,000 damage, just like a few skills.
He hasn't been touched.
He has not literally has not been touched.
That's some minions.
I was going to say, doesn't that account to the minions? So he's probably taking a couple whacks there.
Carl DZ coming in from the east, and now Daddy JP in him with the hard guard, looking for some targets. Andoryu getting out of here. Sanford with a body hunter approach.
Oh!
And there's a final slash. He is down. Benny Cutie with a full barrage. RWM keeping them where they need to be. Etamak very low. Down goes Chaknu. Sanji traded out for, though. Currently, it's a 1-for-3. Give Benny 2 kills. Carl DZ gets his vengeance. And with that, it looks like Echo is going to go for the throat here. They're going to penetrate in mid. It's a 4v2 defense. Can the Barangay hold on? Andori with a knockup, the full combo. But there's just two of them. There's not enough damage. Final slash coming in. And another hard guard. Andoriu very low. Benny Cutie gets him down. That's it. The wipeout. Echo are in your base. And they're going to be taking game 1.
The Echo Express coming through in game 1 against Smart Omega in a dominating one. That was a 11,000 gold lead that they garnered themselves, and they came out swinging for game 1.
That winning moment brought to you by our official sponsor, FW Life, the life insurance.
Whew. So with that, it makes me wonder. We got a little glimpse at the end there, just how good those ultimates could line up from Smart Omega.
Yep.
But when you're talking about 10, 11,000 gold down, man, that's rough.
It just takes too long. I mean, it's one thing to get it right, and then it's another to have the right ingredients come in, right? It's hard to cook a creme brulee for a midnight snack, if you get what I'm saying. Does that make sense? I don't cook. Does that make sense?
Unless it's pre-baked.
I don't cook. Does that make sense?
Kind of.
All right.
What if you got creme brulees in your fridge, though? See? Then it doesn't make sense.
I get what you mean.
So, you know. But I appreciate the analogy there. It could work. But
Almost. Yeah,
almost.
I think it's almost.
Thanks.
It's been a longer day, you know. Than
Gamers eat Hot Pockets. I'm sorry.
Well, regardless of what they're eating here, one thing is Echo is well fed in that game.
Oh,
They're eating good. They're
They
eating
were.
good.
They got
No
that well
kidding.
fed buff because it was tough to see again. You know, I was even the one that was like, man, I like what Smart Omega is doing to bring something to the table against a team that is currently undefeated and looking to solidify that top spot in the standings. And this might have been, you know, in essence, in theory, on paper, it could have worked, but like Leo said, man, it was too slow, and it was apparent as the game went on, and we ballooned from 2K to 10K. So, Rockhart, why don't you break us down here, how they won this one in dominant fashion?
I don't know about you guys, but that last fight, I was just trying to make sure my jaw wasn't dropping, because for sure, Omega was behind them like around 10,000 gold. The mechanics were definitely somewhere out there. You just had to dig deep there. MVP for that game gonna be Sanji. He even did a really fancy move there with the final slash straight into the face, the counter final slash against Ryota. And man, oh man, that engage could definitely hit the books there. So Omega, they are known to become a very, very scrappy team. No matter how down bad they are. And the goal, they always manage to get something. Honestly, in that last one, they couldn't. And but you know what? That's what Echo worked towards this whole game, making sure that they had some itemization leads against a team like Omega, who just loves the chaos, who will thrive in the team fights. And they did that here very well as well. I mean, they kept fighting off. They kept fighting off the advances of the young goat Carl Teasy, as he does try to steal some of these buffs. But in the end, it really was just an itemization difference, wasn't it? And not to mention Benny Cutie, man, he's having a field day on that Iksha. So far, bringing up that heroes count in a very, very good light. And a lot of players definitely are going to be eyeing that Iksha. If you get what I mean, get your ranked games ready, because right now, they do it. They do it in the way that I think a lot of the Iksha plays should be played. I feel like to make it work here, look at this. I'm just gonna shut up for a moment. Just let that fight sink in. Obviously, it was Echo's advantage. But Omega, if they had items, if maybe they were even in items right there in that team fight, it might have been a bit of a different result. I mean, some of these health bars, especially with Benny Cutie and Carl Teasy, were actually super duper low. Now, that's the homework that Echo did, right? They make sure that if we ever do come to these moments where, okay, we're going to be forced into these team fights against Omega, they're very scrappy, they're not going to take no for an answer, they're going to make sure to exert their dominance on you even though they're behind items. All right, guys, here's the plan. Make sure they're behind by 10,000 gold. When that happens, no matter how good their mechanics are, they're definitely going to fall And that's, paraphrasing Coach Tic Tac right there and Coach Trevor. That sounds like exactly the way that this game panned out here. Carl Teasy definitely very aggressive here. As you can see, always on the red side jungle. Love that heat map right there. The distribution means that Carl Teasy has been exerting dominance. Although again, surprisingly, Omega did not really fall too far behind up until the very end, where from 4K, boom, 10K. You know what I mean, right? So right here, we are gonna see the itemization and the build path here. And 410, that's not bad. We've seen worse. I think, again, Omega, just a team, even if you're 0 and 100, just can't count them out. Although in this scenario, they were really, really behind on items. They built these items like super duper late, and the survivability of Ryota and Chaknu were very questionable. Same with Andoryu because of that itemization difference. And these small things really did stymie the offensive capabilities of Omega, even in the later parts of the game, where, as you can see, they also had their own ways to actually engage on the Echo, which were completely handled very well by that squad. So Echo right now, I feel like they're in a good spot where Daddy JP, they're really utilizing this guy, They're utilizing the veteran experience of Daddy JP, knowing when to activate that hard guard, when to walk out, and when to really go for the throat, go for the jugular, as they say. 100% kill participation on Daddy JP right there, man. Just can't count this guy out. Benny Cutie, 827 gold per minute, but the stat that really did blow my mind was he was barely touched up until the very, very end of that game. 3,000 damage. I can't just wrap my mind around that. And because of that, Echo definitely had the advantage in terms of damage all throughout that series. That is why they won. That has been the breakdown of game number 1.
Thank you so much for the breakdown there, Rockhard. Again, it was a great victory there for Echo. Before we move on, again, we want you guys to just keep an eye out for Maya. Pay like a legend with Maya and Mpl-Ph. Score your own limited edition MLBB card exclusively available on Maya. Those things look amazing. By the way, I got to get mine. I've seen, I think even some of the casters posting theirs, man. So be sure to get yours. Now, again, if we look back at game 1, it was tough for Smart Omega fans, and it's I feel like they need to adjust, obviously, very quickly here. Because again, guys, it's quick, right? The regular season is quite quick. But before we break it down more, Leo, what do you have to say for us and our viewers out there?
I'd like to invite everyone to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. For Facebook, it's facebook.com/MDLPH.official. Once more, fb.com/MDLPH.official. And for YouTube, it's official MDL Philippines.
It's a whole lot of official, right? Make sure you guys follow the MDL pages and be official with us. Again, there's a lot here. Rockhart gave us a lot of his insights with that breakdown of Game 1. Leo, anything specifically right off the top of your head that sticks out here where we can see a Game 3?
In addition to what our good friend Carl here talked about, is I think Smart Omega are onto something, right? They're onto something. It's worth pursuing that theory. I'd like to call it theory. I don't think that we saw it in full practice.
No
just
proof
yet.
yet.
Yeah. One adjustment may I suggest is maybe switch up that XP laner. The Arlot may have been overkill. If anything, maybe the Arlot was the one that made it all work. Switch up the jungle, right? It's one or the other.
Yeah.
Maybe they needed a little bit more burst. They just needed something that expedited the conversion and the capitalization of the CC, because there's so much CC, man. It's like a trampoline, like a bouncy house.
There's so much CC, but there wasn't enough like follow-up damage.
That's right.
There you go.
Which, in essence, should have been, again, it should have been the Bruno. Like, Calra should have been there, but
even that's DPS.
Yeah, even there, it wasn't enough, right? Like, you have all the CC in the world, but what is that CC good for if you can't actually capitalize on it?
Where do we put it, right? Well, that's where
a
I'm
tough
seeing.
question.
That's where I'm looking right now. Jungle or XP? Switch up one of those.
I say jungle. I still feel like Arlot can work. His final slash is still great.
So he's more reliable.
I mean, yeah, because again, Guinevere just hasn't I don't know if this is just because we haven't seen her successful enough yet in different teams.
So talk to all of the Guinevere fans right now.
How you going to be?
Guys, I understand how you feel. Right? Now, I am a guy who has been rooting for Gord for seasons now. And, you know, I got to say, I'm relatively happy where he is. 100%, by the way. Now, Guinevere, for you Guinevere players out there, you might just have to hope a little bit longer because, you know, that 100%, that's not there anymore. So, you know, stand strong like I did for seasons and hope that, you know, Guinevere at one point, she's popping off.
We'll get there.
What's popping off now is our audience out here that has been amazing at Shooting Gallery Studios.
Let's go.
Game face of the day. I think we got a winner already.
Do it. Oh, that's his game face?
That was his game face, but he's got to get his screen back going.
That's a sharp tongue.
Oh my god.
Wow.
That's a sharp tongue.
It is. I was surprised.
One more, young man. One more.
He can't do it.
He can't do it again.
Anymore.
He's shy.
Man, he set the precedent, bro. That's the standard now.
You gotta.
You know what happens, right?
Yeah, you gotta follow yourself up.
You know what happens.
The game face standard.
That's it. All right, who's gonna? You can't.
I can't do it.
There it is. that's a wide tongue. That's a wide tongue, bro.
hey, I will. Let me say this: we're all cat dads here.
That's right.
Our cat's blem. Right. That was the blem.
That's right. The blem. They forget that they're grooming.
Exactly. So we're all cat dads here. So you know.
Oh yeah.
Good job.
The blip.
Look at that. Hey.
There. All right. Rockhart joined us. Good job.
The blip.
He knows what that is.
Yeah.
I see my cat do that all the time.
I think Rockhart's the newest cat dad on the table right now.
Yeah. And he's the only one who has a princess.
Yes. Well,
we gotta bring these cats here.
We should have an MPL Cat Day one day. So again, let's go ahead and remember this headline for the matchup. It's back to school, time to school. What does that mean? Leo, to you, is it time to school these boys? Is that pretty much what they're saying?
All right. I think just to set the lay of the land, and again, like every good story, you have a beginning, middle, and end.
Yes.
We're past the beginning, man. You're looking at dudes who have been here for seasons long, and then you have dudes who are so young, but they've also been here for quite a while. So you could say that some of them are Professor Emeritus.
Emeritus.
There you go.
Yeah.
Wow. And then some of them are like these young upstart professors, instructors, but everybody here in presence, they've all achieved so much, right? So you're amongst the greatest.
Yeah, I know.
So it's time to get schooled.
And the big question is, who's gonna get schooled, son?
All right, in game one.
Well, game one we know.
Well,
it's
game
clear.
one.
In game one
It's
we know
obvious.
who got schooled.
Yeah, in game one it's like, all right, here's how you play macro. Don't overload OCC. All right, next class, next subject.
Yeah, next subject. So basically we're moving into the next subject, right? And also just kind of throwing it out there as we're on the topic of school here, and as someone who used to be an educator myself, this is it's an important aspect because if you guys follow the members even of Echo or some of the other members, the professional players out there, we do know that they also, some of them are going to school or prioritizing school while they're even in the MPL, or maybe they take a break, and that is great, right? Because education is important. Stay in school, kids, and get that education. And so, you know, with that said, it comes down to who is going to get schooled here fully. Already, Smart Omega kind of got schooled in game one.
I like how we put the caveat of fully.
Fully, yeah.
Fully.
There's already a little bit of school in that window.
There's already a little bit of schooling. It's like, you know, when you got, I don't know about you guys, but like, so I'm not speaking from experience, by the way. I didn't get shoved into lockers. But
I mean, they can try.
So Andorio and company got shoved into a locker.
Yeah, kind of. I mean,
that's right.
That's what it felt
that's
like.
getting schooled.
Yeah, no, but they were fighting back, so they got a few kicks in.
Yeah.
Like, kick it.
Yes.
I get it.
Kick in that
So
locker.
what they need to do now is school Echo. And I
How
think
do
it
you-
starts in the draft.
Okay, how do you school a very, a guy who knows
All
how
right.
to beat you down?
All right, it's happened. All right, we all saw MSC 2023, so we know it can happen. All right,
We did.
A good chunk of people also watched Snapdragon Pro Series, right?
We did.
That happened too. So Smart Omega has a lot to work with. Coach Stronger has a lot to work with. It's not impossible.
Uphill, though.
I
Definitely
know
uphill.
I know I didn't present any answers.
I was gonna- so, see, you know why, ladies and gentlemen? Because Leo was not the one getting shoved in the lockers either.
Yeah, you can guess from this table who got that.
No, Rockhart took all our lunch money.
Rockart was a ladies' man. Is a ladies' man.
All right.
Yeah, sure, they'll believe you.
Jumping into the draft here. Game number 2. Going back to it. Here's a serious answer, right? Let's reel out I love the back to school thing in schooling, but really, yes, Smart Omega got dominated first game. Can they change it around here? It looks like they want to at least priority pick. Hey, they're picking up a hero that provides a lot to a team and allows them to really kind of round up a lineup based off, again, we don't know if this is just going to be, is it the sole mid lane Novaria? Is it a roam Novaria, right? Like that's still up there as well.
They have an option.
I'm not sure if they would go in the hands of Chaknu, right?
Joseph.
That'd be something.
It's a change.
Charles.
It's a change.
Carl Agustin, no.
It's a change.
After Chaknu talks smack about Renegade having a small hero pool, he goes like, I can Novaria too.
Yeah.
Let me show you how it's done. And I think they're doing a good, this is a good start. By the way, Lancelot, hey. Lancelot's heir. Andoryu, by the way, comfort hero for this guy way back in the amateur scene. So definitely Omega's up to something here. Not to mention they're denying a lot of big ticket ultimates here from the Valentine of Sanji.
Oh yeah, no, all of those are actually odd. If anything, he's happy to kind of have the Astro Echo, maybe, but it's not an end-all be-all. It's no RWM, right?
Yeah.
But look at this. Oh, Echo secures the Franco. We don't see the big old... He's not a pirate. He's actually a good guy. Lore-wise, Franco's a good guy. But yeah, what?
That's underhanded move, man. That was a sneak. They pulled a fast one on us.
Oh.
And they pulled a fast one on Omega for sure.
Okay. Well, regardless of that fact right now, too, I'm wondering again, export, right? Now, I'm not sure if here in the MPL anyway, so far we've seen him park in the jungle. I'm assuming he's going to go in the XP lane for the most part, right? But there's still that flexibility possibly happening here. Again, you're matching it up against a Lancelot. I think one thing that you really have to point out is Smart Omega's first phase of the draft is a lot more comfortable for them, and you already have this kind of expectation. Again, Novaria is probably not going in the hands of Chaknu, right? But just having that, having the vision available to you, and having the Blazing Duet and the way that the Claude works, we've seen Kelra literally play Claude multiple times. So this should set themselves up for a better game overall, just in these 3 picks alone. I'm just wondering again, how do you secure that, right? How do you allow yourselves still, is it going to be a tankier XP lane and a roam option, or again, where is this Novaria going? But I think that's one of the things too. What is your XP lane, right? They picked the X-Borg up here because just in case another XP lane that's popped up a lot, never mind, it's banned out. We're going to say Terizla, they pick the X-Borg to counter into that, but they ban it instead. So what does this leave for XP options for Smart Omega Rockhard?
I think we are going to have to look at, we might see Edith. No, banned out, sorry. I was thinking about Edith there. He was way on the far right.
A pack.
I'm thinking the pack, I'm thinking the glue.
Oh, no, pack got banned too.
The Lapu Lapu.
Yeah, that early.
Man, so many XP. So many XP. I love it. I love this game though. I love that.
What else is left? They're right.
You got to put pressure on the new guy in town. I think that's Ryota. Andorra already had it, but you know what? They're thinking, what's next, right? Who's the next chink in the armor here for Omega? That's what Echo's thinking right now.
Last ban.
Out. Still think that you still need a good front line, because Lancelot ain't no front line. Tank that Lancelot, not a front line. So maybe glue it out. Ryota hero picks though, they already removed the X-Borg, they removed the Terizla. So actually, that's a very good question. No Yuzhong as well.
No Pack, no Edith.
My goodness, look at this guy.
This is a narrowed down.
He's picking.
Yeah.
Coach, what's left?
XP lane.
What do I have left?
What I do like is Echo picking up the Beatrix here.
Yeah.
Pick 1, phase 2. I'm here for Beatrix. I love Beatrix. But again, the question, even junglers, like, well, what's left for Carteasy? And then I hope it's not an Alucard. And then how about Omega? Like, what do they put in Ryota's hands?
You just have some disdain for Alucard?
Yes, a very deep hatred for Alucard.
Maybe it's a time for the Fanny comeback here.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there you go.
It's a Lapu.
There's the laps. All right.
I have to also talk about what Echo's doing here. They're utilizing the possibility of using the Astral Echo.
Yeah.
Because now bigger hitboxes means Beatrix Snipe's gonna hit in better.
Yep.
And the hooks.
Last Insanity too.
Last Insanity as well. So this makes so much sense now.
Yeah, you're literally fighting the last one with the last one. Like
I know, right?
That's kind of how it works,
So
right?
smart.
Wow.
Yes, please.
So we do have a pirate. You mentioned the pirate earlier. Now we do.
Alucard is the complete opposite of Bane.
Yeah.
In the spectrum of heroes that Leo loves and hates, they are
So
opposite
you love the
sides.
Bane.
Yep, and this is weird. Like lore-wise, Bane and Franco hate each other.
Yeah, they're enemies.
Yeah, Bane is the bad guy. But no, I'm loving it. I'm here for Echo's draft.
I love it. Right now, if you guys haven't, when watching Carl TZ's streams, he also uses that hero a lot.
Yep.
Right now, he's like super into Joy. But yeah, Bane is huge.
If you'll remember, it was what, 3-4 months ago, wherein Carl TZ re-debuted
the Bane,
in Phnom Penh, in Cambodia.
Loves
and
that
it worked,
hero.
right? He built it hybrid-ish,
Yeah.
more tanky. I wonder what it looks like now.
That's what that's a great point, because I was trying to think as soon as it was locked in, how is he going to build this, and also the emblems, because we, of course, we see a lot of variations of emblems here, and we'll see how he decides to roll with it. But again, this is a hero that allows you to continue doing what they were doing, and that's objective control. So we'll see who's going to school this time in game number 2. Can Echo close it out in another dominant fashion, or does Smart Omega have an answer for it as we jump into the game? We'll see how things fall into place. One of the big things is that Bane.
You know what? We're not sure what the build's going to be, but one thing's for sure. Whatever Carl TZ builds here, definitely going to be the standard for a lot of players.
Yep.
Not just the players in the MPL, but also for the home.
I'm updating my build as soon as this game's done.
Let's watch that out.
Something that Omega does have, though, in spades, and if ever we do make it to Game 3, this is their version of schooling. It'll be a schooling on isolation. That's one thing that they have great.
Yeah.
Like, when they have that Astral Echo on point, and they get that wave. Dude, even the Wave of Dragon's going to have a bigger hitbox.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Just true.
Tis true, man.
So, yeah, no, if Omega can make it happen, if they can go super fast and pick off the cores of Echo fast enough, then yeah, definitely, we're on our way to Game 3.
Now, opening it up to the XP lane, there's a reason why the Lapu doesn't get picked as much, and I hate to say it because I love Lapu. X4 is going to eat him for breakfast, dinner, and lunch.
Killaz.
Oh, look at that.
Carl TZ.
Coming
Very,
in.
very aggressive.
Fast clear. And again, if you're clearing as fast as a Bane in mid, Sanchi doesn't mind. Usually your mid laner hates it when you take away a little bit of that XP, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But nope, here it's fine. You're fast.
Here's a build.
You're going to make up for it.
All right, that's Frill, as we did say earlier. In the
Quantum charge.
Quantum charge.
Quantum charge. Get out of here.
There it is. There's a build that you guys want. And we'll find out the itemization in just a few moments, but it is.
Chaknu, though, in the middle of 2. He's fine.
suffering.
Didn't need to spend that flicker.
Yeah, Omega's expending so many resources right now, even denying. Whoa.
Whoa! That's going to be the hook denying the orange away from Andoryu. And Carl TZ draws first blood. Riota falls.
Man, JP really delaying that, that take as well. So not allowing Andoryu to get even in contention for that first turtle. And this early on, right, just with the way that they're playing around this macro early game, Echo finds themselves a nice lead and a bunch of gold here in the bottom lane.
And they make it look so easy, don't they?
Whoa!
It's so effortless. Oh.
JP with the hook and the full-on combo. Last Insanity, but Riota does flicker away with his life.
They're using up so much of their resources just to stay alive right now.
And
It's a candy.
That's the thing, too, that has me worried about the lineup with Smart Omega. Yeah, it's about the isolation and everything else. But the downside of dealing with a Franco, especially across from you in the hands of JP, rolling with a focusing mark, is if he's just landing the hooks, let's say even 1/3 of them, that's going to help them snowball off a lot harder for Echo and get into that Echo Express mode faster. So Smart Omega actually, I don't think they can wait, right? I mean, as now that you have that level 4 available for Chaknu, that Way of the Dragon, you need to be making plays. But again, who do you feed that into, right? Who do you want those kills to stack up on here?
I guess that's the only question that they have right now. Other than that, I feel like it's always going to be a -1, a fast -1 with what Echo has. The moment that hook connects, I don't know, you're not going to survive for long. Especially with the Death Squad that they have running right now.
Yeah, huge presence from Echo crossing the river. Looks like they're call it rougher now.
Yeah, again, it's that combination of the focusing mark hook alongside the fact that you have a Beatrix there with a Wesker available, right? Like, that's usually what we see. It's such a fast kill. And so, again, Smart Omega, what can they do to kind of counter around that? Play with the vision that they have with this Novaria pick. Again, they prioritize this, and also at the same time, try to isolate these members. And that's what they have to do here if they don't want to give up another turtle. It's a less than half health.
I know it's going to be a big challenge.
There's a deadly catch. Carl DC secures it. Omega tries to get on board, but no dice. Currently, Echo 2 for 2.
Drums of war are already sounding here in MPL Arena. Right now on the field, Omega is trying to buy some time for Color to get into shape here, which doesn't seem to be anytime soon, from what I can see.
The scary thing, again, is you're at the 5-minute mark. You're nearly at the same 2K gold lead that we saw in the previous game, which, before we knew it, all of a sudden ballooned to about 10K, you know, after especially that first Lord. So right now, Echo's looking to do exactly the same thing. It's like they have a blueprint, and they just continue to follow it from game in to game out, and that's why they are, once again, undefeated currently. So Smart Omega, what do they have to do? I think, you know, that's kind of what they're scrapping at here. I mean, part of it, again, is you lock in the Cho for a reason. Chagnu really hasn't been able to find any way of the Dragons at this point in the game, 6 minutes in, to set up the team. Sanji has actually found them, even when we saw that first turtle.
Echo finds one. Chagnu gets picked off. JP reading him like an open book, and now Kelra here walks right into him. No one home.
There's no problem here for Echo to just take this, take those tower hits, and make sure you can get a little bit of advantage. Every bit of advantage counts here if you're fighting.
Benny!
Oh my goodness.
Dear Lord, the damage sending El Capitan home.
He had a flicker, by the way. He saved it. I love the, what they call it, the discipline on this guy now. Compared to where he was. you guys know what I'm talking about.
He's like a, I was going to say it. What's a disciplined storm? A calm storm?
Like, wow. That sounds like an oxymoron. You can't control a force of nature.
You can't.
What? Are
if
you a
you
wizard?
are the force.
Oh,
okay. If you are the force of nature, you can control it,
If
right?
you're Benny.
If you're Benny.
You can do it like
low
that.
pressure area.
I guess.
Yeah.
All right, so third turtle of the game is up. I think this is just, again, another turtle going to the hands of Echo, right? They are so dead set on keeping that basically 100% turtle take ratio right now, as they do. Third one for this second game as well. Carl Teasy just having a heyday, really, on this Bane pick. You know, he's relatively just super farmed up. He isn't really having any issues with anything, and I think, again, a lot of this is going to translate into these Lord picks in a couple minutes away. And how does Smart Omega actually contest them, right? They have to find something.
That's a good question, but because you know who's not having a heyday? Chagnu. No, so uncanny for me to see him without these Way of the Dragons.
Speaking of, he does find Sanford, and they pop the Faraga armor just as quickly. Andoryu down to a fifth of his health. Kelra pushes that tier 1 down bottom. Close call. Something to note, fellas. Sanford, that's how far ahead Echo is. He didn't even build Immortality first. Andoryu very low. Ain't no crap clan cannon here. And down he goes, traded out for Ryota gets the kill. Jungler for jungler, and they're not done. Away the dragon from Sanji. Takes down Ethomax. And now Benny Cutie, ooh, a stray bullet finds its mark. Not enough to take down Kelra. Currently, a 2-for-1 trade.
I love how they seem to be like reading each other's movements here. The way that they're flickering in at these moments and dashing in and firing these shots.
Okay.
And it looks like Omega dead set on keeping this tier 1 in mid, using that Blazing Duet to clear the wave.
So I think, you know, asking what does Smart Omega need to do to accomplish to get back into this game, or at least keep it under control where it doesn't balloon in favor for Echo, that was step one, right? Get one of these kills, it went in the hands of Ryota, try to play around that, try to hold on to what you can, but most likely they will lose this tier 1 if they continue to put pressure here from Echo on it leading into this first Lord. If they don't, and they hold on to it, then that's great, right? At least they have some of that space to work around with. But still, I think it comes down to that Lord fight. They should be able to contest it, because if they just give it up, we've seen it before. Oh, this is troublesome.
Oh, the hook steals away the small camp there, but at least they know where he is. Full-on combo. Sanford's gonna eat it. Last Insanity saves him, and here comes the cavalry. JP with a concealed play. Spots Ryota, gets the bite down, and there's the full combo. Beating up a kill to the big old crab man pirate, whatever Bane is. Now they're gonna convert into the Lord. Quick push up top though by Kelra. Echo makes a beeline, blitzing this Lord.
Scary thing is, it wasn't even full combo. I saw Sanji and Carl Tizzy holding on to their ultimates. So whoever that was, whoever that could have been, definitely was going to go down.
Oh, watch Andoryu trying to steal it. Not going to happen unless, ooh, close call. All 5 members of Echo were knocked up. Y'all see that?
Yeah, I love it too, because like even watching that,
Teamwork.
Sanji is just like, you can't get past me, you know, because he's ready with the Way of the Dragon. So Andoryu really didn't have much of room to work with there. So First Lord also secured here for Echo. They're going to play around this, probably convert some of the tier 2s, if not some of the tier 1s that are still left up here.
And so far, the items are showing that there are some core items that are already completed for Omega members, but nowhere near ready to actually go toe-to-toe yet. So I think Omega, again, kind of had to just buy some time here. There's no other way around it, man.
Buy some time working with this Lord. They will lose the tier 2. They should make quick work route. One thing that we are seeing from Smart Omega's lineup is relatively good clear, right? Whether Kelra uses the Blazing Duet or not, they should be able to clear out things for at least now. As we get further into, more late Lords taken, then it gets increasingly harder, because of course you want Kelra to be able to utilize that Blazing Duet for some of these team fights. I mean, the fact too, Andoryu, okay, fine.
Yep.
But again, even Sanford, right? He just recently did pick up the Immortality. So we saw how many resources were being thrown at Sanford, but that's just kind of one of the annoying things dealing with an X-Borg across from you, right? It feels like it takes so much team effort to get a kill on an X-Borg, and then he gets an Immortality, it gets even harder.
Yeah, the exact amount of time it takes to kill an X-Borg is forever.
Forever.
Yeah.
Feels about right.
That's a metric amount of forever.
That's
exact number.
Exact number.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say.
Check this out. Deadly catch. Committed over by Carl Tizzy down bottom. And look at Andoryu, man. Andoryu's just here to do the JOB. He's just here to just leave minion waves and have it passively pushed. He did that successfully down bottom. So Echo now has to consider that. Echo now has to answer up top.
Watching Andoryu right here play like this and play on the Lancelot kind of reminds me of how Ryzen had a hard time slotting into this lineup as well. On that same role and same hero.
Deep and fresh wounds, huh? Like your new jungler now. Oh, wait. Oh. All right. Wait. No, Andoryu still got it. No, Andoryu still got it.
Yeah, he got it. He locked
it
in.
Yeah, he did. All right.
He got. All right, there you go.
All right, the bush covered the buff, man.
Yeah, that's true.
So we locked that in. Again, going back to it, Smart Omega is doing at least a better job than the previous game where, now at this point, Echo isn't leading by 10, 11,000 gold. So, again, as Rockhard said, if you buy yourself a couple more minutes here, this is personality-wise where we're used to seeing Smart Omega shine, right? If they can get there. And I think still you're going to see Echo, with the lead that they have, play around this next Lord spawning in about 10 seconds because they know that Smart Omega would want to actually at least show face here. We don't know if they actually want to convert it or not, but it really depends on how they approach this fight. Andoryu trying to push what he can, get what he can for the team to at least force a response from Echo. But does that mean they're in a position to actually take a Lord?
I mean, that's a big question, isn't it? Do Omega have the tools to stall this out? And if they do stall it out, what's the team fight going to look like? I mean, it starts to make more sense, especially when Ryota gets scaled up.
Yeah.
How long is that going to take?
They're not really allowing Omega to get the isolation plays in. Now JP hooks Andoryu, gets the bloody hunt in, and here comes a deadly catch. Oh, Thorn Rose right at the perfect time. Andoryu's still alive, but for how much longer? As Sanford, the apex predator, tries to get in a kill, and there's one down, plus the Lord, 2 for 2. Echo scores, and they're scrambling the barangay off camera though. Kelra was able to penetrate down bottom. Carl Tizzy taken out by Ryota, and here's the last insanity. Sanford takes out the black, rather the Shock Mamba.
Whew, okay, and they're still going. They got Ryota.
Oh, what a punish. Ryota stayed a little too long. Here comes the Astral Echo. Oh, they're going to force it. Not going to force it.
Okay, Kelra and Etumax still up. So can they actually clear some of these waves to deal with? Again, Lord making its way top lane. Echo, though, looking to at least knock on the base here of Smart Omega. Granted, you know, everyone will be alive by the time he gets there.
Oh, JP with a bloody hunt and another hook, just in case, and Sanji. Not enough damage. Kelra survives.
Wow.
And they punish the mid laner of Echo. And Sanford here gets caught up. Way of the Dragon, gonna pop the immortality here. Benicudi putting down some beads, and there's an Astral Echo. Chaknu taken down. Echo penetrates up top. Currently 2-for-1 to trade Sanji for Kelra and Chaknu.
While all this is happening, by the way, Carl TZ's nowhere in sight. So that's saying something
IDC.
Right there.
IDC. Here he is. He's going to make sure that this tier 3 in mid falls. And just like that, Omega are staring at a bare base. They have no inhibitors left. County to take down the last in the bottom lane.
Okay. Making all
Wait,
the
what?
Sanford just, I was also like
40.
He's playing a big risky game there, right? But
40.
that's what Xborgs do.
I love what he does.
He got taken out.
Yeah.
So, all right, let's take a look here at the items. Again, Echo still has a relatively good lead here.
Yeah, I feel like this lead definitely still around an item, half an item at least for every player. So you're going to be able to do quite a bit, but they're not as far behind as you think for Omega, right?
Yep.
You still got a lot of fight. Then the damage coming in from Itomax is definitely not negligible. Same with Ryota. When they catch someone, I mean, that someone's definitely going to go down now.
Okay, taking a look at the gold earned here. Again, this is just, you know, painting the picture of the current situation of the economy. And as Rockhard said, what you're seeing from Smart Omega is actually some fight in them. I mean, even earlier when JP went in to try to lock down Kelra, and he just used the Blazing Duet, you could see that the damage was already there, and they have to start respecting it. This is where, once again, we reference Smart Omega's personality as the Omega Timers. They bought themselves a few minutes at least. Yeah, their base is fully exposed, but if they have the counterpunch in them, or if they can actually initiate a fight and win the numbers game, then they're in a better position here leading into the Lord. Now, again, does Echo decide to just kind of bait this out, force them to make a decision? It looks to be that case.
Concealed play. JP says we're going in. No one home. Tried to throw the hook, and Andoryu keeping this bush. A lot of targets taken here by the Astral Echo. They know Andoryu commits a full-on combo on Sanford. Sanford throws those flame missiles right on the 3. Lord here at half health. The dance continues. Oh, and this is dangerous. Lord at less. Oh, wow!
No!
Andoryu steals it, and he gets away! Andoryu! What?
He showed up, man.
Andoryu, the man of steel.
He
stole the Lord.
I love that.
And he did it on a hero like that against Carl TZ.
That's
against the Lancelot.
The Lancelot.
Against Lancelot man himself.
Call him Clark Kent. He is the man of steel. Check it out.
Ah, damn.
Man.
And not a scratch on him, too.
He even dodged the hook.
Again, that was another step in the right direction. Can they get a kill out of this and then march in with the Lord, or does Echo just play defensively here and deal with the Lord themselves? That's what they have to decide. It's better, you know, maybe they give up this tier 1, but right now, that's a step in the right direction. Smart Omega with the timers.
Almost 18 minutes, barely missed the mark there.
Yep, that's El Capitan throwing out the Astral Echo, catches 3. Chaknu committing the way of the dragon, popping the Pyraga armor on Sanford. Mind you, he still has some immortality. JP gets the bite down. The Mamba is down. The Mamba gets his immortality pop, dashes on out of there. Benny Cutie very low. Sanford as well gets his immortality pop too. And look at Andoryu up top, man. This smooth operator trying to get that split push. And there's the hook. Etomax flickers away. In comes Sanji. Does way too much damage. Etomax falls.
And the full commit there from Echo showing they mean business. Although the damage has already been done. 2,000 on the goal lead means they're actually quite even right now.
Yeah, the gold lead pretty much got whittled down. And at the same time, like we were saying, Smart Omega has the fight in them, and we said that 3 minutes ago. So despite the fact Etumax still out 20 seconds, they've got to hold on. Looks like Echo wants to put some pressure here. If they're able to get a pick off, this could be the game. Iron Hook not going to land. So as they plant themselves in the base, still going for it.
Oh, here we go. The bloody hunt finds the Mamba. Sanji gets the kill, and now they smell blood. Oh, the winner versus the answer to the bravest fighter. Double kill for Sanji. Kelra is down, and here's the actual Echo.
That's
a
it.
shutdown. Ladies and gentlemen, Echo take the sweep.
And it looks like Echo is the one to school Smart Omega here. This winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. What a statement here. And a schooling from Echo against Smart Omega.
The scrap fighters just got out microed in that last one, man. I mean, I gotta say, it feels basic, but Sanji made the right decisions at the right time in that last one, and that just threw Omega off their game.
Yeah, in that last moment, it was clear that Omega's lineup had amazing isolation. If the map was a little bigger, maybe they had a chance.
Yeah.
But inside their own base, it's too much all in, man. It's too much all in, and if you couldn't find the right target, at some point, man, Sanford's not going to cut it. The Farag armor is just way too much to deal with.
It's something that I feel like, again, a lot of teams are why they like that export pick. You can visually, it looks like, oh, he's almost going to go down, but then just the way that he works and with the items, and even when you have to consider an immortality to go through, it's you end up throwing a lot of your resources at him, right? We're dealing with an export, and again, across the board, it did look like, once again, Smart Omega made some of the steps in the right direction to get to a Game 3, but unfortunately it was a little bit too late, right? And this is one of the things about the Smart Omega timers, unfortunately, like we basically said, is it just wasn't enough time. And that's kind of the case here in some of these matches with Smart Omega specifically, is it takes a little while for them to build up, and by the time the game is almost over, it's just too late, right? So again, good try there for Smart Omega. Still need to find something out here. Again, they need to refine some of that synergy, some of their choices in the draft. I like some of these picks, by the way. And I know you guys probably feel the same way. There's some variations happening here. It's great, but still the execution is what matters. And Echo, once again, this is a team that has mastered the objective game, the synergy between them, and that's what we see pretty much, unfold in the game here. So, again, congratulations to Echo there. Dominant series for them to get that sweep.
Yeah, we'd like to tell you guys all about the Smart Bro Weekly Giveaway.
Love it. Smart Bro Weekly Giveaway. Don't forget to watch out for the weekly giveaway posted on the MPL Philippines Facebook page for a chance to win your own Smart Bro devices. The mechanics to join the giveaway will be posted after this weekend's tournament, so keep an eye out. Make sure you guys are following. Make sure you're keeping tabs on everything, because there's a whole lot of content giveaways for you guys as well. And also, again, if you guys haven't yet, come watch if you can at the Shooting Gallery Studio. There's tons of prizes here as well. So again, always love to see our avid MPL fans out here. Now again, this was a great series. We went back to school, or to school. I know you guys have a lot to say too, and I know in just a little bit we're going to be hearing from Echo. And I'm actually curious too, guys. We see a lot of the talk too, even from Yawi online, and we talked about his priority on his studies right now, but I'm sure he will eventually get some playing time as well. But right now, this Echo squad looks just strong as ever.
I can't tell a difference, man. It's if anything, they're looking clean. Nothing against Yawi, all right? But Daddy JP, that seat fits him.
Yeah.
That's a huge compliment, obviously, to Daddy JP, a world champion on his own right. It's like stacking Legos, man. You replace the blue Lego with a red Lego, same slots.
Which is Yawi? Which is Yawi?
Either one.
He's the red or the blue one.
I was gonna say, which one is he? Either one works, but again,
but that's the thing. They're interchangeable.
They're interchangeable, and at the end of the day, what does that Lego build? It's an Orca, or is it the Echo Express? I don't know which one.
So it's either white or purple then.
Red and blue make purple. Does it? I don't know. People can be blasting me in my DMs like, Leo, you have your color theory wrong again.
We're back to school. But you know what? Let's throw it over to the stage with Mara and Echo to hear what they have to say.
Thank you, casters. Everybody give it up for Echo! Galing! Binilisan nyo talaga yung laban, ha? Talaga gusto nyo kaagad umuwi, ha? Sanford, may napansin kami kanina. So dati kasi mage user ako. So alam ko usually yung Mpl-Ph ginagamit for mage. Pero sa mga hindi nakakaalam, bakit mo siya ginagamit sa X-Borg na XP laner, na fighter?
Kasi parang parang nagre-restore po ng life ng 1% every 5 seconds pag napaprop po siya. So yun, sobrang ganda niya po kay X-Borg.
O ano pa yung mga gusto mong i-advise sa mga nag-rank na gumagamit ng X-Borg para exactly magawa nila yung ginagawa mo? Other than yung sa emblem.
Hindi ko po alam eh. Huwag lang po kayo siguro magpakamatay.
Huwag kayong magpakamatay. Yun naman talaga yung goal natin sa ML. Ito naman, si Carl TZ. Emblem yung topic natin ngayon. So, may mga changes ngayon, di ba, sa emblem system. At we thought dahil meron tayong yung seasoned hunter, akala namin nadadami yung mga assassin. Pero ikaw, alam namin assassin user ka, pero bakit ayaw mo pa din mag-assassin? Paragi ka pa rin tank.
Ano po kasi, ang galing po kasi ng mga PH teams kumalaban ng assassin eh. Parang pag naka-assassin ka, i-invade din ka nila, ganun. So, mas okay na lang mag-tank, neutral na lang.
Kamusta naman yung yung assassin, yung Lancelot ni Andorio kanina?
Okay po, ang galing po.
Pinure! Okay, eto. Makakalaban mo on Sunday, makakaharap mo din ulit si Irad. Last time nagtapat kayo, mainit ang dance floor. So, ano ang gusto mong sabihin sa kanya in line with your match on Sunday? Meron ka bang message sa kanya?
Good luck lang sa atin, Irad. Sana di ka nagalit sa akin. Best friend kita, kahit galit ka sa akin.
Okay, best friend, Irad, wag ka na daw magalit. Tatanungin ko si Irad kung ano yung thoughts niya sa'yo. At eto na, i-announce natin ang ating match MVP. Let me hear some names. Sino? Si Yawi? Wow, galing mo naman, Yawi. Okay, tingnan natin. Let's take a look at the screen to see who the match MVP is. Sanji! Sanji, ikaw ulit. Oy, gawin mo ulit. Let me see you flex. Let me see you flex. Sa center, come on. Ayan. Gayahin mo lang ulit. Nagustuhan namin yung last time eh. Ayun! Okay. Eto, ano yung mga message mo sa lahat ng mga nanonood? Matagal silang naghintay para lang sa laban nyo. Para lang makita kayong manalo. What do you have to say to everybody?
Thank you po sa mga nanonood sa amin and sa mga sumuporta. Tapos, yun lang. Sorry po sa matagal na laban.
But it's worth it. They put up such a great fight. Once again, everybody, give it up for Echo. And it's time to take your walk of victory. Ayan na, ang drums. All right, let me hear it from everybody in the arena. Echo loud. One more time, echo loud. We are gonna break that down for you. So babalik na tayo sa ating mga casters. Casters, pasok.
Thanks so much, Amara, and great to hear from Echo there. And again, dominating game that we just witnessed. They took them to school, and Smart Omega, hopefully they can kind of recoup here, refine some of the struggles that we're obviously seeing, and they kind of have to really break down some of what's happening for them.
Yeah, the kabarangay in me was hoping for more, and I was ready to go all the way to third game, but just the same, it's better to stumble now in the earlier half rather than later.
Well, let's find out exactly what happened here. Rockhart, take us away.
Yeah, the Barangay definitely got to pick up some steam. And I have to say, again, I have to reiterate how Andoryu kind of reminds me of a young Ryzen who seems to be very, very happy with his team right now. So let's go ahead and throw it over to our analyst segment where I think that was almost quite there. There was really a hint of something. I don't know if you guys agree. Sanji's MVP there. I don't know if you agree, guys, but it feels like Omega's, their team fighting is, I would say, A+. If I had to put a grade there, A+, maybe S+ is kind of a ways away, but it's a great start for a team that comparatively is younger compared to the rest of the league. Most players in the league have been here for like quite a while, and you know what? Slotting in Andoryu there might be actually just, growing pains for the barangay here. And Echo, man, just as clean as ever. I would say we've seen more. I was excited to see more heroes here coming in for Carl TZ. Because the way that he has been playing this Bane, it's just dominating, man. Complemented with the way that, personally, for me, Daddy JP, huge MVP here. With these hooks that you just cannot explain with physics. I think that Omega tried so hard to just keep this game in check, just trying to keep up, that they had a hard time actually getting ahead. All their effort basically just went to staying alive. That's not something that you want to be in on the receiving end of the M4 World Champions. I can tell you that much. Now, these objectives could have been actually close. We actually saw one objective, one huge Lord take, or Lord steal, by the Man of Steel himself here, Andoryu, who is definitely going to be starting that up soon. We're going to be tracking how many steals this kid's going to do, for sure, Leo. I'm out looking at you right now. And we will see whether or not the growth is going to be there, because it is definitely growing pains for sure. I hope Omega can kind of get bounced back into this one. Definitely going to be a tough loss here, but not something that you're gonna see Omega kind of falter in. I love what Naisu said earlier, where Naisu said, you know what, that's a tough place to be in for Omega to have their base barren. But I would say they have been through worse. Omega's definitely been through worse here. Through the ringer, 1 HP left, and then get the win. That's where Omega needs to be at. That's where Omega needs to go back to. That's something that, it's maybe a little bit of a tall task for them to face off against the young GOAT himself, Carl TZ. All the way to 19 minutes in the game. I would say played relatively safe here, considering he did not really cross the river as much as I thought he would. He normally would here. So, yeah, take with that as you may. I think that the young GOAT played his role very, very well, considering where you would normally see him on the Fredrin, on heroes like the Lancelot. Personally, I was kind of hoping for a Fanny, just to throw it out there and throw you guys some info on what he's going to bring. But maybe for another day. Definitely looking forward to some Fanny picks here from the young GOAT. And yeah, Sanji was the MVP here for sure. The KDA just speaks volumes on the way that he handled this 10 over 13 of the games, or the kills that Echo had, were on the back of Sanji. And you won't always see it right away, right? And that's the effect that the Valentina had. So many different ultimates that he could use at different stages of the game. First, we saw him pick up Itomax's Astral Echo, and then swapped it over to the Way of the Dragon. That's exactly how you want to play a Valentina. You don't always want to use one single skill. Make yourself more unpredictable to your opponents, and Sanji played that to a T. I love that we are seeing still Itomax as the ace. He is still going to be the top hero damage there in that game, and no surprises. He still played the Navaria to definitely A++ standards, in my opinion. And if you think about how his opponent, Sanji, it's actually very difficult to lane against Valentina. So I would say Itomax still on par and definitely held his own against the M4 champion Sanji as well. Now, definitely growing pains is something that you can say for Omega here, but yeah, very early on this season, that's the only thing I can say. I told them themselves, you just got to pick up steam. Omega can turn it into something very formidable.
You got to pick up steam was exactly what Omega has to do here. Again, you know, we have a much shorter regular season, right? And as Leo solely demonstrates how to pick up steam. Chugging. They got to chug along because right now they're trying to keep up with another train, and that's the Echo Express. And I don't know why I had a flashback of, you know, one of my favorite shows back in the day.
Thomas the Tank Engine.
Yes, you're right there.
Same here. I don't know why.
As he was doing
Connection.
And there's a red train, by the way. I forgot his name, but that's, you know.
Best friend?
Yeah, I forgot the name.
I forgot the name. Sorry.
Leo, thanks for the childhood memories.
Dude, I don't remember that, man. I grew up with Coco Melon. What are you talking about?
Maybe that's all we know,
Really?
right? But we've had an amazing day number 1 here for week 2. We've had laughs, we've shared triumphs, and of course there's teams that now have to recuperate before tomorrow. So again, I am Naisu, joined here with Leo and Rockhart. And again, what an amazing day for MPL Philippines. Day number 1 of week 2. Also, just to be sure, everybody at home and watching around the world, we have more in store for you guys tomorrow. We still have 2 days of this week, too. There's a lot that can happen here. And I would say, too, I have to look. I'm not 100% sure. Echo should be on top, right, of the standings right now.
Give or take,
It's
yes.
shifted.
Yeah, because they got 3 points over this.
Yes.
And I also got 3 points. I predicted today, and pow, 3 for 3.
So what do you win?
Nothing. I'm just trying to get my prediction rate back up. After season 11 playoffs, we don't remember. We don't talk about that.
We don't talk about that.
But
yeah.
now today, 3 for 3, fam.
You're making up for
Let's
it.
go. It's the forecast. Let's go.
You're making up for the forecast. So, you know, again, who knows what will happen because a lot has already kind of fallen into place as week 1 finished, and now we start off week 2. Thank you for joining us once again. We're going to pass it over to Mara to cap out the day. We'll see you guys here tomorrow.
We entered the week with 3 explosive matches. Pero ano pa nga ba ang aasahan natin? Mas pinaslakas tayo dito sa Season 12 eh. Sa unang laban, pinutunayan ni Kyle Teasy na mas angat ang training regimen ng APBR matapos nilang walisin ang ONIC Philippines. After that, the Haji effect kicks in as it energizes Sensui en route to a decisive Blacklist International victory against the rookie-laden lineup of MNNE Evos. And for the main event of the evening, hindi tayo binigo ng ating mga players as the students of the game. And the legends of the league gave us a wild ride. Pero sa huli, Echo pa din ang nanaig. Week 2 has just been getting started and we have a lot more in store for you. And you don't want to miss that for sure. Kaya kita-kits bukas. Muli, ako po si Maro Aquino, nagpapaalala na ang tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na MLBB player sa buong mundo ay mas pinaslakas. Keep it good vibes, everybody.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports. Maya, it's everything. And a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. You can now watch the replays of MPL Philippines Season 12 matches on free TV. Together with the whole family, revisit the intense matches from Monday to Thursday, 2:15 p.m. to 5:15 p.m. on Pi Channel. Experience the Mpl-Ph Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin kita na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. You can now watch the replays of MPL Philippines Season 12 matches on free TV. Together with the whole family, revisit the intense matches from Monday to Thursday, 2:15 p.m. to 5:15 p.m. on Pi Channel. Experience the Mpl-Ph Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Tuloy ang aksyon sa regular season ng MPL Philippines Season 12. Nakakita tayo ng mga newcomers at familiar faces sa studio na nagbigay suporta para sa opening week. In light of Grandparents' Day, nakasama natin ang very cheerful na MLBB streamer na si Lola Carmen na mas kilala bilang Lola Game. Nakarinig din tayo ng groovy rap lines mula sa RSG Raiders community. For the second day of week 1, nakasama naman natin si Boss Lee na aktibong sumusuporta sa panibagong season ng MPL Philippines. Binisita rin tayo ng dalawang MDL-PH teams na Game Lab at Blacklist Academy Lunatics kung saan mas lalo pa natin nakilala ang mga future ng MLBB Pro scene sa bansa. Sa last day naman ng week 1, pinakilig tayong lahat ng MLBB streamer na si IC sa heartwarming message niya para sa kanyang fiancé na si Kapitan Few. Bago tayo sumabak sa isa na namang jam-packed na schedule, sabay-sabay muna natin balikan ang mga naganap last week. Starting off strong. Sinimulan ng pagbabalik ni JP sa Echo ang bagong season with a clean sweep against their Grand Finals rival, Blacklist International. Return of Raider Nation. With Irad as its main man in the jungle, unti-unti nang nilalatag ng Raider Nation ang pagbabalik nito sa kanyang former glory as they take home their first victory after reverse sweeping ONIC Philippines. Sleep is for the weak dahil hindi natutulog ang mga kampyon. With Ogwen's mastery of the Iron Hook and Super Marco's stellar performance, newly crowned IESF champs AP Bren caps off their first match this season with a dominant win against TNC Pro Team.